Now, today, we're going to see, what if Harry Potter was the Dark Slytherin and married with Fleur Delacour? Join Patreon for early access of super op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe to this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. It was October 31 SD, 1981. It was a night of mystique where wizardkind celebrated the ancient festival of Samhain, a day of power where undead spirits rose, and the rituals performed on this day reaped immense benefits. It was getting dark in the small town of Godric's Hollow, which got its name due to the famous and powerful warlock called Godric Gryffindor, who was born here. Though it was initially occupied by wizards, it has become a muggle settlement now. The moon glittered through the shards of broken glass spread throughout the borders of the town for safety. The crunching of leaves is heard in the darkness as a man more snake than human walks through the worn-down path. This man has a flat nose with nostrils that are like slits. Crimson eyes and a pale snake-like body only add to the disgust that is seen on seeing this creature bearing no human resemblance. He sneers at the muggle, children playing on the ground, and they look at him and run away, intimidated. Darkness seems to cloak and embrace him, the shadows almost lingering for his malicious touch. The cobblestone streets slowly wended away as this man took a different path. He walks further and sees a small two-storied house slowly glimmering into view. So this is the hideout of the Potters, he thinks. What a pity they never joined my side. They would certainly have been powerful. If not for that Dumbledore, I would already have enticed countless people, but the people always listen to that old goat. Just because he is powerful does not mean that he is an angel. Voldemort did to some extent have an amount of respect for Dumbledore. He admitted that Dumbledore could keep a stark reputation by keeping his hands and reputation spotless while manipulating his followers to do all the dirty work with ease. Next time I meet that goat, I am going to shove his beard down his gullet. Meanwhile, James Potter and Lily Potter had left a few minutes from the house. They had fled to the Burrow, the family home of the Weasleys, to attend a party thrown by them with the support of many members of the Order of the Phoenix, the group organized by Albus Dumbledore to fight against the atrocities of the Dark Lord Voldemort, referred to as you-know-who. Voldemort smirked as he blasted the door of the cottage down and saw that the protective wards around were weaker than the ones taught in the 7th year of Hogwarts. Surely this is the folly of relying on only the Fidelius, which, although strong, has its own loopholes and weaknesses. While the Dark Lord was invading their home, the Potters were being stalled and manipulated by a specific friend of theirs at the Burrow, namely, Peter Pettigrew. Voldemort smiled evilly with malice as he entered the house and saw everything neat and clear. With one incantation, he threw the whole place into disarray. Every painting fell to the floor. Every silver plate banged as it thumped on the cold stone ground. All the furniture was torn apart by a mysterious and invisible force. Cold water began to fill the whole room till it would submerge a normal man knee-deep. It was cursed water, for the more people would try to move ahead, the more they would go behind. The water seemed to be held by a mysterious force, still and firm. Only one place remained untouched, the stairs that led to the 2nd floor of the small cottage in Godric's Hollow. The stairs creaked as the Dark Lord walked on them and reached the 2nd floor. He entered a small, dimly lit room, with the only source of light being some small enchanted candles, as their light glimmered on the windows and sent pale reflections on the floor. The Dark Lord stared at the two children, both awake. His eyes fell on the first boy, chubby, with light skin, a pudgy and round face and dark brown hair. Chestnut brown eyes, filled with fear, looked on at him. Definitely powerful, owing to his bloodline, but not on the level of some other wizards. He glanced at the nameplate, Julian Potter. The silence of the terrible night was broken by the shrill scream of Julian Potter as he started to cry. Voldemort looked at the second child, a thin boy with a chiseled face, dark eyebrows, tan skin, and striking emerald green eyes stared back at him. There was an aura of power coming from all around him. He was definitely taller than his sibling, and maybe 4 years older. Voldemort felt the emotions of the child. Was that fear that he felt? No, the child felt merely wary of the Dark Lord. Voldemort's respect for the child grew as the child defiantly stared at his crimson eyes. "Now, what is your name, little child?" he thought as he looked at the nameplate on the bed. Hadrian Potter. Voldemort knew that this is the child that will bring his downfall. He looked on at the boy, though young, still stared at him with his eyes. Eyes that were bright emerald green. They reminded him of something. They were the color of the most lethal of all curses, the Avada Kedavra, or the Killing Curse. The Dark Lord took out his wand and then whispered the incantation. Avada Kedavra, a green light, almost like a serpent, sprang out of his wand and traveled at impossible speeds towards the child. Voldemort would always remember the eyes of the child as they stared at him. The way they stared unblinking as the curse reached the boy, and the way they calculatingly stared at him as the curse suddenly rebounded and hit the Dark Lord. A dark cloak in ash. That was all James and Lily Potter saw as they operated in the children's bedroom from the burrow when the party was over. They were in a shock to see the gruesome condition of the house. Dumbledore and the rest of the Order of the Phoenix quickly operated to their little cottage. They quickly rushed the children to St. Mungo's, where they were checked by doctors for any signs of possession or signs of dark magical backlash. They were quickly given medicines, and healing spells by renowned healers were cast on them. Everything was fine, except for one thing. Julian Potter had a V-shaped scar on his left cheek. It was in contrast to his pale skin. He was hailed as a hero, and the V scar was proclaimed as V for victory. Julian Potter was a child celebrity. Not even two, and everybody in Wizarding Britain knew his name. Cults were started on his name, and people got his name tattooed on themselves. Everybody was so busy worshipping Julian Potter that they didn't even notice that Hadrian, too, had a lightning-shaped scar on the side of his lower neck, which, though not too prominent, would be visible to anybody who paid attention to the boys. Writers from all over magical Europe composed stories and poems for children on Julian Potter. How he single-handedly defeated Voldemort while just a year old, and how dark. Wizards quaked with fear when they heard the name of Julian. Feats clearly exaggerated and impossible were credited to be done by Julian Potter, and the Potters, namely James and Lily, encouraged it. They spread more and more rumors and legends that people, especially children, began to view Julian as a god and their role model. Every year, on the birthday of Julian Potter, a grand gala fest was organized at Potter Manor, where the most acclaimed wizards, even the ministers of magic of different countries and nations, were invited. Julian's birthday was declared a national holiday throughout Britain, and people flocked in thousands near Potter Manor to see the national hero, Julian Potter, who was fondly nicknamed Jules by people. Nobody remembered that there was a boy named Hadrian Potter, or that he and his brother Jules had the same birthday. Julian Potter was proclaimed a legend while Hadrian Potter was forgotten. Ch1. The Potter Childhood. July 31st, 1985. The whole of Britain was in a rush. It was the day when their national hero, Julian Jules Potter, was turning 5. The Potters were organizing a grand party celebration, during which they would donate significant sums to St. Mungo's to help families bereaved by you-know-whose terror attacks. Famous people from all over the world were invited. This year's special guests included the British Minister of Magic, the German Minister of Magic, and diplomats from various European countries. Meanwhile, the Potter household was in a great frenzy. "James, where is Jules's formal coat and pants?" shrieked Lily. "In the wardrobe on the 3rd floor, in the room next to the guest room for members of the Order, or it could be in the closet next to the bathroom on the 2nd floor, replied James, who was directing the house elves and arranging the ballroom for the special guests like the ministers of magic and other diplomats. "Wake Jules up! The party starts in 2 hours, and he is still sleeping like a log," shouted Lily. I know, 1 minute. "These damn new house elves don't seem to understand my words," James muttered, exasperated. 2 hours later, the party was in full swing as guests mingled, while James and Lily tried to network and make valuable connections. Unfortunately, they were struggling. Lily Potter was parading her son Julian like a prized trophy, while James stumbled over his words, trying to sound sophisticated. Important dignitaries gathered around the Wonder Boy, trying to catch a glimpse of him amidst the crowd. The velvet curtains and lavish carpets gave the room the grandeur of a royal court. Guests dressed in expensive silk clothes and glittering jewelry added the final touches to the opulent setting. In a dimly lit corner of the room, away from the glittering crowd and the lavish celebrations, sat Hadrian Potter. He watched the proceedings with a quiet intensity, his emerald eyes observing every detail. He had learned to stay in the background, to let his brother bask in the glory and adulation. No one paid attention to the quiet boy with the lightning-shaped scar on his neck, and he had grown accustomed to it. Hadrian watched ruefully as his twin brother Julian soaked up all the attention. The guests fawned over Jules, their faces alight with admiration and joy. The laughter, the applause, the endless stream of compliments, all directed at Jules. Hadrian's heart ached with the realization that no one remembered him. No one even acknowledged his presence. He and Jules were brothers, yet it seemed the world had room only for one Potter child. The crowd erupted into applause as the annual Potter charity event announcements began. A hired speaker took the stage, clearing his throat before addressing the assembled guests. "Ladies and gentlemen," the speaker began, his voice resonating through the grand ballroom. "We are gathered here today not only to celebrate the 5th birthday of young Julian Potter, but also to support a cause that is dear to all our hearts. The Potters have always been known for their generosity, and this year is no different. They will be making a substantial donation to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, specifically to aid those families who have suffered losses due to the dark times we have faced." The crowd erupted into applause, admiration evident in their faces. Lily beamed with pride, while James looked on, trying to maintain a composed demeanor. "As we all know, these are trying times," the speaker continued. "But it is through the efforts of families like the Potters that we find hope and resilience. Now, without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce our esteemed guest of honor, the German Minister of Magic, Herr Klaus von Drachen." Herr von Drachen stepped forward, his imposing figure and stern expression commanding attention. He began to speak in a deep, authoritative voice. "It is an honor to be here among such esteemed company. The efforts of the Potter family in these dark times are commendable, and it is a testament to their character that they continue to support those in need. The unity we show today, across borders and nations, is a beacon of hope for a better future." As von Drachen's speech concluded, the guests once again applauded, their spirits lifted by the words of solidarity and hope. James and Lily exchanged a glance, a mixture of relief and pride in their eyes. Amidst the celebration, young Julian Potter, unaware of the weight of expectations placed upon his small shoulders, looked around with wide, curious eyes. To him, it was just another birthday party, albeit a very grand one. But for everyone else in that room, it was a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was light, and it shone brightly in the form of a 5-year-old boy who had the potential to change the world. Hadrian, however, felt the sting of being invisible. The grand speeches, the lavish praises, all for Jules. No one even glanced at him. He wished he could be happy for his brother, but the loneliness and sadness were too overwhelming. He felt like a shadow, always present but never seen. As the party continued, Hadrian noticed his parents huddled together in a quiet corner, their faces serious. He couldn't hear their conversation over the noise of the party, but he could see the worry etched on their faces. Curiosity piqued, he moved closer, straining to catch their words. "James, we have to consider it. Dumbledore told us he's in a lot of danger. With Jules being in the limelight, he might even get jealous," Lily was saying, her voice barely above a whisper. "But Lily, he's our son. Sending him away, it's not right," James replied, his tone conflicted. "We can't keep ignoring the strain this is putting on our family. Maybe the Dursleys can provide the structure and normalcy he needs. Besides, with Jules being so special, we need to focus on his future." Hadrian's heart sank as he realized they were talking about him. The thought of being sent away to the Dursleys, his Muggle relatives, filled him with dread. He had heard enough about them to know they were not kind people. Tears welled up in Hadrian's eyes as he slipped away from the corner, unnoticed as always. He had hoped that one day his parents would see him, truly see him, but it seemed that day would never come. As the party raged on around him, Hadrian retreated further into the shadows, feeling more alone than ever. The world might have forgotten Hadrian Potter, but he had not forgotten the world. And one day, he knew his time would come. For now, though, he remained in the background, watching and waiting, a silent witness to the grand celebration that was not meant for him. Ch2, the Dursleys. The grand celebration was a distant memory as Hadrian Potter found himself standing on the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive. The house was neat and unremarkable, much like the neighborhood it resided in. It seemed to embody everything ordinary, a stark contrast to the magical world he had been part of. Clutching a small suitcase, Hadrian stood silently as his parents exchanged a few strained words with his aunt and uncle, Petunia and Vernon Dursley. Jules stood nearby, a look of curiosity on his face, but not enough to break the spell of his parents' decision. "Hadrian," Lily said softly, bending down to his level, her eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and determination. "This is for the best, dear. You'll have a chance to grow up like a normal boy." Hadrian nodded numbly, his heart heavy with a sense of abandonment. He couldn't bring himself to speak, afraid that his voice might betray the tears he was holding back. With one last, reluctant glance, Lily and James turned in opposite, leaving Hadrian to face his new reality that as soon as the Potters were gone, Vernon's demeanor changed. He scowled down at Hadrian, his eyes filled with disdain. "Get inside, boy, and don't think you'll get any special treatment here." The Dursley household was cold and unwelcoming. Petunia's eyes flickered with a mix of hatred and jealousy as she looked at Hadrian, a reminder of the sister she had always resented. Dudley, their spoiled son, eyed Hadrian with a malicious gleam, sensing a new target for his bullying. The days turned into weeks, and Hadrian's life became a monotonous cycle of chores, abuse, and neglect. Petunia made sure he was up before dawn, scrubbing floors, washing dishes, and doing laundry. Any minor mistake would earn him a sharp slap or a scolding that left him feeling worthless. Vernon was even worse. He would come home from work, his face red with anger, and any small inconvenience would set him off. Hadrian quickly learned to stay out of his way, but it didn't always save him from Vernon's heavy hand. The beatings were frequent and severe, leaving Hadrian with bruises that took weeks to heal. Dudley, on the other hand, took pleasure in tormenting Hadrian. He would push him around, steal his food, and make sure to blame him for anything that went wrong. Hadrian's meals were sparse, often just scraps left over after the Dursleys had eaten their fill. He grew thin and pale, his clothes hanging off his frail frame. One particularly harsh winter day, Petunia sent Hadrian out to weed the garden in the freezing cold. His fingers turned numb as he worked, the icy wind cutting through his thin clothes. When he finally finished and came inside, shivering and exhausted, Petunia's only response was to order him to clean the entire kitchen. Late at night, when everyone else was asleep, Hadrian would lie awake on his thin mattress in the cupboard under the stairs, the small space barely enough for him to stretch out. The darkness was his only comfort, where he could let the tears fall without fear of being seen. He often wondered if his parents missed him or if Jules ever thought about him. The letters they had promised never came, and he felt more alone than ever. Despite the harsh treatment, Hadrian found small ways to cope. He discovered that he could talk to animals, and sometimes, when the Dursleys weren't around, he would whisper his troubles to a stray cat that frequented the garden. The cat would purr and nuzzle him, offering a brief moment of solace in his otherwise bleak existence. The days turned into months, and Hadrian's hope began to fade. He learned to be invisible, to blend into the background and avoid drawing attention to himself. The years of neglect and abuse took their toll, but deep inside, a small spark of resilience remained. One night, Vernon returned home dead drunk. He trudged over and didn't even turn on the lights. He then proceeded to vomit all over the floor. He mumbled, "Boy, come here and clean this up right now, or you get the leather today." Hadrian meekly came and started to wipe the floor. The stench of the beer-mingled vomit was terrible, and he could barely control his own stomach. Vernon started to walk to his bedroom when he slipped on the floor and fell flat on his face. "You dodgy little brat. You have ruined my most expensive coat," he roared. Being drunk and out of his senses, Vernon Dursley had lost all sense of logic and coherent movement. He stood up with the support of the staircase railing and grabbed the little and innocent Hadrian by the scruff of his corner and banged him against the wall. As if that wasn't enough to quell his bloodthirst, Vernon cracked the door open and started to carry the silently sobbing Harry through the silent neighborhood to the deserted alley, where he quite literally threw Harry down in a most horrible manner, kicked him a few times in his drunk rage, and then left off in a huff, not bothered in the least of what might befall Harry Potter. Meanwhile, Hadrian's twin, Julian, was living a life of luxury, guarded by the comforts of a grand house, the love of his parents, and the admiration of Britain. Not even one of the Potters even thought that while they were indulging in the pleasures of their life, their other forgotten son, Hadrian Potter, was being constantly abused and mistreated by the Dursleys. So it was at this point of time when Hadrian Potter, the scion and future head of House Potter, was quite literally left off for the dead. Chapter 3. Found in the Shadows. It was a bitterly cold night when Vernon Dursley, in a drunken rage, had thrown Hadrian out onto the streets. The stench of alcohol still clung to the air as Hadrian lay curled up, shivering on the cold pavement, clutching his thin shirt for warmth. The bruises on his face and arms were fresh, painful reminders of his uncle's wrath. The street was quiet, the occasional car passing by, indifferent to the small, shivering figure in the shadows. The night passed slowly, each minute stretching into an eternity. Hadrian's stomach ached with hunger, and his body trembled with cold. He tried to stay awake, afraid of what might happen if he fell asleep and was left vulnerable in the dark. His glasses, cracked from a particularly harsh blow, rested crookedly on his nose, making the world around him seem even more distorted. As dawn broke, the first light of day brought with it a sense of hope. But for Hadrian, there was no solace in the morning light. His aunt and uncle had made it clear they wanted nothing to do with him. They had locked him out, abandoned him, and now he was alone, cold, and hungry. He had no idea where to go or what to do. As the sun rose higher, the street began to stir. People started to emerge from their homes, but no one seemed to notice the small boy huddled against the wall. Hadrian felt invisible, insignificant, just as he'd always been told he was. It wasn't until mid-morning that his luck changed. A group of rough-looking individuals, dressed in worn-out clothes and sporting various tattoos, came down the street. They were laughing and joking, their voices loud in the quiet neighborhood. One of them, a tall, muscular man with a shaved head and a scar running down his cheek, noticed Hadrian. He nudged his companion, a wiry woman with short, spiky hair, and nodded towards the boy. "Oi, look at that," the man muttered, his accent thick. "What's a little undoing out here?" The woman squinted in Hadrian's direction, then shrugged. "Looks like he's been ad. Poor kid." The group approached Hadrian, who looked up at them with wide, fearful eyes. The tall man crouched down, looking Hadrian over with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "What's your name, lad?" he asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. Hadrian," the boy stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. The woman knelt beside the man, her eyes softening as she took in the boy's bruised face and skinny frame. "Where's your folks, Hadrian?" Hadrian swallowed hard, tears welling up in his eyes. They don't want me," he choked out. "Uncle Vernon threw me out." The group exchanged looks, a silent conversation passing between them. The tall man sighed, scratching his head. "Well, we can't leave him here, can we?" The woman nodded. I can't leave the poor mite to fend for himself." And so, the decision was made. The gang, led by the tall man named Rex and the woman, Lily, took Hadrian in. They were a rough bunch, but they had their own code of honor. They couldn't stand by and watch a kid suffer, not like this. They brought Hadrian back to their hideout, a rundown building on the outskirts of town. It wasn't much, but it was warm and safe. The place was filled with the smell of stale beer and cigarette smoke, the walls adorned with graffiti and posters. The gang introduced themselves to Hadrian one by one. Besides Rex and Lily, There was Max, a lanky teenager with a quick grin, Pete, a burly man with a soft heart, and Lisa, a sharp-tongued woman who turned out to be quite motherly. Over the next few days, Hadrian learned more about his new family. They weren't the type of people you'd bring home to meet your parents, but they were kind to him. They shared their food, gave him a place to sleep, and made him feel welcome. For the first time in his life, Hadrian felt like he belonged somewhere. Rex, the de facto leader, took Hadrian under his wing. He was tough but fair, and he taught Hadrian the basics of survival on the streets. How to spot danger, how to hide, and how to defend himself if needed. Hadrian quickly learned to navigate the complex world of street life, picking up the slang and mannerisms of his new companions. Lily, on the other hand, was the heart of the gang. She made sure Hadrian had clean clothes and a warm meal every day. She tended to his bruises and cuts, scolding him gently when he got into trouble. She reminded him of his mother in some ways, though Hadrian's memories of her were faint and distant. Max became Hadrian's closest friend. He was a few years older, but they shared a love for adventure and mischief. Max taught Hadrian how to pick locks and sneak around unnoticed. They often went out together, exploring the town and getting into all sorts of minor scrapes. It was dangerous, but it was also thrilling. For Hadrian, it was a taste of freedom he'd never known before. Pete and Lisa played their parts too. Pete was the muscle of the group, but he had a soft spot for Hadrian. He taught the boy how to fight, not just to protect himself, but also to build confidence. Lisa, despite her sharp tongue, looked out for Hadrian in her own way. She often gave him a hard time, but there was a warmth in her eyes that betrayed her true feelings. As the weeks turned into months, Hadrian settled into his new life. The gang wasn't perfect, and they often got into trouble, but they cared for each other in a way that Hadrian had never experienced with the Dursleys. They taught him skills that were essential for survival on the streets, but more importantly, they taught him about loyalty, friendship, and family. Hadrian's life wasn't easy, but it was better than it had ever been. He learned to fend for himself, to stand up for himself, and to trust others. He found joy in the little things, sharing a meal with his new family, listening to Rex's stories, or laughing with Max over some silly prank. He even started to smile more, a sight that was rare during his time with the Dursleys. But the shadows of his past still lingered. Hadrian often had nightmares about his uncle, the cold, harsh words, and the beatings. There were times when he would wake up in a cold sweat, his heart racing, only to find himself safe and warm in the gang's hideout. Lily would sit with him, comforting him with gentle words and a warm embrace, reminding him that he was safe now. The gang knew Hadrian's story, and they did their best to protect him. They made sure he stayed out of the worst of their dealings, keeping him away from the more dangerous elements of their lifestyle. But they couldn't shield him from everything. Hadrian saw things, learned things that no child should ever have to know. He saw the darker side of life, the desperation and the cruelty that came with it. Yet, despite it all, Hadrian grew stronger. He was no longer the frightened, timid boy who had been left out in the cold. He was tougher now, more resilient. He had a spark in his eyes, a fire that refused to be extinguished. The gang saw it too, and they were proud of him. Hadrian still had moments of doubt and fear, but with the gang's support, he faced them head on. He knew that his life was far from ordinary, and that the future was uncertain. But for now, he had a place to call home, a family who cared for him, and a newfound sense of strength and confidence. As the days passed, Hadrian began to feel a strange sense of anticipation. He didn't know what the future held, but he felt like something big was coming, something that would change his life forever. He could feel it in the air, a subtle shift, a whisper of something extraordinary just around the corner. And he was right, because one day, when he least expected it, Hadrian would receive a letter that would reveal his true heritage and set him on a path that would change his life forever. But for now, he was content to live in the moment, to enjoy the simple pleasures of his new life, and to cherish the family he had found in the most unlikely of places. For Hadrian Potter, the boy who had once been left out in the cold, had finally found a place where he belonged. And though the road ahead was uncertain, he knew that with his new family by his side, he could face whatever challenges came his way. Chapter 4: the great heist. It was a crisp, clear night, the kind where the stars seemed to shimmer like diamonds in the sky. The gang had been planning this heist for weeks, and the anticipation had reached a fever pitch. Rex, their leader, had found a target, a small jeweler's store in a quiet part of town. It wasn't the biggest score, but it was enough to make the risk worth it. And tonight was the night. The gang was gathered in their hideout, the air thick with tension and excitement. Rex stood at the center, going over the plan one last time. His voice was calm, but his eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. "Right, everyone knows their roles," he said, looking around at his crew. "In and out, quick and clean. We don't want any trouble. Max, you're on lookout. Lily, you with me on the floor. Hadrian, you keep an eye on the back entrance. Lisa and Pete, you're on the getaway. Everyone clear?" There were nods and murmurs of agreement. Hadrian's heart was pounding in his chest, a mix of fear and exhilaration. This was his first big job, and he didn't want to mess it up. He had a small, wiry frame that allowed him to squeeze into tight spaces, and tonight he would be keeping an eye out for any unexpected surprises. They moved out quickly, slipping through the shadows like ghosts. The jeweler's store was in a quiet part of town, away from the main roads. It was the perfect target, small, but with enough valuable merchandise to make it worth their while. The plan was simple: in and out in less than 10 minutes. Rex had disabled the security cameras, and Max had scouted the area earlier to make sure there were no patrols. They arrived at the store, and the adrenaline hit Hadrian like a wave. He felt his senses sharpen, every sound and movement amplified. Max took his position outside, his eyes scanning the street for any signs of trouble. Rex and Lily went to the front door, working quickly to pick the lock. Hadrian slipped around to the back, his eyes darting around in the darkness. The door clicked open, and Rex and Lily slipped inside. The store was dimly lit, the faint glow of streetlights filtering through the windows. The display cases sparkled with an array of jewelry: rings, necklaces, watches. They moved quickly, sweeping the valuables into bags with practiced efficiency. Hadrian stayed by the back door, his ears straining for any sound. Everything was going smoothly until they heard the distant wail of a siren. It was faint, but it sent a jolt of panic through the group. Rex cursed under his breath, his movements becoming more frantic. "Wrap it up. We're out of time," he hissed, stuffing the last of the jewelry into the bag. Lily glanced at the door, her eyes wide with alarm. "Did Max signal?" "I didn't see the signal." Hadrian's heart raced. The signal was supposed to be a quick flash of light from Max's torch, a warning if anyone was approaching. But there had been nothing. He peered out the back door, his eyes scanning the darkness. Then he saw it, a flash of blue lights growing closer. "Police!" Hadrian shouted, his voice breaking the tense silence. The gang sprang into action. Rex and Lily darted towards the back, bags in hand. They burst out the door just as the first police car screeched to a halt in front of the store. Muxvush, already running towards them, his face pale. "How did they know?" he gasped, panic in his voice. "Doesn't matter. Run!" Rex shouted, leading the way down the narrow alley behind the store. They ran, feet pounding against the pavement, hearts racing with fear and adrenaline. The sirens grew louder, the blue lights dancing in the distance. Hadrian's breath came in short, sharp gasps, his lungs burning. The night air was cold, biting at his skin, but he barely felt it. They twisted and turned through the maze of back streets, trying to shake off any pursuit. Hadrian could hear the shouts of the police, the crackle of radios. His mind raced, trying to keep track of the route they were taking, looking for any possible escape. Ahead, Rex skidded to a stop, glancing around desperately. They were at a dead end, a high fence blocking their path. There was no way to climb over it in time. Rex turned to face the group, his face set with grim determination. "Split up. Lose them in the alleys. Meet back at the hideout if you can," he ordered, his voice low but urgent. Without another word, they scattered. Hadrian ran down a side alley, his heart hammering in his chest. The sound of his own footsteps echoed in his ears, mingling with the distant shouts and sirens. He darted down another alley, trying to put as much distance between himself and the police as possible. He could hear footsteps behind him, heavy, fast. They were getting closer. Hadrian's mind raced, looking for a way out. Ahead, he spotted a small gap between two buildings. It was barely wide enough for him to squeeze through, but it was his only chance. He dove for the gap, squeezing through the tight space. His heart was pounding so loudly he could barely hear anything else. He emerged into another alley, this one even narrower than the last. He took a moment to catch his breath, his eyes darting around for any sign of pursuit. The footsteps were still behind him, getting closer. Hadrian felt a surge of panic. He couldn't lead them back to the hideout. It would put everyone in danger. He had to lose them, somehow. He spotted a stack of crates against one wall, leading up to a low rooftop. Without thinking, he scrambled up the crates, pulling himself onto the roof. He lay flat, pressing himself against the cold, rough surface, trying to make himself as small as possible. The footsteps came closer, then stopped. Hadrian held his breath, his heart pounding in his ears. He could hear voices, muffled but urgent. He risked a quick glance over the edge of the roof and saw two policemen, their torches sweeping the alley below. They were looking for him. Hadrian's heart raced as he watched the beams of light dance across the alley. He knew if they found him, it would all be over. The gang, the hideout, everything. He clenched his fists, willing himself to stay still, to stay quiet. The policemen moved on, their voices fading into the distance. Hadrian let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, his whole body shaking with adrenaline. He waited, listening to the sounds of the night, making sure they were gone. When he was sure it was safe, he carefully climbed down from the roof. His legs felt like jelly, and his heart was still racing, but he forced himself to move. He had to get back to the hideout to make sure everyone else was okay. He navigated the maze of alleys, taking a roundabout route to avoid any lingering police presence. When he finally reached the hideout, he found the others already there, breathing heavily, faces flushed with adrenaline. Rex was pacing, his face a mix of anger and relief. Lily was sitting on an old crate, her hands shaking slightly. Max was leaning against the wall, his face pale, but his eyes bright with excitement. Pete and Lisa were checking the loot, making sure they hadn't dropped anything in the rush. Hadrian collapsed onto a worn-out sofa, his heart still racing. He looked around at the others, relief washing over him. They'd made it. They'd pulled it off barely, but they had. Rex stopped pacing and looked at the group, a slow grin spreading across his face. "Well, that was close," he said, his voice shaky but triumphant. "But we did it. Good job, everyone." The gang let out a collective sigh of relief, laughter bubbling up as the tension broke. The fear and danger of the night gave way to exhilaration and relief. They'd been close, too close, but they'd pulled it off. As they divvied up the loot and recounted the night's events, Hadrian felt a rush of pride and excitement. It had been a wild, dangerous night, but they'd come out on top. He felt a thrill of excitement, a sense of belonging. He was part of something, part of this strange, chaotic family. The night had been a roller coaster of emotions. Fear, excitement, relief. But as they sat together, sharing stories and laughter, Hadrian felt a sense of contentment. He was where he belonged, with people who cared about him, who looked out for him. And though the future was uncertain, for now, he was happy. The heist had been a close call, but it had also been a test of their skills, their loyalty, their trust in each other. And they'd passed. They were a team, a family, and together they could face whatever challenges came their way. Chapter 5. The Price of Loyalty. The atmosphere in the hideout was tense. The aftermath of the heist had left everyone jittery, the adrenaline still coursing through their veins. They had narrowly escaped the clutches of the police, and the reality of how close they had come to being caught weighed heavily on their minds. But there was a more pressing concern at hand, one that overshadowed their near miss with the law. Pete, one of the quieter members of the gang, sat on a makeshift bench, his face drawn with worry. His mother, an elderly woman with a gentle demeanor, had been suffering from a chronic illness for years. The gang knew about her condition, but it had recently taken a turn for the worse. The doctors had told Pete she needed a special treatment, something they couldn't afford on his meager earnings from odd jobs. The gang had always been a tight-knit group, bound together by loyalty and a shared sense of family. They looked out for each other, and that extended to their loved ones. So when Pete had mentioned his mother's condition, there had been no question they would help him, whatever it took. The heist, initially planned as a means to get ahead, had suddenly taken on a new urgency. The money was no longer just for themselves. It was a lifeline for Pete's mother. The gang's mood had shifted from excitement to a grim determination to get the job done, no matter the risks. Now, sitting in the dim light of the hideout, they were faced with the reality of their situation. The loot from the heist was spread out on an old table, a glittering collection of jewelry and watches, the spoils of their daring operation. Rex, the de facto leader, stood by the table, his expression serious. "All right, we got a decent haul here," Rex said, his voice low. "But we all know what this is really about. Pete's mom needs that treatment, and we're going to make sure she gets it." Pete looked down, his hands clenched in his lap. He was a tough guy, but the thought of his mother's suffering was more than he could bear. The gang had always been his family, but his mother was everything to him. He couldn't imagine life without her. Lily, the nurturing heart of the group, moved to stand beside Pete. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "We'll get through this, Pete. You're not alone in this." Max, ever the practical one, leaned forward. "We need to fence this stuff fast. The longer we hold on to it, the bigger the risk." Rex nodded. "Agreed. I've got a contact who can move this gear quickly. We won't get full value, but it'll be enough." Hadrian, sitting quietly in the corner, watched the scene unfold. He felt a mix of emotions: relief that they'd made it through the heist, concern for Pete's mother, and a deep sense of belonging. This gang had taken him in, taught him skills he never would have learned otherwise, and treated him like family. Now, they were rallying around one of their own in a time of need. The plan was set in motion. Rex would meet with the contact to sell the stolen goods, while the rest of the gang would lay low and keep an eye out for any signs of police interest. It was a risky move, but they didn't have a choice. The money was needed now, not later. The next day, Rex returned with the cash. It wasn't as much as the jewelry was worth, but it was enough for the treatment, and then some. They gathered around the table, the money spread out in front of them. There was a moment of silence as they all took in the significance of what they had done. "This is for you, Pete," Rex said, pushing a bundle of cash towards him. "For your mom." Pete looked at the money, his eyes glistening with tears. "I don't know what to say," he choked out. "Thank you. All of you." Lily smiled warmly. "We're family, Pete. We take care of each other." Mux grinned. "Just make sure she gets better, yeah? We need her making those amazing scones of hers again." They all laughed, the tension finally breaking. For a moment, the worries and the risks faded away, replaced by a shared sense of accomplishment and camaraderie. They had pulled off the heist, but more importantly, they had done it for a cause that mattered. As the gang divided the remaining money, Hadrian couldn't help but feel a deep respect for these people. They weren't just thieves or thugs. They were a family bound together by loyalty and love. They had risked everything for Pete and his mother, and that spoke volumes about the kind of people they were. Later that night, after the excitement had died down and the gang had dispersed to their respective corners of the hideout, Hadrian sat alone, reflecting on the day's events. He felt a swell of pride, not just in what they had achieved, but in being a part of something bigger than himself. The heist had been dangerous, and the future was uncertain, but for now, they had won a small victory. Pete's mother would get the treatment she needed, and that was worth all the risks they had taken. In that moment, Hadrian knew that no matter what the future held, he had found a family in this ragtag group of outcasts and misfits, and that was something worth fighting for. Chapter 6: Fall of the Unseen. The gang's hideout was quieter than usual. After the successful heist and the relief of securing treatment for Pete's mother, the group had decided to lay low for a while. But as the days turned into weeks, a growing tension settled over them. The police were still on high alert, and rumors were swirling in the underworld that the authorities were closing in on a major bust. Hadrian had been restless. Despite the gang's instructions to stay put, he had ventured out a few times to check on Pete's mother at the hospital. The woman had always been kind to him, treating him like one of her own, and Hadrian felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her. But each time he left the safety of the hideout, he knew he was taking a risk. One night, as Hadrian returned from one of these visits, he noticed something strange. A figure loitered near the entrance to their hideout, trying to blend in with the shadows. Hadrian's heart raced. He knew all the gang members, and this person wasn't one of them. Without hesitating, he slipped into an alleyway, circling around to get a better look. As he crouched behind a stack of crates, he saw the figure more clearly. It was a man in plain clothes, but something about his posture and the way he surveyed the area screamed cop. Hadrian's suspicions were confirmed when the man pulled out a radio and muttered something into it. Hadrian's mind raced. He had to warn the others. He darted back to the hideout, moving swiftly through the familiar backstreets. Bursting through the door, he found the gang gathered around the table, discussing their next move. "We've got a problem," Hadrian panted, catching his breath. "There's a cop outside. Looks like they're watching us." The room fell silent. Rex stood up, his face grim. "How long have they been there?" Hadrian shook his head. "I don't know. I just saw him now." Lily looked worried. "We need to get out of here. If they've been watching, they might have seen all of us coming and going." Mux nodded. "We need to split up, go to our safe houses." As they hastily packed their belongings, the sound of sirens in the distance made everyone freeze. The police were coming. They had to move fast. Rex grabbed Hadrian by the shoulder. "You go with Pete? He knows the back route out of here." Hadrian nodded, following Pete out the back door. They moved quickly through the maze of alleys. But as they turned a corner, they found themselves face to face with a group of police officers. There was no time to react. The officers drew their weapons, shouting for them to stop. Pete hesitated for a moment, then turned to Hadrian, his eyes filled with fear and regret. "Go, Hadrian. I'll hold them off." Before Hadrian could protest, Pete ran towards the officers, waving his arms. The officers turned their attention to him, and Hadrian took the chance to sprint down the alley. His heart pounded in his chest as he ran, the sound of Pete's voice fading behind him. He ran until his legs burned, and his lungs felt like they were on fire. Finally, he ducked into a narrow passageway, pressing himself against the cold brick wall. He waited, holding his breath, listening for any signs of pursuit. But all he heard were distant shouts and the fading wail of sirens. After what felt like an eternity, Hadrian finally allowed himself to relax. He sank to the ground, his body trembling with adrenaline and fear. He had escaped, but at what cost? Pete had been caught, and there was no telling what the police would do with him. And what about the others? Had they managed to get away, or were they captured too? As Hadrian sat there, the reality of his situation began to sink in. The gang had been his family, the only real family he had known since the Dursleys. And now, that family was shattered. He didn't know where to go or what to do next. He was alone, hunted, and without a place to call home. The next few days were a blur. Hadrian kept moving, never staying in one place for long. He heard snippets of news about the gang's capture on the radio. Rex, Max, and Lily had all been caught. There was no mention of Pete, and Hadrian hoped that meant he had somehow managed to escape. Hadrian knew he couldn't keep running forever. The city was full of eyes, and the police were on high alert. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. Every stranger could be an informant. Hadrian had to lay low, to blend in and disappear. He used the survival skills he had learned from the gang, finding food and shelter where he could, always staying one step ahead of the law. But as the days turned into weeks, Hadrian couldn't shake the feeling of guilt and loss. The gang had been his family, and now they were gone. He had no one left, and the future seemed bleak and uncertain. He missed the camaraderie, the sense of belonging, and even the thrill of their dangerous lifestyle. One night, as Hadrian sat in a dingy basement room he had found, he heard a rustling outside the door. He tensed, ready to bolt, but then the door creaked open, and Pete stepped inside. He looked worn and tired, but there was a glimmer of relief in his eyes when he saw Hadrian. "You're okay," Pete whispered, a small smile breaking through his exhaustion. Hadrian stood up, feeling a lump form in his throat. "I thought you were caught." Pete shook his head. "I got lucky. They were more focused on finding the rest of the gang. I managed to slip away." They sat down together, sharing what little food they had. As they ate, Pete filled Hadrian in on what had happened. The gang members who had been caught were facing serious charges, and the police were still looking for Hadrian and Pete. They were on the run, with no clear plan or destination. Despite the dire situation, Hadrian felt a flicker of hope. He wasn't alone. Pete was with him, and they had each other's backs. They talked late into the night, planning their next move. They would lay low, find a new place to hide, and figure out a way to help the gang members who had been caught. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was something. And as Hadrian looked at Pete, he felt a renewed sense of determination. They had come this far together, and they would find a way to keep going. No matter what the future held, they would face it together. As they prepared to move on, Hadrian felt a strange mix of emotions: sadness for the loss of the gang, fear for what lay ahead, but also a sense of hope. They had survived this long, and they would keep surviving. They were a family, even if it was just the two of them now. And in that moment, Hadrian knew that no matter what happened, he would never forget the lessons he had learned from the gang: the importance of loyalty, the strength of family, and the courage to keep going, no matter how dark the road ahead seemed. Chapter 7: The Great Escape. The bleak, concrete walls of the holding cells were unforgiving. Rex, Max, and Lily had been separated from one another and placed in different cells, their fates uncertain. The police had been relentless in their pursuit, and after the heist had gone awry, it was clear that their time was running out. Rex had been in the holding cell for days, the cold metal of the bars and the constant hum of the fluorescent lights serving as a reminder of his predicament. Despite his tough exterior, he felt the weight of their capture deeply. The gang had always been his family, and now he was separated from them, uncertain about their safety. Max, in the cell across from Rex, was no better off. He paced restlessly, his mind racing through possibilities and plans. The small window in his cell offered little solace, but he kept his eyes fixed on it, hoping for any sign of escape. He'd always been the mechanical genius of the gang, and he knew that if anyone could find a way out, it was him. Lily, in another part of the station, was sitting on the edge of her cot, her face tired and drawn. The police had been relentless in their questioning, but she refused to divulge any information about the gang or their plans. The thought of betraying her family, even under duress, was unbearable. She kept her thoughts on the people she cared about, hoping that somehow they would be able to escape. It was in the dead of night when the chance for escape presented itself. Hadrian and Pete had been laying low in an abandoned warehouse, trying to figure out their next move when Hadrian got a message through an old contact he had made in the underworld. The contact had informed him of a transport schedule for the prisoners being moved to a more secure facility. Hadrian and Pete knew they had to act quickly. They gathered their meager supplies and set off for the transport route, their nerves on edge. They knew this was a long shot, but it was their best chance. They arrived at the transport route just as the convoy of police vans pulled up. The plan was risky. Hadrian would create a diversion while Pete tried to gain access to the transport vehicles. They watched as the officers unloaded the prisoners from the cells, each one shackled and guarded. Hadrian took a deep breath and stepped into the middle of the road, waving his arms and shouting at the officers. "Hey, over here! We got a problem!" The officers turned their attention to Hadrian, their confusion turning into irritation. As they moved towards him, Pete slipped into the shadows and made his way to the transport vans. He found the key box on the side of the van and, with his quick hands and knowledge of locks, managed to get it open. Inside the van, the prisoners were confused but hopeful as they heard the commotion outside. Max, recognizing Pete, quickly put together what was happening. With the shackles and chains, it was a challenge, but they managed to free themselves with the tools Pete had brought. Rex, seeing the opportunity, was the first to burst out of the van, making his way towards Hadrian and Pete. "We've got to move now," he shouted. As the police officers began to realize what was happening, the situation turned chaotic. The diversion Hadrian had created worked, but it also drew attention. The remaining officers rushed to contain the situation, but Hadrian and Pete, along with the freed prisoners, moved swiftly through the night. The group ran through the labyrinth of alleys and side streets, their breath coming in ragged gasps. The adrenaline was a heady mix of fear and excitement, pushing them forward as they tried to evade the pursuing officers. Lily, who had been watching from a distance, finally saw her chance. She slipped away from her guards and joined the fleeing group. "I knew you'd come for us," she said breathlessly, hugging Rex tightly. The group made their way to a safe house that Hadrian and Pete had prepared as a backup plan. It was a rundown building on the outskirts of the city, but it was secure and offered a temporary reprieve. Inside, the gang members gathered in the dimly lit room, their faces a mix of exhaustion and relief. Hadrian and Pete, though equally tired, felt a profound sense of accomplishment. They had managed to reunite with their friends and escape the clutches of the law. As they huddled together, Rex clapped a hand on Hadrian's shoulder. "Good work, Hadrian. We wouldn't have made it without you." Hadrian nodded, his face weary but determined. "We're not out of the woods yet. We need to lay low and figure out our next move." Max, who had been quiet until now, finally spoke. "We need to disappear, at least for a while. The police will be looking for us everywhere." Lily nodded in agreement. "We'll figure it out together. We've been through worse." The gang settled in for the night, each member finding their own corner to rest. Despite the danger and uncertainty, there was a renewed sense of camaraderie and hope. They had faced a major challenge and come through stronger. As dawn approached, they knew that they had to make plans for the future. They couldn't stay in the safe house forever, and they needed to come up with a strategy to clear their names and escape the relentless pursuit of the police. For now, though, they had each other, and that was something they hadn't had in a long time. They were a family, bound together by their shared experiences and their determination to survive. And as they faced the uncertain future, they knew that as long as they stuck together, they could face whatever challenges lay ahead. The gang's escape had been a success, but the fight was far from over. They had to stay vigilant, stay smart, and above all, stay united. With their freedom regained, they prepared for the next chapter in their lives, ready to face whatever came next together. Chapter 8: The Letter. The morning sun filtered through the grime-streaked windows of the flat, casting a soft golden light on the worn-out furniture. Hadrian woke up with a start, the memories of last night's dream fading like mist. It was a strange dream, filled with green lights and laughter, but he couldn't quite recall the details. As he rubbed the sleep from his eyes, he noticed an unusual envelope on the small, rickety table by the door. Curiosity piqued, he reached out and picked it up. The envelope was thick and heavy, made of yellowish parchment, and addressed to him in emerald green ink. "Mr. H. Potter, the small bedroom, 2nd floor, 15, New Street, London." Hadrian blinked, reading the address again to make sure he wasn't imagining things. His heart pounded as he broke the wax seal, bearing a coat of arms with a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. Inside, a letter unfolded. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl no later than 31 July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." Hadrian's eyes widened. Magic? Hogwarts? It seemed like a fairy tale, a distant dream. But here it was, in black and white, confirming what he had always secretly hoped, that there was something special about him. He rushed into the living room where the gang was already gathered. Max was tinkering with an old radio, Lily was sewing a patch onto one of Rex's jackets, and Rex himself was nursing a cup of tea, looking thoughtful. "I got a letter," Hadrian announced, breathless with excitement. Max looked up, grinning. "Another Bella? Let's see it then." Hadrian handed over the letter, and they all crowded around to read it. As they did, a silence fell over the room. Lily was the first to speak, her voice thick with emotion. "Hogwarts, that's a wizarding school, right?" Hadrian nodded, still in shock. "Yeah, I think so. They say I've been accepted." Rex let out a low whistle. "Magica? That explains a lot, like that time you made the light bulb explode without touching it." Max chuckled, though his eyes were misty. "Or the time you somehow made those stray cats follow you home. We thought you were just a cat whisperer." Lily wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "I'm so happy for you, Hadrian. This is incredible. You'll learn so much, see so many new things. Hadrian's heart swelled with affection for these people who had taken him in when no one else would, who had become his family. He looked at each of them, trying to find the words. "I'm going to miss you all," he said, his voice catching in his throat. "You've been more than just friends. You're my family." Lily hugged him tight, her tears wetting his shoulder. "We'll miss you too, Hadrian. But this is your chance. You deserve to see the world, to find out who you really are." Rex clapped a hand on his shoulder, his usual stoic demeanor cracking to reveal a warm smile. "You go out there and make us proud, kid. And remember, we're always here for you. This place is your home, no matter where you go." Max, ever the jokester, tried to lighten the mood. "Just don't turn into a toad, okay? Or if you do, make sure you can turn back." Hadrian laughed, but the sound was choked with tears. He looked around the room, trying to memorize every detail. The peeling wallpaper, the creaky floorboards, the faces of the people who had given him a second chance. "I'll write to you," he promised. "And I'll come back every summer. This isn't goodbye. It's just see you later." They all nodded, though their eyes were wet. As the day wore on, they talked about the future, about all the things Hadrian would learn and experience. They shared stories, reminiscing about the good times and laughing through the tears. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the city, Hadrian stood at the door, his small bag packed with the few belongings he had. He turned to the gang one last time, his heart heavy but filled with hope. "I'll never forget you," he said, his voice steady. "Thank you for everything." Lily hugged him one last time, whispering, "Go, Hadrian. Go, and be amazing." With one final, tear-filled smile, Hadrian stepped out into the night, the letter clutched in his hand. As he walked away, he felt a strange mix of fear and excitement. He was leaving the only home he'd known, but he was also stepping into a world of endless possibilities. And so, with a heart full of hope and a mind buzzing with dreams, Hadrian Potter set off towards his new life, knowing that no matter what the future held, he would always have a place to return to, a family who loved him, and a promise to keep. Chapter 9. The Wizarding World. Hadrian Potter stood at the entrance to Diagon Alley, feeling a mix of trepidation and excitement. The gateway, hidden behind a seemingly ordinary brick wall in the leaky cauldron, had just unfolded to reveal a bustling, magical marketplace. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, leaving the familiar world of the Muggle streets behind. The sight that greeted him was beyond anything he had ever imagined. The cobblestone street was alive with the hustle and bustle of witches and wizards going about their day. Children with bright eyes ran ahead of their parents, pointing excitedly at the various shop windows. Hadrian watched them, a pang of longing tugging at his heart. He couldn't help but wonder what it would have been like to grow up in such an environment, surrounded by magic and loving family. He felt a familiar ache as he remembered the gang. They had become his family over the past 3 years, but seeing these children with their parents reminded him of what he had missed. He shoved his hands into his pockets and walked on, feeling more like an outsider than ever. Determined not to dwell on the past, Hadrian decided to explore Diagon Alley alone. He had no one to guide him, no one to explain the wonders of the magical world. But he was used to being independent, to figuring things out on his own. His first stop was the bookshop, Flourish and Blots. The sheer number of books overwhelmed him. He picked up a few titles, flipping through pages filled with spells, potions, and magical creatures. He couldn't afford to buy any of them, but just being surrounded by so much knowledge was a comfort. Hadrian continued his exploration. He watched as families shopped for cauldrons, robes, and all manner of magical supplies. The sight of parents patiently helping their children made his chest tighten. He wandered through the alley, his eyes taking in everything from the apothecary to quality Quidditch supplies. Suddenly, a loud commotion drew his attention. A group of people had gathered near Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, and Hadrian could hear excited whispers and gasps. Curious, he pushed his way through the crowd, only to come face to face with a scene that made his blood run cold. Julian Potter, his twin brother, stood at the center of the crowd, basking in the attention. Julian was plump but well-fed. His robes were straining against his round belly, His face was flushed with arrogance, and he spoke loudly, boasting about his achievements and magical prowess. Julian's parents, Lily and James Potter, stood nearby, beaming with pride. Hadrian felt a lump form in his throat. He hadn't seen his parents in years, and now here they were, fawning over Julian, the boy who lived. The sight of their smiles, the warmth in their eyes as they looked at Julian, was more than he could bear. He felt a wave of emotions, anger, sadness, and most of all, a deep sense of betrayal. He wanted to cry, but he refused to show any weakness in front of Julian and his parents, even if they didn't notice him. Instead, he turned on his heel and walked away, his vision blurred by unshed tears. He didn't care where he was going. He just needed to get away. He walked faster, his footsteps echoing on the cobblestones. The crowd thinned out as he moved away from the main thoroughfare, but he didn't notice. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and feelings. He had spent so long building a new life with the gang, yet seeing his family brought all the old wounds to the surface. Lost in his turmoil, Hadrian didn't realize he had wandered into a darker, narrower alleyway. The cheerful sounds of Diagon Alley faded, replaced by an eerie silence. He finally stopped and looked around, his heart still pounding. The shops here were different, their windows filled with sinister-looking objects and dark artifacts. A shiver ran down his spine as he took in his surroundings. He had stumbled into Nocturne Alley, a place whispered about in fear and fascination. The atmosphere was heavy, filled with a sense of foreboding. Hadrian felt a mixture of fear and curiosity. As he stood there, unsure of what to do next, he couldn't shake the feeling that his journey into the magical world had only just begun. The future was uncertain, filled with both promise and peril. But one thing was clear: he would face it head-on, just as he always had. Hadrian took a deep breath and began to walk, the shadows of Nocturne Alley closing in around him. Chapter 10: The Attack. Hadrian Potter's heart pounded in his chest as he walked deeper into the shadows of Nocturne Alley. The eerie silence and the sinister-looking shops sent a chill down his spine, but his curiosity overpowered his fear. He wandered past Borgin and Burke's, its window filled with dark artifacts that seemed to whisper secrets of their own. He was fascinated, yet cautious, aware that this part of the wizarding world held its own dangers. As he explored, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and he quickened his pace. He glanced over his shoulder and caught a glimpse of a dark figure, cloaked and hooded, lurking in the shadows. Hadrian's instincts, honed by years of living on the streets and with the gang, kicked in. He knew he had to get away. He turned a corner, ducking into a narrower alleyway, hoping to lose his pursuer. His mind raced, recalling the skills he had learned from Rex, Lily, and Max. Rex had taught him how to move silently and blend into the shadows, invaluable lessons for someone used to avoiding trouble. Lily had shown him how to stay calm under pressure, and Max had shared his knowledge of quick escapes and using the environment to his advantage. Hadrian's breathing was steady, his senses heightened as he moved through the alley. He kept to the edges, avoiding the dim pools of light from the occasional lantern. The figure was still behind him, closer now, and Hadrian knew he couldn't outrun him forever. He needed a plan. That he spotted a narrow passageway between two buildings and darted into it. The passage was barely wide enough for him to squeeze through, but it offered a temporary respite from the pursuit. He pressed his back against the cold, damp wall and listened. The sound of footsteps grew louder, then stopped. The figure had reached the entrance of the passage. Hadrian's heart raced as he heard the figure enter the passage, the soft scrape of boots on the cobblestones growing nearer. He knew he had to act fast. His eyes scanned the surroundings, looking for anything he could use. He spotted a broken piece of wood, sharp and splintered, lying on the ground. He picked it up, gripping it tightly. The figure emerged from the shadows, a glint of metal catching Hadrian's eye. The man held a knife, its blade gleaming in the dim light. Hadrian's grip on the wooden shard tightened as he prepared himself for a confrontation. The man lunged, slashing at him with a knife, but Hadrian was quick. He sidestepped the attack, using his smaller size and agility to his advantage. The man was relentless, attacking with swift, practiced movements. But Hadrian had been in countless scrapes and brawls during his time with the gang. He knew how to defend himself. He dodged and weaved, using the narrow space to limit the man's movements. He swung the wooden shard, aiming for the man's hand. The makeshift weapon connected, and the man let out a grunt of pain as he dropped the knife. Hadrian didn't hesitate. He kicked the knife away and followed up with a punch to the man's stomach. The man staggered back, winded but not defeated. He reached for Hadrian, trying to grab him, but Hadrian ducked and rolled to the side. He came up behind the man and struck, again, this time aiming for the back of the knees. The man fell to the ground with a curse. Hadrian didn't let up. He had learned from Rex that when faced with a threat, you had to disable it quickly and decisively. He kicked the man in the ribs, making him gasp for air. The man rolled over, trying to get up, but Hadrian was on him, pinning him down with his knee. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Hadrian demanded, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. The man glared up at him, but said nothing. Hadrian pressed his knee harder into the man's back, eliciting a pained grunt. "Talk!" The man spat on the ground, his eyes filled with malice. "You think you've won, boy? This isn't over." Hadrian knew he couldn't stay here. The man might have allies nearby, and he needed to get out of Nocturne Alley as fast as possible. He stood up, kicking the man one last time to ensure he stayed down. Then, with a final glance at his defeated attacker, he turned and ran, but he didn't stop until he was back in the relative safety of Diagon Alley. His breath came in ragged gasps, and his heart pounded in his chest. He had narrowly escaped a dangerous situation, and his mind was still reeling from the encounter. As he slowed to a walk, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. The skills he had learned from the gang had saved his life. But the incident also left him with a lingering sense of unease. He had managed to fend off the attacker, but the man's parting words haunted him. What if this was just the beginning? What if more threats lay ahead? Chapter 11, A Fateful Encounter. Hadrian's heart still raced as he made his way back toward the marketplace in Diagon Alley. His body ached from the encounter in Nocturne Alley, and his mind was a whirl of fear and confusion. Every shadow seemed to hide another threat, every whisper of the wind a potential attacker. He wrapped his arms around himself, trying to stave off the trembling. As he turned a corner, lost in his thoughts, he collided with someone solid. He stumbled back, and a strong hand caught his arm, steadying him. "Whoa there, kid, easy," came a deep voice, filled with concern. Hadrian looked up, his vision blurred by the sudden jolt. Standing before him was a tall man with long, dark hair and piercing gray eyes. The man's face was etched with worry as he took in Hadrian's bruised and battered appearance. His clothes were torn, his face smeared with dirt and blood. The harsh lines of street life were evident in his young features, the shadows under his eyes telling a story of hardship and survival. Wait a minute, Sirius knew that face. He knew those eyes. Memories flashed in his mind, memories from years ago. Wait. His eyes flew open. "Merlin's beard, Hadrian," he whispered, shock evident in his voice. Hadrian blinked, trying to clear his vision. Recognition dawned slowly, but surely. "Padfoot," he croaked, his voice trembling. Tears welled up in his eyes as the familiar nickname brought back a flood of memories. "Sirius." Sirius Black's eyes softened, and he pulled Hadrian into a tight embrace. The contrast between his pristine robes and Hadrian's ragged appearance was stark. "Yes, Hadrian, it's me," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "What happened to you, pup?" Hadrian clung to Sirius, the overwhelming relief and pain finally breaking through his tough exterior. I was attacked," he managed to say between sobs. "In Nocturne Alley. I didn't know where else to go." Sirius's grip tightened protectively. "Sure, it's all right. I've got you now. You're safe," he said, his voice firm and reassuring. Without another word, he operated them both to Black Manor. The moment they arrived, Sirius led Hadrian inside, his face a mask of determination and concern. "Creature," he called out, and the house elf appeared instantly, eyes widening. At the sight of Hadrian, "Prepare a room and fetch the healing potions." Creature bowed low. "Right away, Master Sirius." Sirius guided Hadrian to a lavishly decorated room, filled with dark wood and rich fabrics. He sat him down gently on the bed and began to clean his wounds with a practiced hand. The silent understanding in Sirius's eyes spoke volumes. He recognized the signs of a hard life, the evidence of neglect and mistreatment. "You're going to be all right," Sirius kept murmuring, his eyes never leaving Hadrian's. His hands were steady, but there was an underlying fury in his gaze, a silent promise of retribution against those who had harmed his godson. Hadrian winced as the potion stung, but he held on to Sirius's hand, drawing strength from the connection. The warmth of Sirius's touch was a stark contrast to the coldness of the streets and the brutality of Nocturne Alley. "Thank you, Sirius," he whispered, his voice barely audible. Sirius smiled softly. "There's no need to thank me, Hadrian. You're family." The room spun slightly as the potions took effect, and Hadrian's exhaustion began to overwhelm him. His eyes grew heavy, and he fought to stay awake. "Sirius, I'm so tired." "Rest now, pup," Sirius said gently, brushing a stray lock of hair from Hadrian's forehead. "You're safe here. We'll talk more when you're feeling better." Hadrian nodded weakly, his eyes closing despite his efforts to stay awake. The last thing he felt was Sirius's comforting presence, a protective barrier against the darkness that had threatened to consume him. As he slipped into unconsciousness, he knew he was finally safe. Sirius watched as Hadrian's breathing evened out, his face softening with relief and worry. He stayed by Hadrian's side, keeping a vigilant watch over him. No harm would come to Hadrian while he was there. Not again. In the silence of Black Manor, Sirius Black made a silent vow. Whoever had dared to harm his godson would pay dearly. But for now, all that mattered was that Hadrian was safe and would recover. Tomorrow would bring answers and justice, but tonight was for healing and rest. Suddenly, Hadrian stirred, a groan escaping his lips. Sirius leaned closer, concern etching deeper lines into his face. "Hadrian, are you all right?" Hadrian's eyes fluttered open, clouded with pain. "Sirius, I don't feel so good," he murmured, his voice weak. Sirius's worry intensified. "What's wrong, Hadrian? Tell me." Hadrian clutched his stomach, his face contorting in agony. "My stomach, it hurts," he gasped. Before Sirius could react, Hadrian leaned over the side of the bed and vomited blood. Panic surged through Sirius. "Creature, get more healing potions now," he barked. He turned back to Hadrian, his hands trembling slightly as he tried to comfort him. "Hold on, Hadrian. We're going to take care of you." Hadrian's breaths came in ragged gasps, his eyes wide with fear. "Sirius, I'm scared," he whispered, his voice barely audible. Sirius's heart broke at the sight of his godson in such pain. "I know, pup, but you're strong. You've survived so much already. You'll get through this too," he said, his voice filled with fierce determination and love. As Creature hurried back with the potions, Sirius carefully administered them to Hadrian, praying they would take effect quickly. "Just a little longer, Hadrian. You're going to be okay." Hadrian's eyes began to droop, the potions and exhaustion finally taking their toll. "Sirius, don't leave me," he pleaded weakly. Sirius squeezed Hadrian's hand gently. "I won't, Hadrian. I'm right here. Just rest now. You're safe." Chapter 12, The Tonks. Hadrian awoke to the soft glow of morning light filtering through an ornate window. The room he found himself in was unlike anything he had ever seen, with rich, dark wood furnishings and elegant, intricate tapestries adorning the walls. The bed he lay in was large and comfortable, a stark contrast to the small, hard cot he was used to. For a moment, he lay still, trying to piece together the events that had led him here. Slowly, the memories came flooding back, the attack in Nocturne Alley, the struggle with the dark figure, and then Sirius. He sat up gingerly, wincing at the lingering pain from his injuries. As he did, the door creaked open, and Sirius entered, carrying a tray of food. His face was a mix of relief and concern as he set the tray down on a small table by the bed. "Morning, kiddo," Sirius said gently, his eyes scanning Hadrian's face for any signs of distress. "How are you feeling?" Hadrian took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "Better, I think. Sore, but better." Sirius nodded, pulling a chair closer to the bed and sitting down. Good. You gave me quite the scare, you know. What were you doing in Nocturne Alley, of all places? Hadrian hesitated, his gaze dropping to his hands. I didn't know I was there. I was just exploring Diagon Alley, and then I saw them. Them? Sirius prompted gently. He may be a prankster, but he knew how to behave in serious situations like these. Hadrian's voice trembled slightly as he continued. Julian and my parents, they didn't see me, but I saw them. I just wanted to get away. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. Sirius's expression softened with understanding. And then you ended up in Nocturne Alley. Hadrian nodded, swallowing hard. I didn't mean to. I was just lost. Sirius reached out, placing a comforting hand on Hadrian's shoulder. It's all right. You're safe now. But we need to talk about what happened to you, Hadrian. Your childhood, those years with the Dursleys. I need to know everything. Hadrian took another deep breath, the memories of his time with the Dursleys resurfacing painfully. He looked up at Sirius, his eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and determination. All right, I'll tell you. Sirius leaned back in his chair, his attention fully on Hadrian. Start from the beginning. What was it like living with them? Hadrian's voice was quiet, but steady. It was hell. They hated me, treated me like I was nothing. Vernon, he was the worst. He'd get drunk and beat me, leave me out in the cold. Sometimes he'd lock me in the cupboard under the stairs for days. Sirius's grip on the armrest tightened, his knuckles turning white. And Petunia? Did she ever try to stop him? Hadrian shook his head. No, she hated me too. She'd just watch, sometimes even join in. Dudley, their son, was no better. He'd bully me at school, make sure everyone knew I was a freak. Sirius's eyes darkened with anger, but he raised his voice and trembled with rage. How dare they hurt his godson? And when did you run away? Hadrian's eyes flickered with a mix of fear and defiance. I was 7. Vernon had left me out in the street one night, drunk out of his mind. I was freezing, bleeding. That's when the gang found me. They took me in, raised me, taught me how to survive. Sirius gaped at Hadrian in shock and amazement. Gang? Do you mean to say that all this time, you have been living with a gang? Bloody hell! Imagine James' face when he realizes that his son has been spending his childhood with a f***ing gang. Lily will be absolutely furious. I can't wait to see them when they realize that their other son was living with bloody gangs. They will be absolutely crushed to see the spotlight shift from their golden child. Hadrian flushed, astounded by the sudden outburst, but nevertheless nodded his head. Wait, Hadrian, said Sirius suddenly. The gang, they weren't all that bad, were they? Hadrian shook his head. No, they were rough, but they cared about me. More than the Dursleys ever did. Rex, Lily, Max, they became my family. Sirius's eyes softened with understanding. He knew what Hadrian meant and how he felt. After all, he had felt the same about Charles and Doria when he had run away from his house. I'm glad you had them, even if it was a rough life. But Hadrian, you don't have to go back to that. You have a home here now, with me. Hadrian looked up at Sirius, his eyes filled with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. Really? Sirius nodded firmly. Really? You're not alone anymore. Just then, the door opened, and 2 figures entered the room. Andromeda and Tonks walked in, their faces lighting up when they saw Sirius and Hadrian. Hey there, Siri, Tonks said cheerfully, her hair changing color to a bright pink as she grinned. And who's this? Sirius stood up, his smile warm and welcoming. This is Hadrian. Hadrian, meet my cousin Andromeda and her daughter Tonks. Andromeda stepped forward, her eyes kind and understanding. Hello, Hadrian. It's a pleasure to meet you. Tonks waved, her grin widening. Hi there. Call me Tonks. Everyone does. Hadrian managed a small smile, feeling a strange sense of comfort in the presence of these new, friendly faces. Sirius placed a hand on Hadrian's shoulder, his voice filled with pride. Hadrian's going to be staying with us. He's family. Tonks's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's brilliant. We'll have to show you around, Hadrian. There's so much to see and do. Hadrian's smile grew a little wider, feeling a warmth he hadn't felt in a long time. For the first time in years, he felt like he belonged. But as he opened his mouth to respond, a sharp pain shot through his chest. He doubled over, clutching his stomach, and before he knew it, he was vomiting blood. The room spun around him, and the last thing he heard was Sirius's panicked voice calling his name before everything went black. Chapter 13. A Lethal Revelation. Hadrian's eyes fluttered open, revealing an unfamiliar ceiling above him. The sterile smell of antiseptic filled his nostrils, and he realized he was in a hospital. Panic surged through him as he tried to sit up, only to be met with a sharp pain in his side. A gentle hand pressed him back down. "Easy there, lad," a soothing voice said. Hadrian turned his head to see a middle-aged healer with kind eyes standing beside his bed. "You're in St. Mungo's. You've had quite a rough go of it." Hadrian's mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of his last conscious moments. The attack in Diagon Alley, the hooded man, the knife. Sirius. He remembered Sirius. What happened? Hadrian croaked, his throat dry. The healer, a woman named Healer Thompson, gave him a concerned look. "You were brought in with multiple injuries, but what's most concerning is the poison in your bloodstream. It's something we've only heard of in legends." "Poison?" Hadrian's heart pounded. "What kind of poison?" Healer Thompson sighed, pulling up a chair and sitting down. "It's called mortiferum veneno. It's an ancient poison, mentioned in texts as far back as the early Middle Ages. It's said to be concocted from the venom of magical creatures long thought extinct. There are very few recorded cases, and none of the victims survived." Hadrian felt a chill run down his spine. How? How did I get poisoned?" Healer Thompson hesitated. "We were hoping you could tell us. The poison was administered through a wound on your side. The fact that you're still alive is nothing short of a miracle." Hadrian's mind flashed back to the fight in Diagon Alley. The hooded man had come at him with a knife. He remembered the sharp pain, the warmth of his own blood. He hadn't realized the blade was coated with something more than just metal. I was attacked," Hadrian whispered, his voice trembling. "In Diagon Alley. A man with a knife. He stabbed me." The healer's face grew more serious. "Do you remember what he looked like? Anything that could help us identify him?" Hadrian shook his head, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. "He was hooded. I didn't see his face." The door to the room opened, and Sirius Black strode in, his face lined with worry. "Hadrian," he exclaimed, rushing to his godson's side. "Thank Merlin you're awake." Hadrian managed a weak smile. "Hey, Padfoot." Sirius looked at Healer Thompson. "What's the prognosis?" She sighed. "The poison is lethal, but we're doing everything we can. There might be a way to slow its progress. Buy us some time to find a cure." Sirius clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. "Time. We need more than time." Healer Thompson stood up. "I'll leave you two to talk. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call." As she left the room, Sirius pulled a chair up to Hadrian's bedside. "Tell me everything," he said softly. Hadrian took a deep breath, recounting the events of the alley, the fight, and the moment he was stabbed. Sirius listened intently, his face a mask of controlled anger. "I didn't want you to think I was weak," Hadrian admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "That's why I didn't say anything." Sirius's eyes softened. "You're not weak, Hadrian. You've been through more than most people could even imagine. And we'll get through this, I promise." Before Hadrian could respond, the door opened again, and Andromeda Tonks and her daughter, Nymphadora, entered the room. Nymphadora, or Tonks as she preferred to be called, grinned and waved. "Watcher, Sirius." Sirius managed a small smile. "Andromeda, Tonks, thanks for coming." Andromeda approached the bed, her eyes filled with concern. "How are you feeling, Hadrian?" Hadrian forced a smile. "I've been better." Tonks moved closer, her hair shifting through a rainbow of colors before settling on a vibrant pink. "You gave us all quite a scare, you know." Hadrian looked at the three of them, feeling a warmth. Spread through his chest despite the pain. "Thanks for being here," he said, his voice sincere. As they settled in a conversation, Hadrian's strength began to wane. The exertion of talking, combined with the poison's effects, was taking its toll. He tried to stay awake, to focus on the familiar faces around him, but his eyelids grew heavier with each passing second. Rest, Hadrian, Sirius said gently, placing a hand on his godson's shoulder. We'll be here when you wake up. Hadrian nodded weakly, his vision blurring. Just before he succumbed to the darkness, a sharp pain stabbed through his chest, and he vomited a small amount of blood. The last thing he heard before losing consciousness was the panicked voices of his loved ones, calling for help. Chapter 14, The Dream Killer. Hadrian awoke in a strange, shadowy landscape. The ground beneath him was cold and hard, and an eerie fog clung to the air. He looked around, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. This place was unlike anything he had ever seen or imagined. Dark, twisted trees loomed around him, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The sky above was an inky black, dotted with blood-red stars that provided little illumination. He took a hesitant step forward, the sound of his footsteps echoing eerily in the silence that as he moved deeper into this strange world, he heard faint whispers, like the distant murmur of 1,000 voices. The whispers seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, filling him with a sense of unease. Despite his fear, he felt compelled to follow the sound. Eventually, Hadrian came to a clearing. In the center stood a large, decrepit building that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. The whispers grew louder as he approached, urging him forward. He steeled himself and pushed open the heavy, rotting door. Inside, the air was thick with the stench of decay. The walls were lined with flickering torches, casting long, wavering shadows that danced across the room. Hadrian's heart pounded in his chest as he ventured further into the building. In the distance, he saw a group of hooded figures gathered around a large stone table. As he crept closer, he realized they were watching something intently. He inched forward, staying hidden in the shadows. A man lay bound on the table, his face contorted in agony. One of the hooded figures stood over him, holding a wickedly sharp blade. The figure muttered incantations under their breath, and with a swift motion, plunged the knife into the man's chest. Hadrian stifled a gasp as blood spurted from the wound, pooling on the table and dripping onto the floor. The figure withdrew the knife and began to search the corpse. After a few moments, they pulled out a crumpled piece of parchment from the man's robes. The figure held it up triumphantly, and the others around the table murmured in approval. Hadrian's heart raced as he watched, a mixture of fear and fascination rooting him to the spot. The hooded figure unrolled the parchment and began to read it aloud. The words were in a language Hadrian couldn't understand, but the tone was filled with dark intent. Yes, the figure read. The room seemed to grow darker, the shadows lengthening and twisting. Hadrian felt a chill run down his spine. He knew he was witnessing something terrible, something he wasn't meant to see. The group of hooded figures continued to watch, their faces obscured by their hoods. Hadrian noticed that one of them was different from the others. This figure stood slightly apart, their hood pulled lower over their face. There was an air of authority about them, and the others seemed to defer to them. Hadrian strained to see more, but the darkness made it difficult. He took a cautious step closer, hoping to catch a glimpse of the mysterious figure's face. Just then, the figure paused in their reading and turned, their gaze sweeping the room. Hadrian froze, his breath catching in his throat. For a moment, he thought he had been seen, but the figure's gaze moved on, and Hadrian breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he had to get out of there, but his curiosity held him in place. Suddenly, the figure who had been reading the parchment looked up, their eyes locking onto Hadrian's hiding spot. Hadrian's blood ran cold. It was as if the figure could see him, even through the shadows. Without warning, the figure threw the knife, the blade gleaming as it flew through the air. Hadrian barely had time to react. He dodged to the side, but the knife grazed his arm, leaving a burning pain in its wake. He stumbled, clutching his arm, and felt himself falling. The world around him blurred, and darkness closed in. The last thing he saw was the hooded figure, their eyes glowing with a sinister light. As the shadows engulfed him, Hadrian felt a sense of overwhelming dread. Then, everything went black. Hadrian awoke with a start, his heart pounding in his chest. He was back in his bed, drenched in sweat. The memory of the dream lingered, vivid and terrifying. He looked at his arm, expecting to see a wound, but there was nothing there. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. It had just been a dream, he told himself. But deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that it had been something more. The dark figure, the parchment, the knife, it all felt too real. He lay back down, staring at the ceiling. Sleep was impossible now. He couldn't stop thinking about the dream, and the sense of impending doom it had left him with. What did it all mean? And who was the hooded figure who had seen him? As he lay there, questions swirling in his mind, Hadrian knew that his journey was far from over. The darkness he had seen was real, and it was coming for him. He would have to be ready. In. I know that this chapter is very small, and thus I have uploaded the next chapter too. By the way, please comment how you are looking the story so far, with Hadrian's rough childhood, and then finding Sirius and the attack at Diagon Alley, and then finally with the revelation about his poison, and then the dream world in the next chapter. Chapter 15, The Delacours. The night was thick with shadows, the moon casting long, flickering lights across the narrow, cobbled streets. Sirius Black's heart pounded in his chest as he finally cornered the man he had been hunting for over a year. Peter Pettigrew, small, trembling, and cornered like the rat he was, looked up at Sirius with wide, fearful eyes. Sirius's face was a mask of fury. His wand was drawn, hand steady, though his eyes burned with rage. Pettigrew, always so weak, so cowardly, began to blubber. But this wasn't the time for sentiment. Sirius had a single goal: to exact justice. Why, Peter? Sirius's voice was a growl, thick with barely contained anger. Why did you do it? How could you betray them? Pettigrew stumbled backward, his pudgy hands shaking. His rat-like eyes darted around, searching for an escape, but there was none. He was cornered. I didn't mean to, Sirius. Peter stammered, his voice high-pitched, wheedling, almost pathetic. It wasn't my choice. You have to understand, there were things I didn't know. Things you didn't know? Sirius spat, advancing on him. You sold out James and Lily. It was only luck that they had gone to the burrow, or else they would be dead. But you knew that Hadrian and Jules were there. Why, Peter, why? I trusted you, and you almost killed them. For what, Peter? To save your own skin? Or was it for power? No, Peter squeaked, eyes wide and panicked. His hands twisted nervously in front of him, trembling. It wasn't me, not really. You don't know what they did to me, Sirius. The Selwyns, they forced me. They used rituals, dark rituals. Ancient magic. You don't understand what they're capable of. Sirius paused, his brow furrowing. His wand lowered, but only slightly. What do you mean? Dark magic. Peter nodded frantically, seizing on Sirius's hesitation. His voice dropped to a whisper, desperate to gain sympathy. The Selwyns, Sirius. They're ancient, old blood, steeped in the dark arts. They know things about Egyptian magic, comedic rituals that most wizards don't even know exist. They broke the Fidelius, Sirius. They used me against my will. They read my mind, Sirius, tore into my thoughts. I had no control. Sirius sneered, his eyes narrowing. You expect me to believe that? That you were just a pawn? Yes, Peter cried, taking a step forward. Yes, I was. I swear I would never have done it on my own. You know me, Sirius? I'm too weak to even think of crossing Voldemort, let alone fight against him. I never wanted to betray them, never. But they took me, Sirius. They used me like a tool. Sirius didn't lower his wand, but his mind began to race. The Selwyns, ancient, dark magic. He had heard of the Selwyns dabbling in forbidden rituals. It wasn't impossible. And the idea of Egyptian magic, of comedic rites, there was truth to that. He had encountered enough dark wizards in his time as an Auror to know that ancient magic had powers they barely understood. He thought back to Augustus Rookwood, the Unspeakable. Rookwood had been 2 years ahead of Sirius at Hogwarts, a Slytherin with a brilliant mind. Even then, Rookwood had been a prodigy. Sirius remembered the rumors. Rookwood had designed a special reflecting coat, capable of deflecting almost any spell, save for the killing curse. If anyone had the capability of mastering ancient dark magic, it was those like Rookwood, and by extension, the Selwyns. Sirius's mind began to turn, searching for holes in Pettigrew's story. "You were always weak, Peter," he said, voice cold. "But why the Selwyns? Why would they target you?" Peter's eyes darted nervously. His fingers twitched, his body language betraying his panic. He licked his lips before answering. "I was easy prey, Sirius. You know that. They knew I was close to James and Lily. They needed someone on the inside, someone weak they could control. I didn't have a choice. They threatened me, and then they used magic. Magic that's beyond anything we've learned. They broke the Fidelius." Sirius glared at him, jaw clenched. "I find it hard to believe that they could simply overpower ancient magic like that. The Fidelius charm is powerful, Peter. They didn't break it directly." Peter rushed to explain, his voice trembling. "It wasn't about brute force. They used rituals that interfered with my mind. They twisted the spell through me. You know how sensitive mind magic is, Sirius. They forced me to betray James and Lily without even realizing it at first." Sirius's eyes flashed with suspicion. He knew how dangerous mind magic could be, and the idea wasn't entirely implausible. But he wasn't willing to give Peter the benefit of the doubt just yet. "And why didn't you come to us, Peter? Why didn't you tell us?" Peter's lip quivered. "I was scared, Sirius. You know what they would have done to me if I disobeyed. I thought if I just kept my head down, if I didn't fight back, maybe I could find a way out. But there wasn't one." Sirius's sharp mind cut through the desperate pleas. "You could have gone to Dumbledore. To me. You chose not to." Peter's face twisted, his fear now mingling with desperation. "You think I didn't want to? I did. But the Selwyns, he swallowed hard, his eyes darting away. "They planted triggers. If I had told anyone, if I had even thought about betraying them, they would have known. They'd have killed me, Sirius. You know how Voldemort operates." Sirius clenched his jaw, his eyes narrowing. "How convenient," he said with a sneer, though he could feel a small part of him beginning to doubt. "So you're telling me you were an unwilling pawn in all of this? That you never meant to betray James and Lily?" Peter nodded frantically. "Exactly. They used me, Sirius. I never wanted any of this." The silence stretched between them, thick and heavy. Sirius could see the panic in Peter's eyes, the way his hands twitched nervously. It was plausible, too plausible, and that's what made it dangerous. Sirius's instincts told him that Peter wasn't entirely innocent, but there was enough truth in his words to make Sirius question his assumptions. The thought of Rookwood resurfaced in Sirius's mind. The Unspeakable had once been a brilliant wizard, and even Sirius had admired his intelligence, before Rookwood had been caught working for the Death Eaters. If people like Rookwood were involved, then the Selwyns' manipulation of Peter wasn't beyond reason. Dark rituals, mind magic, ancient spells. Sirius had seen enough in his time as an Auror to know that anything was possible. "I should kill you," Sirius whispered, his wand still trained on Peter. Peter flinched, tears welling in his eyes. "Please, Sirius. I didn't want any of this. You have to believe me." Sirius's grip on his wand tightened. His anger surged, but it was mingled with doubt. Peter had always been weak, but could he have been manipulated so completely? "You'll never be free, Peter," Sirius growled. "Not from this. But if what you say is true, then maybe there's more to this than I thought." Peter's face lit with hope. You believe me?" Sirius didn't answer immediately. His sharp mind continued to sift through the possibilities. Rookwood, the Selwyns' dark magic. It fit, but it was still too convenient. And yet, Sirius knew how far dark wizards would go. He'd seen it firsthand. "Run," Sirius finally said, voice low and dangerous. "Run, and never let me see your face again. If you're lying, Peter, if I find out that any of this is a lie, I'll kill you myself." Peter let out a sob of relief and scrambled to his feet. "Thank you, Sirius. Thank you. Get out of my sight," Sirius hissed, and Peter didn't wait to be told twice. He scurried away like the rat he was, leaving Sirius alone in the darkened street, his mind racing, torn between his fury and the nagging doubt that Peter's story had planted. Sirius Black was staring at his godson, who, quite ironically, was lying in a bed in St. Mungo's, and it was all because of him. He should have been the one who had rescued Hadrian. He should have been the one who had raised Hadrian. But no, he ran off after the bloody Selwyns. He remembered his reaction when he had came back to find that Hadrian, his godson, and the light of his life was gone. Sirius stormed into the room, his face flushed with anger. The sound of his boots echoed off the stone walls of Potter Manor. His sharp, intense gaze locked onto James and Lily, who stood near the fireplace. James turned around, surprise and confusion crossing his face. Lily's hand instinctively went to her wand, a nervous habit from the days when war and danger were constant companions. But this time, it wasn't a Death Eater or some dark creature standing before them. It was Sirius, their best friend, and his rage was like a storm brewing, barely contained beneath the surface. "You sent him to the Dursleys?" Sirius spat out, each word carrying the weight of betrayal. His fists clenched at his sides, the veins on his neck pulsing with fury. He took a step forward, his voice rising with each syllable. "To them? After everything we've been through? After everything he's been through? You left Hadrian, your own son, with those monsters." James shifted uneasily, his eyes darting to Lily, hoping for some kind of support, but Lily's face remained unreadable, her posture stiff and defensive. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. "Sirius, you have to understand." "Understand?" Sirius cut him off, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. "What exactly am I supposed to understand, James? That you thought it was a brilliant idea to dump Hadrian with those horrible people while you coddled Julian, the so-called boy who lived? That's what you want me to understand?" Lily stepped forward, her voice calm but tinged with guilt. "We didn't have a choice, Sirius. We had to protect him, both of them. You don't understand the dangers we were facing, the enemies we made." "Enemies you made," Sirius shot back, his eyes narrowing as he glanced between the two of them. "Hadrian was just a boy. He didn't make those choices. He didn't ask for any of this. And yet, you cast him aside, sent him to live with people who hate everything he stands for." Lily's hand tightened around her wand, her eyes flickering with an emotion Sirius couldn't quite place: guilt, shame, or maybe something darker. "It's not as simple as you think, Sirius," she said softly, though her voice trembled just slightly. "We thought it would be best for him, that being away from us." Sirius barked a bitter laugh. "Best for him? To be away from his parents? To be treated like dirt, like a freak in his own home? You call that best for him? You could have sent him to me." His voice cracked as he slammed his hand against a nearby table, the sound reverberating through the room. "I would have taken him, loved him, raised him like my own. But no, you didn't trust me, did you?" James opened his mouth to speak, but the words seemed to fail him. His eyes flickered with something Sirius couldn't quite place: regret, hesitation, and something deeper, darker. His fingers twitched at his side, a nervous habit Sirius recognized from their days as Marauders. But this wasn't the old James Potter, the reckless, brave friend Sirius had once known. This James was different, colder, more distant. "You couldn't trust me," Sirius continued, his voice lower now, but no less intense. "You thought I was still a child, didn't you? That I wasn't mature enough to raise Hadrian. But you trusted them. The Dursleys, people who hate everything about magic, everything about your own son. That's who you thought was best for him." James finally spoke, his voice firm but strained. "We didn't want to risk it, Sirius. You're unpredictable. You've always been reckless, and you haven't?" Sirius shot back, his eyes blazing with anger. "You're the one who took risks with the bloody Elder Wand, James. Don't you dare lecture me about recklessness." He stepped closer, his face mere inches from James. "You're the one who got tangled up in that cursed wand, the one who couldn't see the damage it was doing to you. But instead of protecting Hadrian, you cast him aside because you thought he wasn't part of the bigger picture, because you believed in some twisted prophecy about Julian." Lily flinched, her eyes darting away from Sirius. Her shoulders stiffened, and for a moment, Sirius saw the old Lily Evans, the one who would stand tall and defiant in the face of danger. But now, there was something broken about her, something haunted. Her hands twitched nervously, and she bit her lip, as if trying to hold back her words. "It wasn't like that," Lily whispered, but the conviction in her voice was gone. We were trying to protect them both." Sirius's voice softened, but his anger still simmered beneath the surface. "Protect them from what, Lily? From yourselves? From the dangers you brought into your lives because of your obsession with power, with that damned wand? You were so caught up in your own fears, in your own guilt, that you abandoned your own son. Don't you see what you've done?" James's jaw tightened, and for the first time, Sirius saw something flash in his eyes: shame. But it was fleeting, buried beneath layers of pride and denial. "We made the best choice we could, Sirius. You weren't there. You didn't see what we saw. And whose fault is that?" Sirius shot back, his voice rising again. "You didn't even give me a chance. You didn't even tell me what was going on. You just made your decisions and left me out of it." James's hand clenched into a fist at his side. "It wasn't your fight, Sirius. You weren't ready. Not my fight." Sirius's voice broke, the pain in his words cutting deeper than any curse. "He's my godson, James. How could it not be my fight?" The room fell silent for a long moment. Sirius's breathing was heavy, his chest rising and falling with the weight of his emotions. James looked down at the floor, his expression unreadable, while Lily stood frozen, her eyes filled with unshed tears. "You could have dropped him off with me," Sirius said, his voice barely above a whisper now. "But you didn't. You didn't trust me. You thought I wasn't good enough. And now—" He paused, swallowing hard, his throat tight with emotion. "Now, I don't think I can forgive you for that." Lily took a step forward, her voice trembling. "Sirius, we didn't mean to." "Don't," Sirius said sharply, holding up a hand to stop her. "Just don't. It's done. The damage is done." He turned toward the door, his shoulders slumped as the weight of everything seemed to crush him all at once. "I won't have contact with either of you again. You made your choice." "Sirius," James started, but the words were hollow, empty, like he already knew they wouldn't be enough. Without another word, Sirius stormed out of the room, his anger and hurt following him like a shadow. The door slammed behind him, the sound echoing through the house, leaving James and Lily standing in silence. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, but the warmth in the room was gone, replaced by the cold weight of guilt and regret. Lily sank into a chair, burying her face in her hands as the tears finally fell. James stood frozen, his fists still clenched, his mind racing with the consequences of their choices. But it was too late. Sirius was gone, and with him, any hope of mending what had been broken. The curse of the Elder Wand, the dark magic haunting Lily's mind, and Dumbledore's manipulations, all of it had led to this moment, and there was no turning back. The deed was done. The damage was irreversible. And in the end, they were all left to bear the weight of their decisions alone. Today was a very important day. They would be meeting one of France's most influential and powerful families, the Delacours. After being discharged from the hospital, Sirius had suddenly remembered that he had an important meeting with Sebastian Delacour. So here he was now. Hadrian Potter stood before the mirror, his reflection a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The clothes he wore were the finest he had ever owned. A crisp white shirt with intricate silver embroidery, a dark green velvet jacket that fit him like a glove, and matching black slacks that seemed to shimmer slightly under the light. His polished black shoes completed the ensemble. The elegance of his attire contrasted sharply with his rough past, making him feel both sophisticated and out of place. Sirius Black and Andromeda Tonks stood nearby, their expressions reflecting their mixed feelings. Sirius, ever the playful one, looked at Hadrian with a broad grin. His eyes, usually alight with mischief, held a touch of warmth as he teased. "Look at you, all dressed up like a proper gentleman. Let's see if the Delacours can handle your charm." His gaze flitted to Andromeda, a silent communication passing between them. Sirius's playful demeanor masked the concern he felt for Hadrian's well-being. Andromeda's expression, however, was tinged with sadness. Her eyes, a soft gray, darted to Sirius before returning to Hadrian. The corners of her mouth turned downward in a faint frown, a reflection of her concern. "You look wonderful," she said softly, her voice betraying her worry. The disparity between Hadrian's current luxury and his harsh past was palpable to her, and it weighed heavily on her mind. Hadrian took a deep breath and gripped the portkey, the cool metal pressing into his palm. The device activated with a brief, tingling sensation, and he felt himself being whisked through space. When he landed, he was greeted by the grandeur of the Delacour Manor. The imposing stone walls, draped with ivy, and the sprawling gardens created a picturesque scene that left him breathless. As Hadrian approached the manor, he was met by the Delacour family. Fleur Delacour, her blonde hair cascading in soft waves and her icy blue eyes sparkling with curiosity, offered him a warm smile. Her gaze lingered on him with a mixture of interest and a hint of guardedness. She adjusted her posture slightly, the delicate movement a subconscious sign of her awareness of the importance of this meeting. Fleur's father, Sebastian Delacour, stood beside her. As the head of the French Unspeakables, he exuded an air of authority. His posture was rigid, his movements precise, yet his eyes softened with a flicker of welcome. He extended a firm hand to Hadrian. "Welcome, Mr. Potter. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." His voice was deep and measured, though there was a subtle tension in his shoulders, hinting at the weight of his responsibilities. Morgan Delacour, Fleur's mother, greeted Hadrian with a gracious smile. Her blue eyes were warm, but there was a trace of concern in her gaze as she looked at Hadrian. "We're delighted to have you," she said, her voice gentle but firm. Her hands, though elegant, fluttered slightly as she gestured for him to follow, revealing her underlying nervousness about this important occasion. The dinner was a feast for the senses. The long dining table was set with golden plates and crystal glasses, each dish more exquisite than the last. The aroma of roasted meats, freshly baked bread, and exotic fruits filled the room. Hadrian's eyes widened as he took in the array of food. He reached for a dish, his voice filled with awe. "Just for me?" The question hung in the air, and the Delacour family exchanged uneasy glances. The abundance of food highlighted the stark contrast between Hadrian's previous life and his current surroundings. The sadness in their eyes spoke volumes about the difficult life Hadrian had led. Sebastian, sensing the discomfort, cleared his throat and addressed Sirius. "Sirius, perhaps you consider staying with us for a week? Hadrian might benefit from a bit more time to acclimate." Sirius's playful demeanor shifted to a more serious tone as he considered the offer. "A week in such luxury? How could I refuse?" He flashed a charming smile, but his eyes softened with genuine concern. The underlying gravity of the situation was evident, even in his lighthearted response. As the evening wore on, Hadrian found himself engrossed in conversation with Fleur and her family. Fleur, with her poised demeanor, asked, "So, Hadrian, how are you adjusting to everything?" Her eyes, though curious, held a hint of caution as she sought to gauge his reaction. Hadrian's response was measured. "It's a lot to take in," he admitted, his voice steady but his eyes darting around the room, taking in the luxury he had never experienced. He was careful not to reveal too much about his past, his gaze flickering between the various members of the Delacour family. As the evening drew to a close, Hadrian was shown to his room. The space was nothing short of enchanting, with rich furnishings and a large, comfortable bed. For the first time, he lay on a mattress that was soft and yielding, a stark contrast to the hard floors he had grown accustomed to. The novelty of the experience made it difficult for him to sleep. Unable to settle, Hadrian stepped out onto the balcony. The view before him was breathtaking. The moonlit sea stretched out to the horizon, the gentle lapping of the waves, creating a soothing melody. He leaned against the railing, the cool night air brushing against his face, and let himself relax for a moment. The calmness he felt was a rare and cherished sensation, free from the constant fears and struggles that had plagued his past. But as Hadrian gazed out into the distance, he failed to notice the pair of red eyes watching him from the shadows of the garden. The eyes gleamed with a malevolent light, a silent promise of danger lurking just out of sight. The sense of peace Hadrian experienced was fleeting, overshadowed by the dark presence that observed him from afar. Chapter 16. The Hogwarts Letter. Diagon Alley was a whirlwind of activity, a bustling maze of shops and vendors that catered to every imaginable magical need. Hadrian had been here before, but never with the knowledge that he was about to embark on a new chapter of his life. Everything felt different now, charged with a sense of purpose and anticipation. Sirius led the way, pointing out various shops and landmarks as they walked. First stop, Gringotts. Can't buy anything without some gold, right? Hadrian nodded, though his thoughts were already racing ahead to the books he wanted to buy, the spells he wanted to learn. He could feel the weight of his ambitions pressing down on him, urging him to prepare for the future. He needed to be ready, to be more than just a student. He needed to be powerful, knowledgeable, and strong. After a quick visit to Gringotts, where they retrieved a generous amount of gold from Hadrian's vault, they made their way to Flourish and Blots, the largest bookstore in Diagon Alley. Hadrian's eyes widened as he took in the towering shelves filled with books on every subject imaginable. "Here's your list," Sirius said, handing Hadrian a piece of parchment. "But feel free to pick up anything else that catches your eye." Hadrian nodded, already scanning the titles on the shelves. He quickly gathered the required textbooks: the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, A History of Magic, Magical Theory, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, Magical Drafts and Potions, and Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Each book represented a different aspect of the magical world, and Hadrian couldn't wait to dive into them. But it wasn't just the school books that interested him. As Sirius chatted with the shopkeeper, Hadrian discreetly made his way to a darker corner of the shop, where the more obscure and advanced tomes were kept. His eyes flicked over the titles until he found what he was looking for: The Mind Arts, An Introduction to Occlumency and Legilimency, The Grimoire of Shadows, and The Art of Wandless Magic. He knew that these books were not on the approved list, and that Sirius would likely disapprove if he saw them. But Hadrian also knew that he needed these skills. If he was going to navigate the dangerous waters of the wizarding world, he needed to be prepared for anything. He quickly added the books to his pile, making sure to keep them hidden from view. As they left the bookstore, Hadrian felt a strange mix of guilt and satisfaction. He wasn't sure if it was right to hide things from Sirius, but he also knew that he couldn't rely on anyone else to keep him safe. He had to take control of his own destiny. Their next stop was Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, where Hadrian was fitted for his Hogwarts robes. Madame Malkin, a kindly witch with a tape measure that moved on its own, took his measurements while Sirius and Tonks chatted nearby. "You'll want something that can adapt to the colors of your house," Madame Malkin said as she worked. "No need to buy new robes if you get sorted into a different house than expected." Hadrian nodded, watching as the tape measure zipped around him, measuring his arms, legs, and torso with precision. He wasn't sure which house he would end up in, but he wanted to be prepared for anything. As he was being fitted, Tonks wandered over, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You'll look dashing in your new robes, Hadrian. All the girls at Hogwarts will be swooning." Hadrian felt his cheeks heat up again, a familiar warmth spreading through him at her teasing. There was something about the way she said it, a playful lilt in her voice that made his heart skip a beat. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, trying to gauge whether she was serious or just having fun. Tonks caught his look and grinned, giving him a wink. "Don't worry, you'll do just fine." Hadrian wasn't so sure, but he appreciated the encouragement. He knew that Tonks meant well, even if she did enjoy flustering him. There was something about her that made him feel more at ease, like he could be himself without worrying about being judged. After the fitting, they made a few more stops, picking up potion ingredients, a cauldron, parchment, and quills, before heading to the last shop on Hadrian's list, a small, unassuming store tucked away in a quiet corner of Diagon Alley. The sign above the door read J. Pippin's Luggage and Trunks. Inside, the shop was filled with all manner of trunks and suitcases, from the ordinary to the extraordinary. Hadrian's eyes were drawn to a particularly fine-looking suitcase with brass fittings and a deep, polished wood finish. It had a small, discreet label that read Expanding Compartment, Whole Room Inside. "This one," Hadrian said, pointing to the suitcase. Sirius raised an eyebrow, but nodded. Good choice. You'll be able to fit everything you need in there and more. The shopkeeper, an elderly wizard with a long, wispy beard, came over to finalize the purchase. An excellent choice, young sir. This suitcase is enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, perfect for students with a lot to carry. Hadrian handed over the gold, feeling a sense of satisfaction as the shopkeeper wrapped the suitcase in brown paper. This was more than just a piece of luggage. It was a tool, something that would give him an edge in the years to come. By the time they returned to Grimmauld Place, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the cobbled streets. Hadrian carried his purchases upstairs to his room, his mind already buzzing with plans. He carefully hid the more questionable books under the floorboards, making sure they were well concealed. Finally, he settled down on his bed, opening the Mind Arts to the first chapter on Occlumency. The exercises described were complex and demanding, requiring intense focus and mental discipline. Hadrian followed the instructions carefully, closing his eyes and trying to clear his mind. He visualized a wall of stone rising up around his thoughts, each brick representing a different memory, a different emotion. It was difficult at first. His mind kept wandering, thoughts slipping through the cracks in the wall. But Hadrian was determined, forcing himself to concentrate, to build the wall higher and stronger. The minutes stretched into hours as he practiced, the room around him fading into the background as he delved deeper into his own mind. The exercises were draining, both mentally and physically, but Hadrian could feel himself improving little by little. He knew that this was just the beginning, that there was much more to learn. But for now, he was content to take things one step at a time. As the night wore on, Hadrian finally allowed himself to relax, leaning back against his pillows. His thoughts drifted to the future, to Hogwarts, to the challenges that lay ahead. He wasn't sure what the next few months would bring, but he knew that he was ready to face them. With a final, deep breath, Hadrian closed his eyes and let himself drift off to sleep, the weight of his new responsibilities settling on his shoulders. He would be ready. He had to be. Chapter 17, The Hogwarts Express. Hadrian Potter stood on platform 9 3/4, staring at the scarlet train before him. The platform buzzed with the chatter of families, the squeals of excited children, and the calls of vendors selling sweets and newspapers. Parents hugged their children, imparting last-minute advice, while younger siblings watched enviously, longing for the day when they too could board the Hogwarts Express. Hadrian, however, was alone. Sirius could not make it, and Tonks had taken ill, so she would reach Hogwarts later. He observed the scene with a mix of curiosity and a dull ache in his chest. He watched as a small girl with pigtails clung to her mother's robes, refusing to let go. Another boy, younger than him, was lifted into a warm embrace by his father, who ruffled his hair before sending him off with a smile. The sight made Hadrian's stomach twist, a painful reminder of what he never had. He swallowed hard and shook his head, pushing the thoughts away. He didn't have time to dwell on the past. With a deep breath, he squared his shoulders and boarded the train, his heart pounding in his chest. The corridor was narrow and filled with students looking for a compartment. Hadrian slipped through the crowd with ease, his body automatically adopting the stealthy movements he had learned during his years with the gang. He found an empty compartment near the back and quickly stowed his trunk, sinking into the seat by the window. The noise of the platform was muted here, the glass providing a barrier between him and the outside world. He watched as the last few students boarded, the steam from the train billowing around them. Suddenly, there was a loud commotion outside. Hadrian's head snapped towards the source, his senses on high alert. Through the window, he saw a large group of people gathered around a boy who was laughing loudly, his voice carrying over the crowd, Julian Potter. Hadrian's breath hitched in his throat as he recognized his younger brother. Julian was surrounded by a group of admirers, his messy hair and round glasses giving him an innocent, boyish charm. But there was something else, something that made Hadrian's stomach churn with unease. Julian's posture was arrogant, his head held high as if he owned the world. He basked in the attention, his laughter loud and unrestrained. The difference between them couldn't have been more stark. Where Julian was light and carefree, Hadrian was dark and brooding. Where Julian was the boy who lived, celebrated, and adored, Hadrian was the forgotten son, left to fend for himself in a world that had shown him no kindness. Wait a minute. Why was Julian over here? He was 9? Hadrian was completely baffled until he got a know from someone in the crowd that it was a yearly tradition. Young Jules, as they referred to him, came to the station every year to wave goodbye to the first year's and sold his signed photographs to few lucky students at very expensive rates, 150 galleons for one picture. Hadrian was amazed at how childish people were. They bought useless pictures worth 150 galleons and then complained about their poverty. He was shocked at the fact that a 9-year-old even had a signature. He came back to his senses. Hadrian's fist clenched, his nails digging into his palms. He watched as their parents, James and Lily Potter, fussed over Julian, their faces lit with pride and joy, her eyes sparkling with love, while James clapped his son on the back, laughing at something Julian said. Hadrian felt a lump form in his throat, the familiar sting of tears threatening to overwhelm him. He tore his gaze away, unable to watch any longer. His vision blurred as he blinked rapidly, trying to hold back the tears. He wasn't going to cry. Not here. Not now. He needed to get away. Some part of Hadrian still craved for her love, and a deprived part of Hadrian hated him for it. Without thinking, Hadrian bolted from his seat and rushed out of the compartment. He didn't know where he was going, only that he had to escape. The corridor seemed to stretch endlessly before him as he ran, the faces of students blurring into a sea of colors. He pushed past them, not caring if they stared or whispered behind his back. He didn't stop until he reached the end of the train. His breath came in ragged gasps as he leaned against the wall, his heart pounding in his ears. He closed his eyes, trying to steady himself, but the image of his parents and Julian was seared into his mind. What had he done to deserve this? Why was he the one left behind, forgotten and unloved? The train lurched forward, and Hadrian stumbled, his eyes snapping open. He was moving again, but this time, he had no destination. He didn't care where he ended up, as long as it was far away from the painful memories that haunted him. As he wandered through the train, he stumbled upon a compartment where a group of students was seated. They looked up as he entered, their eyes narrowing with curiosity. Hadrian hesitated for a moment, but then he steeled himself and slid the door open. "Mind if I join you?" he asked, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. A blonde-haired girl with icy blue eyes glanced at him, her expression unreadable. She seemed to study him for a moment, her gaze sharp and assessing, before she gave a slight nod. "Go ahead." Hadrian took the seat across from her, his eyes meeting hers for a brief second before he looked away. There was something about her gaze that made him feel exposed, as if she could see right through him. The other occupants of the compartment included a dark-haired boy who was reading a book and another boy who was nervously fidgeting with his robes. The dark-haired boy barely glanced up at Hadrian, his focus entirely on the book in his hands. The fidgety boy, however, couldn't seem to stop glancing at Hadrian, his eyes wide with curiosity. Hadrian remained silent, not trusting himself to speak. His mind was still reeling from the encounter with his family, and he wasn't in the mood for conversation. He leaned back in his seat and stared out the window, watching as the scenery blurred past. But he couldn't ignore the subtle tension in the compartment. The blonde girl kept stealing glances at him, her eyes narrowing slightly every time he shifted in his seat. The dark-haired boy continued to read, but there was a slight crease between his brows, as if he was aware of the new presence but didn't want to acknowledge it. The fidgety boy kept glancing between Hadrian and the others, his hands twisting in his lap. After what felt like an eternity, the blonde girl finally spoke. "You're Hadrian Potter, aren't you?" Her voice was calm, but there was a hint of something else. Curiosity, perhaps, or maybe something deeper. Hadrian turned to face her, his expression carefully neutral. "Yes," he replied, his tone clipped. The girl nodded, as if she had expected that answer. "I'm Daphne Greengrass," she said, her voice cool and composed. "And this is Theodore Knott." She gestured to the dark-haired boy, who finally looked up from his book. "And that's Neville Longbottom," she added, nodding towards the fidgety boy. Hadrian gave a curt nod in response, his mind still elsewhere. The names meant little to him, but he made a mental note to remember them. There was something about this group that intrigued him, something that set them apart from the others he had seen on the train. "So, you're the brother of the boy who lived," Theodore said, his voice laced with curiosity. "But you don't look like him." Hadrian's jaw tightened at the mention of Julian. "No, I don't," he said, his voice edged with bitterness. Theodore's eyes flickered with something. Interest, perhaps, or maybe understanding. He didn't press further, though, and returned to his book, leaving Hadrian to his thoughts. The rest of the train ride was spent in silence, with only the occasional comment from Daphne or Theodore breaking the tension. Hadrian remained mostly quiet, his mind churning with thoughts of his family and the life he had been denied. As the train neared Hogwarts, Hadrian felt a mixture of anticipation and dread. This was the start of a new chapter in his life, but it was also a reminder of everything he had lost. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was an outsider, a shadow in the midst of the light. As the train pulled into the station, Hadrian caught his first glimpse of the castle. It loomed in the distance, its towers piercing the darkening sky. A shiver ran down his spine as he stared at it, a strange mix of awe and fear settling in his chest. He was here. He was finally at Hogwarts. But as the train came to a stop and the students began to disembark, Hadrian couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. There was a storm brewing on the horizon, and he was standing right in the middle of it. The castle, with all its secrets and shadows, awaited him. Chapter 18, The Sorting and the First Day. Hadrian Potter stood in the massive entrance hall of Hogwarts, surrounded by other first-year students. The sheer size and grandeur of the castle took his breath away, though he kept his expression carefully neutral. Around him, the other students were whispering excitedly, some wide-eyed with awe, others nervously fidgeting as they waited for what was to come. His emerald eyes scanned the hall, taking in the towering columns, the flickering torches, and the ancient tapestries that adorned the walls. Everything in this place felt steeped in history, like the stones themselves whispered of ancient magic. Hadrian could feel it, a low hum of power that resonated deep within him. Professor McGonagall, stern and composed, led the first years into the Great Hall. Hadrian followed, his footsteps silent on the stone floor. The hall was filled with the entire student body, all seated at 4 long tables. At the far end of the room sat the professors, watching the new arrivals with keen interest. The ceiling above mirrored the night sky, a sea of stars twinkling down, but Hadrian's focus was on the sorting hat perched atop a 3-legged stool. As Professor McGonagall called out names, each student would step forward, place the hat on their head, and wait as it decided their fate. The sorting hat seemed almost alive, its tattered brim moving as it spoke softly to each child. "Potter, Hadrian," McGonagall called out, her voice ringing through the hall that a murmur ran through the students. Hadrian was used to it by now. The name Potter carried weight, though not for reasons that pleased him. He moved forward with an air of quiet confidence, ignoring the whispers and the eyes that followed his every step. As he approached the stool, he could feel the tension in the room heighten. He sat down, placing the sorting hat on his head. It slipped down over his eyes, plunging him into darkness. "Ah, Potter," a voice murmured in his ear, a voice that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the castle. But not the Potter they expected. "Are you?" No. You are far more complex. Darker, perhaps. Let's see. Oh, what is this?" Hadrian felt the hat probing his thoughts, his memories, the very core of his being. Images flashed through his mind. His childhood with the gang, the years of hardship and survival, the darkness that had become a part of him. Interesting. So much darkness, yet not devoid of light. A strong connection to ancient magic. Yes, I can see it now. Death walks with you, doesn't it? You've seen the Thestrals, you know their truth. And there's something more? A prophecy, whispers of power, and fate intertwined. But you, Hadrian, you seek control over your destiny, don't you? To master the darkness rather than be consumed by it. Ah, but where to place you? You're cunning your ambition. There's only one place for you. The sorting hat paused, as if savoring the moment. Slytherin. The last word rang out clearly, echoing through the great hall. There was a brief silence. Then the Slytherin table erupted in cheers. Hadrian removed the hat, handing it back to McGonagall, who gave him a rare, almost imperceptible nod of approval. As he walked toward the Slytherin table, he felt the eyes of the other students on him. There was curiosity, suspicion, and something else, respect, perhaps. He took his seat among the Slytherins, nodding to a few who greeted him. Daphne Greengrass, seated not far from him, gave him a small, approving smile, her icy blue eyes sparkling with intrigue. The great feast began, and the tables filled with an array of delicious foods, roast meats, steaming vegetables, rich gravies, and desserts of every kind. Hadrian ate sparingly, his mind still on the Sorting Hat's words. The mention of prophecy, ancient magic, and his connection with death had unsettled him. He had always known there was something different about him, but this was the first time it had been articulated so clearly. As the feast continued, Hadrian observed his fellow students. The Slytherins were a varied lot. Some were openly ambitious, their eyes gleaming with calculated intent. Others were more reserved, watching and waiting. He noticed the subtle shifts in their expressions, the way they carried themselves. Daphne, for instance, had a poised elegance, her every movement, controlled and deliberate. Theodore Nott, seated across from her, had a more brooding presence, his dark eyes sharp and calculating as they darted around the room. The next morning, Hadrian woke before dawn, his internal clock still set to the early hours he had kept with the gang. The dormitory was dark and silent as he dressed in his exercise clothes, a simple black t-shirt and shorts. He slipped out of the common room and made his way through the quiet halls of the castle, out to the grounds where the cool morning air greeted him. No, Hadrian couldn't afford to be weak, not after the attack. He needed to be stronger, faster, better. He began with a run, his breath steady as he circled the lake. The sky was still dark, the first hints of light just beginning to creep over the horizon. After his run, he moved on to calisthenics, push-ups, sit-ups, and shadow boxing. The physical exertion was both a release and a reminder of the discipline he had cultivated over the years. He couldn't afford to be weak, not with the shadows that lurked in his past and the uncertainties of his future. By the time he finished, the sun was rising, casting a golden glow over the castle. Hadrian returned to the Slytherin common room, showered, and dressed in his Hogwarts uniform, black robes trimmed with green. The fabric was finer than anything he had worn before, and as he adjusted the tie around his neck, he allowed himself a moment of appreciation. It was a new beginning, a chance to forge his own path. The day's classes began with charms, taught by Professor Flitwick. The tiny professor stood atop a stack of books, his high-pitched voice explaining the basics of spellwork. Hadrian listened intently, absorbing the information with a focus that caught the professor's attention. "Mr. Potter," Flitwick called out, "would you care to demonstrate the levitation charm?" Hadrian stood, his expression calm as he pointed his wand at the feather on his desk. "Wingardium Leviosa," he intoned, his voice steady. The feather floated gracefully into the air, hovering above the desk. "Excellent work, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Slytherin." Flitwick beamed, clearly impressed. The rest of the class watched in awe, whispers spreading quickly through the room. Hadrian paid them no mind, returning to his seat with a quiet smile. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall was next, and Hadrian's performance was equally impressive. He transfigured his matchstick into a perfect silver needle on his first attempt, earning another 10 points for Slytherin. McGonagall's eyes lingered on him, her expression thoughtful, as if she saw something in him that the others did not. But it was in potions with Professor Snape that Hadrian faced his first real challenge. The dungeon was cold and dark, the walls lined with shelves of strange ingredients. Snape, with his greasy hair and cold eyes, swept into the room, his black robes billowing behind him. He sneered at the students, his gaze lingering on Hadrian. "Potter," Snape drawled, his voice dripping with disdain. "Let's see if you inherited any of your mother's talent for potions, or if you're as useless as your father." The insult hung in the air, but Hadrian remained unruffled. He met Snape's gaze with a calm, almost amused smile. "Of course, Professor," he replied smoothly. I'll do my best. Snape's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing more, moving on to the day's lesson. The potion they were tasked with brewing was a complex one, but Hadrian worked with steady hands and a clear mind. When Snape passed by his cauldron, he paused, clearly expecting to find something amiss. Instead, he found a perfectly brewed potion, its color and consistency exactly as it should be. Snape's expression tightened, his anger barely concealed. 30 points to Slytherin, he bit out, though the words seemed to pain him. The class ended, and as Hadrian gathered his things, he could feel the eyes of his classmates on him. They were shocked. No one had ever seen Snape award so many points to a student, let alone one he so clearly despised. But Hadrian ignored their stares, walking out of the dungeon with the same calm confidence he had entered with. In the corridor outside, however, he was confronted by a group of Gryffindor bullies. They were the same age, but their numbers gave them a false sense of superiority. One of them, a red-haired boy with a freckled face, stepped forward, sneering. "So, you think you're something special, Potter?" he jeered. "Just because you're the brother of the boy who lived doesn't mean we're going to let you walk around like you own the place." Hadrian's eyes flickered to the others. A blond boy with a nervous twitch and another with shifting eyes that darted around, clearly unsure. They were trying to be brave, but their fear was palpable. The red-haired boy's sneer faltered when Hadrian took a step closer, his expression darkening. "I don't need to think I'm special," Hadrian said softly, his voice cold as ice. "But I'll give you one chance to walk away." The boy stuttered, his bravado fading as he took an involuntary step back. But his pride wouldn't let him back down completely. "Or what?" "Or," Hadrian continued, his tone dangerously calm, "you'll be explaining to Madame Pomfrey how you all fell down the stairs. Understand?" He moved so quickly that the boy didn't have time to react. A swift kick to the knee sent him sprawling to the floor, and before the others could intervene, Hadrian had knocked the blonde one out cold with a well-placed punch to the jaw. The third boy turned to run, but a sharp tug on his collar brought him crashing to the ground. Hadrian stood over them, his breathing even, his expression devoid of emotion. The corridor was eerily silent as the boys lay groaning at his feet. He leaned down, his voice a low whisper. "You'll tell them you fell down the stairs." "Got it?" The boys nodded frantically, too terrified to speak. Hadrian straightened up, brushing off his robes as if nothing had happened. He glanced at his timetable, noting his next class. A sigh escaped his lips, his face darkening with a mixture of dread and determination. "Flying lessons," he muttered, his jaw tightening. His next lesson was with James Potter. Chapter 19, James Potter, New Friends, and a Meeting. The morning air was crisp and cool as the first-year students gathered on the Hogwarts grounds for their flying lesson. The sky above was clear, a perfect blue canvas, and a light breeze rustled the leaves of the nearby trees. Hadrian stood among the other Slytherins, his expression calm, but his mind alert, taking in every detail around him. This was his first flying lesson, and he had no intention of blending into the background. As the students lined up next to their brooms, Hadrian's eyes flicked to the Gryffindor group. There, standing at the front, was James Potter, his father. James was tall, with a shock of untidy black hair and glasses that did little to hide the coldness in his hazel eyes. His posture was confident, almost arrogant, as he addressed the Gryffindors, his voice loud and clear. "All right, listen up. Flying is one of the most important skills you'll learn at Hogwarts, so pay attention. I expect great things from you all," James said, his tone authoritative. But when his gaze landed on Hadrian, his confident demeanor faltered for just a fraction of a second, his eyes narrowing in a mix of surprise and something darker. And in that small time, Hadrian also saw another expression, guilt, pride, or was it something else? James looked at him in a way no person had ever did. Hadrian didn't flinch under his father's scrutiny. Instead, he met James' gaze with a calm, almost challenging stare, the corners of his lips curling into a faint, knowing smirk. James seemed taken aback, his jaw tightening as he quickly looked away, his expression quickly changing, disgust and disbelief etched on his features. It was clear that the sight of his own son in Slytherin robes was something he hadn't anticipated, and the realization brought a bitter taste to his mouth. He doesn't even have the decency to feel ashamed for abandoning me, Hadrian thought, his smirk fading as a cold resolve settled in his chest. But if he expects me to shy away, he's in for a surprise. Madame Hooch, the flight instructor, arrived shortly after, her sharp eyes taking in the students with a keen assessment. She was a stern woman, with short gray hair and a no-nonsense attitude. Everyone stand by your brooms. When I blow my whistle, kick off on the ground, hover for a moment, and then land back down. As she gave the instructions, Hadrian positioned himself next to his broom, feeling the excitement and anticipation building within him. His hands were steady as he reached down, his fingers brushing the smooth wood of the broomstick. He had flown before, of course. His experiences with the gang had given him ample opportunities to hone his reflexes and agility. But this was different. This was his chance to prove himself, not just to the school, but to the man who had left him behind. The whistle blew, and with a firm kick, Hadrian launched himself into the air. The broom responded instantly, rising with a smooth, controlled motion. He hovered effortlessly, feeling the wind rush past his face, the ground far below. Around him, the other students struggled to maintain their balance, some wobbling precariously in the air. James watched the scene from below, his eyes narrowing as they fixed on Hadrian. He hadn't expected his son to excel, much less show such natural skill. It was infuriating, this boy, who bore his name but not his loyalty, flying as if he were born to it. A flash of anger sparked in James' chest, though he kept his expression carefully neutral. But Hadrian could see it, the barely concealed fury in his father's eyes. It only spurred him on. With a sudden burst of speed, Hadrian shot forward, the broom responding as if it were an extension of his own body. He weaved through the air with precision, his movements fluid and controlled, every turn and dive executed with perfect grace. Below, the other students stopped to watch, their eyes wide with astonishment. Even Madame Hooch looked impressed, her usual stern expression softening into something resembling approval. Hadrian's performance was nothing short of extraordinary, and the other Slytherins began to murmur among themselves, their voices filled with admiration. James, however, was anything but pleased. His face twisted into a scowl as he watched his son soar above the rest. How could this boy, this Slytherin filth, be so skilled? The question gnawed at him, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. Hadrian, noticing the reaction, pushed himself further. He performed a series of loops and spirals, the broom responding with perfect precision. Each maneuver was executed with the intent of proving a point, to show James that he didn't need his approval, that he was more than capable on his own. Finally, Madame Hooch blew her whistle again, signaling the end of the exercise. Hadrian landed smoothly, his feet touching the ground with a soft thud. He straightened, brushing a stray lock of hair from his eyes, and glanced over at James. His father's expression was one of barely controlled rage, and it brought a cold satisfaction to Hadrian's heart. But then what was that expression Hadrian had seen before? As the lesson ended, the students began to disperse, chatting excitedly about the experience. Hadrian, however, remained silent, his thoughts still on the interaction with James. But before he could dwell on it further, he was approached by a small group of Slytherins. Blaise Zabini, Theodore Nott, Draco Malfoy, and Daphne Greengrass. Blaise was the first to speak, his voice smooth and slightly amused. Impressive flying, Potter. You certainly know how to make an entrance. Blaise Zabini was a tall, dark-skinned boy with sharp features and an air of quiet confidence. His dark eyes held a glint of amusement as he regarded Hadrian, his posture relaxed but poised. There was something about Blaise that suggested he was always calculating, always a step ahead, and his easy smile was often more a mask than a true expression of his thoughts. Thanks, Hadrian replied, his tone polite but guarded. He could sense that this was more than just a casual conversation. There was an underlying curiosity in Blaise's gaze, as if he were trying to figure out what made Hadrian tick. Draco Malfoy, standing slightly to the side, nodded in agreement, though his expression was more reserved. You've got skill, Potter. Not many first years could pull off what you did. Draco Malfoy was a striking figure, with his platinum blonde hair and pale, pointed features. He carried himself with an air of aristocratic pride, his posture always straight, his movements deliberate. His gray eyes were sharp, often scanning his surroundings with a critical eye, and his expression was usually one of cool detachment. However, beneath that exterior, there was a certain vulnerability, an uncertainty that he carefully concealed behind his haughty demeanor. Hadrian could sense that vulnerability, though he didn't comment on it. Instead, he simply nodded, acknowledging Draco's compliment with a brief smile. Theodore Knott, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. "I noticed the way you handled yourself out there. It wasn't just skill, it was precision, like you've been doing this for years." Theodore, or Theo as he preferred to be called, was a quiet, introspective boy with dark hair and a thoughtful expression. He often kept to the background, his movements deliberate and calculated, as if he were always analyzing the situation before deciding how to act. His dark eyes were intelligent, almost piercing, and they often seemed to see more than he let on. Hadrian met Theo's gaze, recognizing a kindred spirit. "You could say that," he replied, his voice measured. "I've had experience." Daphne Greengrass, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke, her voice soft but firm. "You're different from the others," she said, her icy blue eyes locking onto Hadrian's. "You don't talk about your past much, do you?" Daphne Greengrass was a beautiful girl with long, blonde hair and striking blue eyes that seemed to see right through people. She carried herself with a quiet confidence, her movements graceful and deliberate. Her expression was often one of calm composure, though there was a certain intensity in her gaze that hinted at a deeper, more complex personality. She was perceptive, often noticing things that others overlooked, and she had a keen sense of intuition. Hadrian hesitated for a moment, considering how much to reveal. "No," he said finally, his voice low. "I prefer to keep certain things to myself." The group fell silent for a moment, each of them processing Hadrian's words. It was clear that there was more to him than met the eye, and the others were intrigued, though they didn't press him for details. "Fair enough," Blaise said finally, his tone light. "But if you ever feel like talking, you've got us. We Slytherins stick together, after all." Hadrian nodded, appreciating the gesture. He could tell that Blaise was genuine, though he was also keenly aware that in Slytherin, alliances were often more about strategy than friendship. Still, there was something about this group that felt different. They were intelligent, perceptive, and they seemed to respect his boundaries, a rarity in his experience. As they walked back to the castle, their conversation shifted to lighter topics, classes, teachers, and their impressions of Hogwarts so far. Draco was quick to complain about the Gryffindors, his voice tinged with disdain as he recounted his run-ins with some of them. "They're so self-righteous," Draco said, his lip curling in disgust. "Always acting like they're better than everyone else just because they're brave or noble or whatever nonsense they tell themselves." Theo nodded in agreement, his expression thoughtful. "It's true. They seem to think that being a Gryffindor automatically makes them superior. But they're just as flawed as the rest of us." Daphne smirked, her eyes flashing with amusement. "It's almost entertaining watching them try so hard to live up to their own ideals. They set themselves such high standards, but they're only human." Hadrian listened to their banter, a small smile playing on his lips. There was a camaraderie here, a sense of shared understanding, and it was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. But he remained cautious, not fully opening up, even as he engaged in the conversation. They soon arrived at the Slytherin common room, the cool, dark atmosphere a stark contrast to the warmth of the outside world. The green and silver decorations, the low lighting, and the comfortable chairs all created a sense of belonging, of being part of something exclusive. As they settled into the common room, Blaise leaned in closer to Hadrian, his voice low. "I couldn't help but notice the way you and Professor Potter interacted. There's some history there, isn't there?" Hadrian's expression hardened slightly, though he kept his voice neutral. "You could say that, but it's not something I like to discuss." Blaise nodded, his eyes sharp. "Fair enough. Just know that if you need anything, we've got your back." Hadrian appreciated the sentiment, though he remained wary. Trust was not something he gave easily, especially after everything he had been through. But he couldn't deny that there was something different about this group, something that made him consider, for the first time in a long time, the possibility of having allies, maybe even friends. As the evening wore on, the conversation eventually shifted to their classes and their plans for the future. It was clear that each of them had their own ambitions, their own goals that they were determined to achieve. Draco talked about his family's expectations, the weight of the Malfoy name, and how he intended to live up to it. There was a certain bitterness in his voice, a resentment towards the pressure placed on him, but also a fierce determination to prove himself. Theo, on the other hand, was more reserved about his ambitions, though it was clear that he had his own plans. He spoke in a measured tone, his words carefully chosen, revealing little but hinting at a keen intellect and a deep understanding of the world around him. Daphne was perhaps the most enigmatic of them all. She spoke with a calm confidence, her words often laced with subtlety and double meanings. It was clear that she was someone who thought deeply about everything, who analyzed every situation before acting. Her ambitions were less about power and more about understanding people, understanding magic, understanding the world. Blaise, ever the strategist, spoke about the importance of connections, of building alliances, and making the right moves at the right time. He was a master of social maneuvering, always thinking several steps ahead, and he made it clear that he intended to rise to the top, not through brute force, but through cunning and strategy. Hadrian listened to each of them, taking in their words, their ambitions, and their personalities. He could see the potential in each of them, the strengths they brought to the table, and he couldn't help but wonder how they would all fit into his own plans. By the time the night drew to a close, Hadrian felt a strange sense of contentment. He had made connections, formed alliances, and even found himself considering the possibility of friendship. But he remained guarded, knowing that in Slytherin, nothing was ever as it seemed. As he lay in bed that night, his thoughts drifted back to the flying lesson, to the way James had looked at him with that mix of disgust and disbelief. Hadrian's resolve hardened. He would prove to his father, to everyone, that he was more than just a Potter. He was Hadrian, and he was going to make his own path. And as for the rivalry between him and James, Hadrian knew it was only the beginning. But he was ready. He had survived far worse, and he had no intention of backing down. With that final thought, Hadrian closed his eyes, a small smile playing on his lips. Tomorrow was a new day, and he was more than ready to face whatever challenges it brought. The staff meeting was held in the headmaster's office, a room steeped in history and magic. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, their eyes watching over the proceedings with a mix of curiosity and authority. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and ink, mingling with the faint aroma of lemon drops that Dumbledore always kept on hand. The room was dominated by a large, ornate desk behind which Albus Dumbledore sat, his piercing blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. Professor McGonagall sat primly in her chair, her lips pressed into a thin line as she adjusted her tartan shawl. Beside her, Professor Flitwick perched on a stack of cushions, his small frame barely reaching above the table. Snape lingered in the shadows, his dark eyes flicking between the faces of his colleagues with a mixture of disdain and curiosity. Sprout and Hagrid sat across the table, the former's fingers nervously fidgeting with a stray thread on her robe, while the latter's massive hands rested awkwardly on his knees. The meeting began as it always did, with Dumbledore's gentle voice setting the tone. My dear colleagues, thank you for gathering today. There are a few matters we need to discuss, most notably concerning one of our newest students. All eyes turned toward McGonagall, who nodded briskly. Yes, Headmaster. I believe it's time we talk about Hadrian Potter. A murmur of agreement rippled through the room. Dumbledore gestured for her to continue, leaning back in his chair as he steepled his fingers thoughtfully. I have been observing Mr. Potter closely since the sorting, McGonagall began, her voice measured. There's something extraordinary about him. He is, without a doubt, one of the most gifted students I've ever encountered, and that's saying something. She paused, recalling a specific memory from one of her Transfiguration classes. Just the other day, I gave the first years a task that usually takes weeks to master, turning a matchstick into a needle. Most of the students struggled, as expected, but not Mr. Potter. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if reliving the moment. He didn't just manage to transform the matchstick. He did it effortlessly. The needle was flawless, down to the finest detail, and he performed the spell without hesitation. It was as if he'd done it 100 times before. Flitwick's eyes sparkled with interest. How extraordinary! I had a similar experience with him in charms. He managed a levitation charm on his first try, something that even older students often find challenging. But it wasn't just that he performed the spell, it was how he did it. His control was impeccable, as if he were merely guiding the magic rather than commanding it. The diminutive professor's voice grew more animated as he recounted the incident. And then, when I asked him to try a more advanced charm, a summoning charm, he executed it perfectly. It's a spell I don't usually teach until third year, but Hadrian made it look effortless. He has an innate understanding of magic that is quite remarkable. Snape, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, his voice a low, silky murmur. I, too, have noticed Mr. Potter's capabilities. He has a particular interest in potions, though he prefers to keep his pursuits private. The room's attention shifted to Snape, who leaned forward slightly, his expression inscrutable. I caught him in the library one evening, poring over an advanced potions book. Not one of the standard texts for his year, mind you, but something far beyond his level. He seemed utterly absorbed, as if the complexity of the material didn't faze him in the least. Snape's eyes narrowed, his tone growing colder. Later, I found him in an unused classroom, attempting to brew a potion from that very book. It was an advanced concoction, something even Newt students would struggle with. And yet, there he was carefully measuring ingredients, adjusting the flame with precision. He didn't see me, of course. The potion's master's lips curled into a slight sneer. What struck me most was his composure. He worked with a calm, almost detached focus, as if failure wasn't even a possibility. I watched him for several minutes, and not once did he falter. The potion was nearly perfect when he finished, though he left before I could confront him. Dumbledore listened intently, his gaze distant as he processed the information. It seems we have a truly exceptional student among us, he mused. But there is more to this than just academic brilliance. McGonagall nodded, her expression thoughtful. Indeed, Albus, there's something about Hadrian that troubles me. He's remarkably composed, especially for someone so young. Too composed, perhaps. Sprout, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. He doesn't seem like other students his age. There's a darkness about him, not in the sense of malevolence, but rather a weight that he carries. It's as if he's been through something no child should have to endure. Hagrid, his large hands twisting nervously in his lap, added in his rumbling voice, I've seen him in the grounds a few times. He's always by himself, always watching the forest. There's a sadness in his eyes, something that ain't right for a lad that young. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to the far end of the room, where James Potter sat, his face a mask of barely concealed worry. James had been quiet throughout the meeting, but now, under the scrutiny of his former headmaster, he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. James, Dumbledore said softly, you know your son better than any of us. What do you make of this? James hesitated, his brow furrowing as he struggled to find the right words. Hadrian, he's always been different. Even as a child, he was quiet, observant. But after the incident, after he was separated from us, he changed. There was a pause, the room heavy with the unspoken truth. Everyone knew the story. How Hadrian had been taken in by a muggle gang. How he had lived among them for years before being found and brought back into the wizarding world. But the details were murky, and Hadrian himself had revealed little about that time. He doesn't talk about it, James continued, his voice strained. Not to me, not to Lily, not to anyone. But I know it's affected him deeply. Sometimes I look at him, and it's like he's carrying something he doesn't want to share. The room fell into a contemplative silence. Dumbledore's gaze softened as he regarded James with a mixture of sympathy and understanding. Hadrian has been through more than any child should have to endure, he said quietly. It's only natural that he would carry some of that with him. McGonagall's sharp eyes darted to Dumbledore, her voice edged with concern. But Albus, should we be worried? This darkness, could it lead him down a dangerous path? Dumbledore sighed, his gaze distant once more. It is too soon to tell, Minerva. But I believe Hadrian is stronger than we give him credit for. He has endured much, yes, but he has also shown a remarkable resilience. We must watch over him, guide him, but not smother him. He needs space to grow, to find his own way. Snape's eyes flickered with something unreadable as he leaned back in his chair, his expression as inscrutable as ever. If he is indeed as strong as you believe, Headmaster, then perhaps he will manage. But strength can also be a double-edged sword. It can protect, but it can also isolate. Dumbledore nodded slowly, acknowledging Snape's point. Indeed, Severus, we must tread carefully. Hadrian is a remarkable young man, but he is still just a boy. A boy who has seen too much. The meeting began to wind down, the professors exchanging quiet words as they prepared to leave. But the atmosphere was still heavy, the weight of their discussion lingering in the as the staff members filed out of the office. James lingered behind, his gaze fixed on Dumbledore. Albus, what do we do? How do we help him? Dumbledore regarded James with a kind, if somewhat sad smile. We offer him support. James. We let him know that he is not alone, that he has people who care about him. But we must also respect his boundaries. Hadrian is not like other children. He needs to find his own path, in his own time. James nodded, though his expression remained troubled. I just want to do what's best for him. And you will, Dumbledore assured him. Just be there for him, when he needs you. That is the best thing you can do. With that, the meeting came to an end, and the last of the staff members left the office, leaving Dumbledore alone with his thoughts. The headmaster's gaze lingered on the flickering flames in the fireplace, his mind churning with the implications of what had been discussed. Hadrian Potter was an enigma, a boy with a past shrouded in darkness. But there was also light within him, a potential that Dumbledore could not ignore. The challenge would be to nurture that light, to guide Hadrian without stifling him. But even as Dumbledore pondered this, he could not shake the feeling that there was something more to Hadrian's story, something hidden in the shadows of his past. And that, more than anything, concerned him. Later that evening, as the castle's ancient walls echoed with the whispers of the past, a summons reached Hadrian Potter. A brief note delivered by a house elf, requesting his presence in the headmaster's office. The message was simple, almost casual, but Hadrian knew better than to take it lightly. As he made his way through the dimly lit corridors, his footsteps silent on the stone floor, Hadrian couldn't help but feel a prickle of unease. Dumbledore had always been a figure of authority, a man of immense power and wisdom. But there was also something unsettling about him, a sense of calculation beneath the warmth of his exterior. Hadrian paused before the stone gargoyle that guarded the entrance to Dumbledore's office. The creature's stony eyes regarded him impassively until Hadrian whispered the password, "Lemon drop," and it sprang to life, leaping aside to reveal a spiral staircase. The stairs carried him upward, each step bringing him closer to the headmaster's domain. As he reached the top, the door to the office swung open, revealing the room within. Dumbledore's office was a place of wonder and mystery, filled with strange and wondrous objects. Shelves lined with ancient tomes and curious artifacts. A silver instrument on a nearby table puffing out wisps of smoke that twisted into intricate patterns. The room was bathed in the soft glow of candlelight, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. Hadrian stepped inside, his eyes sweeping over the room, taking in every detail. The portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses watched him with a mix of curiosity and expectation, their eyes following his every move. The air was thick with magic, a subtle hum that vibrated just beneath the surface, as if the very walls were alive with power. "Ah, Hadrian, do come in." Dumbledore's voice was warm and inviting, but Hadrian detected the subtle undercurrent of something more, something probing. Hadrian approached the desk where Dumbledore sat, his expression carefully neutral. He could feel the headmaster's gaze on him, weighing him, assessing him. There was a slight twitch in Dumbledore's fingers as he gestured for Hadrian to sit, a barely perceptible sign of the man's inner thoughts. "I trust you've settled in well?" Dumbledore began, his tone conversational, almost casual. Hadrian nodded, his posture relaxed but his mind alert. "Yes, sir. Everything's fine." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind his glasses, but Hadrian didn't miss the way they seemed to sharpen ever so slightly. "Good, good. I've been hearing excellent reports from your professors. They're quite impressed with your abilities." Hadrian inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the compliment without letting it go to his head. "Thank you, sir." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepling as he regarded Hadrian with an expression of mild curiosity. "You've had quite an interesting journey to Hogwarts, haven't you, Hadrian?" The question was innocuous enough, but Hadrian sensed the intent behind it. Dumbledore was probing, searching for something beneath the surface. Hadrian maintained his mask of indifference, his voice steady as he replied, "I suppose you could say that." Dumbledore's gaze didn't waver, but there was a slight shift in his posture, a subtle indication that he was not entirely satisfied with the answer. "I imagine it must have been difficult, being separated from your family for so long." Hadrian met Dumbledore's gaze head-on, his expression unreadable. It was different. There was a pause, a brief moment of silence that stretched between them, laden with unspoken questions. Dumbledore's fingers drummed lightly on the surface of his desk, a seemingly absent-minded gesture, but one that betrayed the headmaster's deeper thoughts. "I understand you spent some time with a group of rather unconventional caretakers." Dumbledore ventured, his tone light, almost curious. "Would you like to tell me about them?" Hadrian's eyes narrowed fractionally, a subtle tightening around the edges that most would have missed. But Dumbledore noticed, his own expression remaining carefully neutral. "They were good to me," Hadrian replied, his voice cool. "They taught me a lot." Dumbledore's gaze flicked to a nearby shelf, where a strange, whirring object spun slowly in the air. "I'm sure they did, but I must admit, I am curious about what sort of lessons you might have learned during your time with them." Hadrian's lips twitched in a semblance of a smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Survival, mostly." The headmaster nodded thoughtfully, as if considering Hadrian's words. "And what do you think of Hogwarts so far? How does it compare?" "It's different," Hadrian said again, his tone giving nothing away. "But I'm adjusting." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing just a fraction. "I see. And have you had any contact with your brother, Skylar, since arriving?" Hadrian's expression didn't change, but there was a slight tension in his shoulders, a barely noticeable tightening of his jaw. "No, sir." Dumbledore nodded slowly, as if this was the answer he had expected. "I see. Family is important, Hadrian. It's good to maintain those connections, even when circumstances pull us apart." Hadrian remained silent, his eyes flicking to the portraits on the walls, then back to Dumbledore. He could sense the headmaster's subtle attempts to steer the conversation, to draw out more information. But Hadrian wasn't about to let his guard down. The conversation shifted to more mundane topics, Dumbledore asking about Hadrian's classes, his interests, his plans for the future. But throughout it all, Hadrian remained on high alert, his senses attuned to the headmaster's every word, every gesture. Finally, Dumbledore seemed to sense that he wouldn't get any more from Hadrian than what the boy was willing to give. The headmaster's demeanor softened slightly, his voice returning to its usual warmth as he said, "Thank you for coming, Hadrian. If you ever need anything, my door is always open." Hadrian stood, his expression still neutral, as he inclined his head. "Thank you, sir." As he turned to leave, something on Dumbledore's desk caught his eye. A small, intricately carved symbol etched into a piece of parchment. It was simple, yet somehow powerful, a triangle enclosing a circle, with a line bisecting both. The Deathly Hallows. Hadrian's gaze lingered on the symbol for just a moment before he tore his eyes away, his heart skipping a beat. He didn't know what it meant, but he knew it was significant. Something deep within him stirred, a sense of recognition that he couldn't quite place. Dumbledore noticed the flicker of interest in Hadrian's eyes, but he said nothing, merely watching as the boy left the office. The door closed behind Hadrian with a soft click, leaving the headmaster alone in the flickering candlelight. As Hadrian walked back to his dormitory, his mind raced with questions. What was that, Zambul? Why did it feel so familiar? And more importantly, what did Dumbledore know that he wasn't telling? The answers were elusive, but one thing was certain. Hadrian would find out. He had learned much in his time with the gang, but there was still so much more to uncover. And he would do it his way, on his terms. For now, though, he would have to bide his time, waiting and watching, just as he had done in the past. But one day, he would have the answers he sought. And when that day came, nothing would stand in his way. Dumbledore, meanwhile, was brooding. He was thinking about his mistakes, how he had contributed to the help of not only one, but two of the most infamous Dark Lords. And Hadrian reminded him of someone, a very specific someone, a boy who, too, like Hadrian, had been abandoned and who had lived with Muggles. He sighed and turned around to leave for the day. Chapter 20: Secrets of the Forbidden Forest. Hadrian Potter sat in the quiet solitude of the library, surrounded by towering shelves filled with ancient and dusty tomes. The golden light of the autumn afternoon streamed through the high, arched windows, casting long shadows across the stone floors. He sat hunched over a thick, worn book, its leather binding cracked with age, the pages yellowed but still intact. The book was ancient, its title barely legible, Magicks Most Dark and Forbidden. He had brought it from Grimmauld and had sneaked it into Hogwarts to read. Reading it in the common room was far too risky, better to read it here. To anyone else, the content would have been too complex, an overwhelming labyrinth of ancient curses, charms, and arcane incantations. But to Hadrian, it felt strangely simple. His emerald eyes skimmed over the dense text, absorbing every word as if they were written in a language he had known all his life. Every line made perfect sense. Every spell clicked effortlessly in his mind. He furrowed his brow, feeling an unease creeping into his thoughts. Why did it feel so natural? Hadrian had barely been at Hogwarts for a few weeks, yet everything came easily, almost too easily. His mind drifted, the words on the page blurring as a series of disjointed memories flashed before his eyes. He remembered standing in the dingy basement of Grimmauld Place back in London, watching Sirius brew a rudimentary potion. The ingredients, the steps, they had fascinated him. He had memorized everything, despite never having been taught. When he tried it himself later, the result had been flawless, leaving Sirius stunned. Natural talent, he had called it. But it was more than that, wasn't it? It was like he had known how to do it all along. Hadrian shook his head, his hand twitching slightly as he absent-mindedly rubbed the scar on his wrist, a reminder of his time on the streets. He forced his attention back to the book, tracing the elegant lines of a particularly dark curse. Again, the words seemed to settle in his mind with an ease that was both comforting and unsettling. Why? Why did it all come so easily? Even the most complex potions or obscure spells seemed to flow through him as if they were part of his very being. He glanced at the clock in the corner of the library, its hands ticking softly, the silence almost deafening. It was something he couldn't shake, the feeling that he wasn't learning, but rather remembering. A sudden noise snapped him out of his reverie. A faint rustling sound, followed by the scrape of a door opening. Hadrian quickly closed the book, pushing it away as he stood up. His heart thudded slightly faster as he gathered his belongings. As he walked out of the library, his mind buzzed with thoughts. Something was off, and he was determined to figure out what it was. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, a thoughtful expression on his face. The room was cluttered with an array of odd magical artifacts, each humming softly with latent energy. Fawkes, his phoenix, let out a soft trill from his perch, sensing the headmaster's reflective mood. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Argus Filch, the surly caretaker, stormed in. His eyes were wild, and his hands twitched with barely contained fury. "Dumbledore," he growled, his voice filled with irritation. "It's those blasted Weasley twins again. Made a mess. They did. One of the worst yet." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth twitching upward in faint amusement. "Ah, Fred and George," he mused, steepling his fingers. What did they do this time, Argus? Filch scowled, his face twitching in anger. They flooded the third-floor corridor with green foam, and it smells worse than a troll's backside. Took me hours just to clear half of it. His hands clenched in a fist, knuckles widening. And that's not the worst of it. There were charmed balloons, too. Burst over the students' heads. Left them with bright pink hair for hours. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled mischievously, but he quickly masked it with a look of mild concern. I see, he said softly. Quite the creative prank, though unfortunate for those caught in the crossfire. Filch sneered. Creative? It's chaos, Headmaster. And while I was cleaning up their mess, I found this. He reached into his robes and pulled out a small piece of parchment, waving it in front of Dumbledore's face. Tried to open it, but all I got was no squibs or muggles. Aloud! He spat the words with venom, his lip curling in disdain. Dumbledore leaned forward, his eyes narrowing slightly as he took the parchment from Filch's trembling hands. Thank you, Argus. I'll take it from here, he said kindly, his voice soothing. Filch huffed, clearly still agitated. They need to be punished, Dumbledore. If I catch them again, I swear I'll— Yes, yes, Dumbledore interrupted, his tone placating. I will speak with them, Argus. Rest assured, proper measures will be taken. Filch muttered something under his breath before storming out, the door slamming shut behind him. Dumbledore sighed and glanced down at the parchment in his hand. His eyes gleamed with curiosity. He flicked his wand gently, checking the parchment for any hidden enchantments or curses. Nothing. It was clean, apart from the defensive charm Filch had mentioned. He frowned slightly and murmured a soft word of release, expecting the parchment to reveal itself. But to his surprise, it didn't. Instead, the faded lines of the parchment shimmered, as if trying to reveal themselves, but hesitating, like a whisper not yet spoken aloud. Dumbledore's fingers traced the edges of the parchment, curiosity burning in his sharp, blue eyes. He knew this wasn't any ordinary piece of magical material. The defensive charm, the specific insult to squibs and muggles. It spoke of something older, something more personal. He cast another charm, something more intricate, a faint thread of magic unfurling from the tip of his wand. As the enchantment settled over the parchment, words began to emerge, slowly, as though they were reluctant to surface. His breath caught slightly as he read aloud, softly, the scrawled message that appeared. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Patfoot, and Prongs. Dumbledore's eyes widened, just for a fraction of a second. The names were familiar, very familiar. His brow furrowed as he leaned in closer. The Marauders, James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. He whispered the names quietly to himself, connecting each of the monikers to their owners with ease. His mind was a finely tuned instrument, piecing together the fragments of memory and deduction with practiced efficiency. Padfoot, Prongs, Mooney, and Wormtail. A map. It had to be. The Marauders Map. He had heard rumors about it during the First Wizarding War. The group of troublemakers had been notorious for their antics at Hogwarts. Dumbledore felt a flicker of amusement, but it was quickly overshadowed by the heavy weight of realization. A map this powerful, this sophisticated in the hands of those boys, and now left behind for Filch to find. His expression remained calm, but his mind raced as he traced his wand lightly over the map's surface again, murmuring a spell to unveil the enchantments. The parchment rippled slightly under the magic, and in an instant, the entire castle appeared before him. Floors, corridors, classrooms, and every hidden nook revealed in stunning clarity. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, fascinated by the precision and scope of the enchantment. And there, moving like tiny, glowing dots, were the names of every person inside the castle. He winced as his eyes swept over a few names in less than dignified locations. Students hidden in broom cupboards, behind statues, places that even the most permissive headmaster would frown upon. A flicker of humor creased the lines around his eyes, though his expression remained largely impassive. Still, this wasn't what intrigued him. He continued to scan the map with careful diligence. Students were moving through the halls, clustered in classrooms, some in the common rooms of their houses, But it wasn't until his gaze fell upon the library that something truly captured his attention. Hadrian Potter. The name, etched in tiny, cursive letters, moved slowly away from the library's table, drifting toward the exit of the grand chamber. Dumbledore felt a pang, a mixture of sorrow and curiosity. The boy was intelligent, clearly, far more so than he should have been. He had seen signs, subtle but unmistakable, of how quickly Hadrian absorbed knowledge. But that was not what made Dumbledore's breath catch in his throat. There, hovering directly above Hadrian's name, was another. TMR. It was small, almost insignificant, yet the letters stood out against the background like ink spilled across parchment. Dumbledore's heart raced. His fingers tightened around his wand, and for the briefest moment, his usually composed demeanor cracked. His mouth formed a thin line as his thoughts whirled in a storm of possibilities. Tom Marvolo Riddle. How? Why was that name there? The boy who had become Lord Voldemort, the darkest wizard of their age. And now, his name appeared above Hadrian's. Was it a coincidence? A mistake? Dumbledore furrowed his brows, his thoughts spiraling deeper into suspicion. Dumbledore's hand hovered above the map as his mind raced, dissecting the meaning behind this. Why would the map show Riddle's presence? Was it a lingering trace of something darker still tied to Hadrian? Or was this an entirely different enigma, one that could point to Voldemort's continued influence in ways he hadn't yet imagined? He knew that Voldemort had left his mark on Hadrian's life, but he had believed that influence had been distant, disconnected. Now, the map was showing something far more direct. He stood abruptly, his expression darkening. Fawkes let out a soft, uneasy trill from his perch, sensing his master's unrest. Dumbledore's eyes flicked toward the phoenix before returning to the map, his gaze lingering over the small name of Tiamar, still hovering above Hadrian's. This was no coincidence. He folded the map carefully, a determined look crossing his face as he tucked it into his robes. His movements were steady but filled with purpose. He had much to ponder, and more importantly, investigate. As he left his office, his mind churned with questions. Hadrian's brilliance, the ease with which he grasped complex and dangerous magic, and now the presence of this ominous name above his own. It all fit together. But how? The connection was not yet clear, but Dumbledore knew that he had to get to the bottom of it. Whatever it was, it couldn't be ignored. The shadows in the corridor deepened as Dumbledore walked swiftly toward the library, his thoughts dark and heavy. He knew one thing for certain. This mystery was far from over, and it was only the beginning of something much larger, something that could change the course of everything. Just as he turned the corner, the parchment shifted slightly inside his robes. His heart clenched as he wondered. How much of Hadrian's life had already been shaped by forces beyond his control? And how much more would be revealed by the time this was all over? For the first time in years, Albus Dumbledore felt a flicker of genuine fear. The door to the library loomed ahead, but in the darkness behind him, something far more sinister stirred. Months into his first year at Hogwarts, Hadrian Potter had already established a routine that set him apart from the rest of the students. Every morning, before the castle awoke, he would rise at 4 a.m., lace up his worn but sturdy running shoes, and head out into the crisp morning air. The routine was familiar, a remnant of his days with the gang, and it gave him a sense of control amidst the chaos of his new life at Hogwarts. But as the weeks turned into months, a restlessness grew within him. The vastness of Hogwarts held secrets and mysteries that called to him, none more so than the Forbidden Forest. Each morning, as he sprinted through the grounds, his eyes would linger on the dark silhouette of the forest. The trees, tall and ancient, seemed to whisper secrets in the wind, and the shadows between them promised both danger and discovery. There was something about the forest that drew him in, a magnetic pull that he found increasingly difficult to resist. He knew the tales of deadly creatures, of students who had wandered too far and never returned. But those stories only served to heighten his curiosity. Life, as he had learned early on, was inherently dangerous. What was the point of living if one didn't seek out its edges? One morning, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, he made his decision. Today, he would venture into the Forbidden Forest. The twilight hour cast the forest in a surreal glow. The deep blues and purples of the early morning sky bled into the dark greens of the trees, creating a hauntingly beautiful tapestry of shadows and light. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and every sound, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, was magnified in the stillness. Hadrian's footsteps were nearly silent as he crossed the boundary from the school grounds into the forest. The transition was almost imperceptible. One moment he was surrounded by open fields, and the next he was enveloped by the dense foliage. The trees loomed above him, their branches twisting like the gnarled fingers of ancient giants, and the ground beneath him was soft and damp. As he moved deeper into the forest, the light dimmed, and the shadows grew longer. Despite the darkness, there was an undeniable beauty to the place. The way the moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting silvery beams onto the forest floor, made the entire scene look like something out of a dream. But there was a tension in the air as well, a sense that the forest was watching him, waiting. Hadrian's heart pounded in his chest, not from fear, but from the thrill of the unknown. Every step he took was a defiance of the warnings he'd heard, and he reveled in it. The further he went, the more he felt alive. But then, a sudden prickle of unease ran down his spine. He halted, instinctively lowering his stance, his senses heightened. There was something behind him. He was sure of it. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end, and a chill ran through him despite the warmth of his exertion. Slowly, he turned, his emerald eyes scanning the darkness. At first, he saw nothing, just the thick trunks of the trees and the play of shadows. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something, a movement, subtle but deliberate. His breath caught in his throat as he focused on the spot. A pair of eyes, glowing faintly in the darkness, stared back at him. They were unlike any eyes he had ever seen, pale and luminous, with an otherworldly intensity that seemed to pierce through the shadows. As the creature stepped into the thin beam of moonlight, Hadrian's breath left him in a quiet gasp. A thestral. The creature was both terrifying and beautiful, its skeletal frame covered in leathery black skin. Its wings, folded at its sides, were vast and bat-like, and its mane was long and matted. The thestral's face, though horse-like in structure, was elongated and gaunt, with a pair of long, white fangs protruding from its upper jaw. But it was the eyes that held Hadrian's attention, their depth, their ancient sorrow, their piercing gaze that seemed to see right through him. Hadrian's pulse quickened as he stared at the creature, a mixture of awe and unease washing over him. Thestrals were said to be harbingers of death, visible only to those who had witnessed it firsthand. The sight of it should have terrified him, but instead he felt a strange sense of kinship, as if this creature, in all its eerie beauty, understood him in a way no one else could. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. It was not spoken aloud, yet it resonated within him, deep and ancient. "You are not afraid." Hadrian's eyes widened, his breath catching. He had heard of magical creatures communicating, but this was different. The voice was not a gentle whisper, but a forceful presence that seemed to emanate from within him, as though the thestral's thoughts were merging with his own. He swallowed, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke aloud. "Who are you?" The thestral's gaze intensified, and the voice returned, this time laced with a bitter edge. "I am Alara, the first thestral. I have seen the birth of empires and their inevitable fall. I have watched mortals cling to life, only to wither away into the dust from whence they came." Hadrian's heart raced as he processed the thestral's words. Alara, the first thestral? The very idea was mind-boggling. His eyes flickered with curiosity, tempered by the realization of the gravity of the encounter. "Why can I hear you?" he asked, his voice steadier now, though still laced with awe. Alara's skeletal frame shifted slightly, and Hadrian noticed the subtle tension in the creature's muscles, as though it were testing him, gauging his reactions. "Because you, child, are different. You walk the path between life and death, your soul tethered on both sides of the veil. You carry the marks of those who have passed, and your connection to the darkness is stronger than you know. Hadrian's mind raced, his thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and fascination. His gaze darted to the Thestral's wings, noticing the way they twitched ever so slightly, as if reflecting the creature's own agitation. There was a weight to Alara's words, a sense of inevitability that made his skin prickle with unease. "What do you mean?" Hadrian asked, his voice barely above a whisper. His mind was filled with questions, each one more pressing than the last, but the Thestral's presence was so overwhelming that he struggled to find the right words. Alara's eyes, cold and distant, bore into his. "You have already seen death, young one, even caused it, but your journey has just begun. There is darkness within you, a shadow that stretches far beyond your understanding. It will guide you, shape you, and one day it will consume you. But in that darkness, you will find power, power that others can only dream of." The Thestral's voice, ancient and bitter, sent a shiver down Hadrian's spine. He could feel the weight of the words pressing down on him, the truth of them resonating deep within his soul. There was a part of him that wanted to run, to escape the foreboding prophecy that Alara was weaving, but another part of him, a darker, more curious part, wanted to know more. "Why are you telling me this?" Hadrian asked, his voice shaky but determined. His eyes, usually so calm and guarded, were wide with anticipation. He took a step closer to the Thestral, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Alara's eyes flickered, the faintest hint of amusement crossing them before it was replaced by the same cold, detached stare. "Because you must be prepared. The path you walk is fraught with danger, and you will need allies in the shadows. I have watched you, Hadrian Potter. I know the darkness that lingers within you, and I see the potential it holds." Hadrian's heart pounded in his chest, the words sinking in with a terrifying clarity. His mind was a whirlwind of emotions. Fear, curiosity, determination. But above all, there was a sense of purpose that he had never felt before. He took a deep breath, his gaze locking onto Alara's. "What do you want from me?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The question was loaded, a challenge and a plea all at once. Alara's eyes narrowed, the intensity of the gaze almost unbearable. "I want nothing from you, child, but you will come to me again. You will seek answers, and when you do, I will be waiting. Until then, remember this. The darkness is not your enemy. It is your greatest ally." Hadrian's breath hitched, his mind reeling from the weight of the encounter. But before he could respond, Alara's form began to blur, fading into the shadows as if she had never been there at all. The forest, once so full of mystery and foreboding, now seemed even darker, the weight of Alara's words lingering in the air like a thick fog. As the first light-off dawn began to break through the trees, Hadrian stood alone in the clearing, his thoughts racing. The encounter with Alara had left him shaken, but it had also ignited something within him, a burning desire to uncover the secrets that lay hidden in the shadows. There was a darkness within him, yes, but there was also power, and he would not shy away from it. But as he turned to leave the forest, one final, chilling thought crossed his mind. Alara had called herself the first Thestral, an ancient creature that had seen the rise and fall of empires, and now she had set her sights on him. What did that mean for his future? And what darkness lay ahead? And as Hadrian stepped out of the forest, the weight of Alara's words still heavy in his mind, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The first Thestral, the darkness within him, the power he was yet to uncover, it all loomed over him like a storm on the horizon. Hadrian didn't know what awaited him, but he knew one thing for certain: his life would never be the same again. And as he walked back to the castle, the first rays of dawn casting long shadows on the ground, he couldn't help but wonder what other secrets the forbidden forest and the darkness within him still held. The sound of Alara's voice echoed in his mind, a final, haunting reminder. "I am Alara, the first Thestral. I have lived through eons, child. I have seen empires rise and fall, mortals die, and darkness reign. And I will see it all again." Hadrian's steps faltered, a shiver running down his spine. The prophecy hung heavy in the air, unanswered questions swirling in his mind. But there was no turning back now. The darkness was calling, and Hadrian knew that, sooner or later, he would answer. Chapter 21, The First Kill. Hadrian Potter had tried to push it out of his mind, the conversation with Dumbledore, but it gnawed at him like an unsolved riddle. He sat at the edge of his bed in the Slytherin dormitory, staring blankly at the stone wall opposite him. The room was quiet, save for the occasional crackling of the enchanted fire in the hearth. His mind, however, was a storm. How had Dumbledore known? The thought had been plaguing him ever since their meeting. It was as though the headmaster had glimpsed something from Hadrian's past, something he had never spoken of to anyone. The time with the gang, the dirty streets of London, the feeling of being utterly alone, but somehow finding a home among a band of criminals. No one knew about that. No one except Sirius. And Sirius wasn't the type to divulge Hadrian's secrets. Not willingly, not to someone like Dumbledore. Then how? The conversation replayed in his mind, each word magnified by his lingering suspicion. Dumbledore had been calm, his eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles, but there was an unsettling weight to the way he spoke to Hadrian, as though he already knew too much. His questions had been subtle, but sharp, pricking at Hadrian's carefully constructed walls of secrecy. I understand you spent some time with a group of rather unconventional caretakers. The words had been a dagger, striking deep and without warning. Dumbledore hadn't said much more, just enough to leave Hadrian wondering. The headmaster had known, but how? The question festered in his mind like a wound that refused to heal. Hadrian clenched his fists, the knuckles turning white. His heart thudded louder, a pulsing rhythm in the quiet dormitory. Dumbledore was too powerful, too omniscient. He had eyes and ears everywhere. Yet the idea of the old man knowing about Hadrian's life before Hogwarts was unnerving. It wasn't just unsettling, it was impossible. Unless Hadrian's eyes narrowed, his gaze darkening as he considered the possibilities. Dumbledore had sources, people who worked for him. He had connections that ran deeper than anyone knew, even within the shadows of the wizarding world. Hadrian couldn't shake the feeling that somehow, somewhere, someone had sold him out. But who? Hadrian stood abruptly, his chest tightening with unease. His pacing began, quick, sharp steps across the cold stone floor. He ran a hand through his messy black hair, his mind spiraling with unanswered questions. What did Dumbledore know? How much did he know? And who had told him? Hadrian stopped, his eyes fixating on the small window across the room. Outside, the darkening sky was a blanket of heavy clouds, the late autumn chill creeping in through the cracks. His heart raced as the sense of being watched crept over him. Someone had betrayed his past to the headmaster. Someone had revealed his darkest secrets, his hidden life in the alleyways of London. Months earlier, Knockturn Alley, the narrow, crooked streets of Knockturn Alley were bathed in shadows, the dim light from flickering street lamps barely illuminating the path. It was a place of darkness, both literal and figurative, where the air was thick with a stench of rot, decay, and something far more sinister. The kind of place where no self-respecting wizard, especially not one of Albus Dumbledore's stature, would dare tread. But tonight, Dumbledore had cloaked himself in anonymity. His form was draped in a long, dark hooded cloak, his face obscured by a mixture of glamours and enchantments. He could have disillusioned himself, of course, but Knockturn Alley was a crowded place, and bumping into someone while invisible would have raised far more suspicion. No, Dumbledore needed subtlety tonight. He was not here as the venerable headmaster of Hogwarts, nor as the powerful leader of the Order of the Phoenix. He was here for information, and that required discretion. The headmaster's boots clicked softly against the cobblestones as he moved swiftly down the dark alleys. His sharp blue eyes, concealed by the glamour, darted left and right, scanning the shadowed figures lurking in doorways and around corners. Knockturn Alley was a cesspool of dark dealings, and though many feared Dumbledore, they were also smart enough not to cross him openly. At least, not without reason. Dumbledore turned down a particularly narrow side street, his pace quickening as he approached his destination, a small, battered house that sat at the end of the alley. The windows were cracked, and the door hung loosely on its hinges, but the building was more secure than it appeared. A faint, familiar magic pulsed from within. Midnight, the elusive contact Dumbledore was meeting tonight, had taken great care to ensure that his hideout was well protected. The headmaster frowned beneath his hood. Midnight should have installed a flux system by now, he thought with irritation. The old man hated these late-night ventures into the underbelly of the wizarding world. A simple flux connection would have made things far easier. As he approached the door, Dumbledore's hand brushed against his wand, ever cautious. With a quick glance over his shoulder, he rapped his knuckles against the splintered wood 3 times. The door creaked open, just wide enough for Dumbledore to slip inside unnoticed. The interior of the house was as decrepit as its exterior, dusty, dimly lit, and filled with the musty smell of damp wood. But Dumbledore's focus was on the figure standing in the far corner of the room. The man was tall, cloaked in shadows, his face hidden beneath the hood of a tattered robe. There was something distinctly unsettling about him, though Dumbledore was not easily intimidated. Without a word, Dumbledore approached, his hand extending out in a silent greeting. The man grasped it firmly, his grip cold and unyielding. "Midnight," Dumbledore said quietly, his voice low and measured. "You have information for me." The hooded figure nodded slowly, his head tilting slightly as though assessing the man before him. There was a tense silence before the figure spoke, his voice low and gravelly, tinged with a thick Russian accent. "He has survived an attack," the man murmured, his words deliberate, "by the hitman of the Order of the Shadows, one of their most dangerous assassins." Dumbledore's eyes flickered with something unreadable, but his expression remained impassive. His fingers twitched slightly, the only outward sign of the thoughts racing through his mind. The Order of the Shadows was not to be trifled with, and if the boy had survived an attack from one of their assassins, it meant they were watching him. It meant they considered him a threat. "Tell me about his childhood," Dumbledore said softly, his voice betraying none of the tension that coiled within him. "Everything you know." The figure shifted slightly, his hands hidden within the folds of his cloak. "He was raised by a gang in London," the man said after a brief pause. "Abandoned by his family, left to fend for himself in the streets. For years, he lived among thieves and criminals. And now," the man's voice lowered, almost to a whisper, "he is under the care of Sirius Black." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but the way his eyes narrowed ever so slightly suggested a deeper concern. He had suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed only complicated things. The boy was dangerous, far more dangerous than anyone realized. The streets had hardened him, shaped him in ways that would make him a force to be reckoned with. But it also made him unpredictable, and that was something Dumbledore could not afford. "And what else?" Dumbledore pressed, his voice calm but insistent. The man hesitated for a moment, his hands twitching slightly at his sides. "Everything," he murmured, his tone a mixture of caution and reluctance. "I have told you everything I know. The boy is resourceful, dangerous, and—" His voice trailed off for a moment before he continued. "It is rare that we are tasked to spy on children. Our assignments usually involve older men, men of power. This is different." Dumbledore nodded, his expression thoughtful as he digested the information. "I see," he said quietly. "Thank you." The man's eyes, hidden beneath the hood, seemed to flicker with something. Regret, perhaps, or maybe just weariness. He extended his hand once more, and Dumbledore grasped it tightly, his grip firm but brief. Without another word, the hooded figure turned and disappeared into the shadows of the house, his form melting into the darkness as though he had never been there at all. Dumbledore watched him go, his mind already racing with thoughts of what this new information meant. Hadrian Potter was becoming a problem. With a sigh, Dumbledore turned and made his way out of the house, stepping back into the cold, damp streets of Nocturne Alley. The night air bit at his skin, but he barely noticed. His thoughts were consumed with the boy, the one who had survived an assassination attempt from the Order of the Shadows, the one who had been raised by a gang of criminals, the one who was now under the care of Sirius Black. Hadrian Potter was no ordinary child, and Dumbledore knew that whatever future awaited the boy, it would be one fraught with danger. As he walked away from the battered house, his footsteps echoing in the silence of the alley, Dumbledore's eyes flickered with an unreadable emotion. This was only the beginning. Hadrian Potter's memories of his childhood were a tangled web of darkness and survival, the kind of past that had no place in the sanitized corridors of Hogwarts. While most children his age would have tales of innocence, Hadrian's recollections were steeped in violence, fear, and a constant fight for survival. The memory that haunted him the most, however, was not of a death he had witnessed, but of the one he had caused. It was a night much like any other in the underbelly of London, a world of shadows where the weak were prey and only the ruthless survived. Hadrian had been with the gang, his makeshift family, on one of their more daring heists. They had planned everything meticulously, down to the last detail, but as with all things, the streets had a way of twisting the best-laid plans into nightmares. The target was a small-time dealer who had been skimming off the top of the bigger gangs. He operated out of an abandoned warehouse, a decrepit structure on the edge of town, where the walls were damp with rot and the air thick with the stench of decay. Hadrian, despite his young age, had been a crucial part of the plan. His small stature and quick reflexes made him the perfect infiltrator, able to slip in and out without detection. But that night, things went wrong. Hadrian had just pocketed the stash, a collection of rare and valuable items, when he heard the creak of a door behind him. His heart leaped into his throat as he spun around, his muscles tensing instinctively. In the dim light, he saw a figure looming in the doorway, a thug, his face twisted into a sneer, his eyes cold and calculating. The man was large, his shoulders broad, and his fists clenched in a knuckled fist that had seen more than their fair share of violence. Hadrian's first instinct was to flee, but the thug blocked his only exit. The man's gaze flickered over him, assessing, calculating, and Hadrian could see the moment he decided that this boy was no threat. "Thought you could rob me, eh?" the thug growled, his voice a low rumble that sent shivers down Hadrian's spine. There was a cruel glint in his eyes as he took a step closer, his fists tightening. "I'll teach you a lesson, you little rat." Hadrian's mind raced, searching for a way out, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. The thug was larger, stronger, and more experienced in the brutal dance of the streets. But Hadrian had something the thug didn't: a fierce determination to survive and a power within him that he was only just beginning to understand. The thug moved suddenly, lunging forward with the speed and precision of a predator. Hadrian barely had time to react, but his instincts kicked in. He ducked under the man's arm, his small frame allowing him to move quickly and unpredictably. With a swift kick, he aimed for the thug's knee, hoping to disable him long enough to make his escape. The thug grunted in pain as Hadrian's foot connected, but the attack only seemed to enrage him further. He lashed out, his fist catching Hadrian in the ribs, sending him sprawling to the floor. Pain exploded through Hadrian's side, but he gritted his teeth and scrambled to his feet, his eyes darting around the room for anything he could use as a weapon. In the corner of the room, Hadrian's gaze landed on a rusty pipe, discarded and forgotten. He dove for it, his fingers closing around the cold metal just as the thug reached him again. The man's hand wrapped around Hadrian's arm, yanking him back with a force that made him gasp. The thug's face was a mask of rage, his sneer deepening as he raised his fist, ready to deliver a crushing blow. But Hadrian was faster. He swung the pipe with all the strength he could muster, the metal connecting with the side of the thug's head with a sickening crack. The man staggered, his grip loosening, and Hadrian didn't hesitate. He kicked out, his foot connecting with the man's stomach, forcing him to double over in pain. It was in that moment, as the thug faltered, that something deep within Hadrian snapped. A dark, primal instinct took over, one that had been nurtured by years of living on the edge of society. His magic, always simmering just below the surface, surged forth with a ferocity he had never experienced before. Without thinking, without hesitation, Hadrian raised his hand, his fingers curling as he willed his magic to obey. There was no incantation, no wand, just raw, unbridled power. The air around them crackled with energy, the shadows deepening as Hadrian focused on the thug before him. And then it happened. The thug's body jerked violently, his eyes widening in shock as blood began to seep from his pores. It started as a trickle, a thin line of crimson that ran down his cheek, but within moments, it became a torrent. Blood gushed from his nose, his mouth, his eyes, soaking his clothes and pooling on the floor around him. Hadrian watched, frozen in place, as the man's body convulsed, the life draining from him in a horrifying display of violence. The blood seemed to have a life of its own, swirling around the man's body like a living entity, before suddenly bursting forth in a spray of red. The thug's body crumpled to the floor, lifeless, as the blood continued to pour out, staining everything in its path. For a moment, the room was silent, the only sound the steady drip of blood onto the cold, hard floor. Hadrian stood over the body, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his heart pounding in his chest. He should have felt horror, disgust, even fear, but all he felt was a strange sense of calm. The sight of the blood, so vivid and bright against the darkness of the room, mesmerized him. It was beautiful in its own way, a perfect shade of red that drew him in, made him feel powerful. It was only when the last drop of blood had fallen, when the thug's body lay still and lifeless at his feet, that Hadrian realized what he had done. He had killed a man, taken a life with his own hands, and he felt no remorse. In that moment, something inside Hadrian changed. He had always been different, always felt the pull of darkness within him, but now it was something more. He had embraced it, accepted it as a part of who he was, and it was this moment, standing over the body of the man he had killed, that Hadrian knew he would never be the same. The days following the incident were a blur of confusion and disbelief. The gang, those who had become his family, never spoke of what had happened. They knew better than to question the darkness that had taken hold of Hadrian, the power that had been unleashed. And Hadrian himself, though haunted by the memory, found a strange sense of peace in it. He had survived, he had won, and he had discovered a side of himself that he had never known existed. But it was more than that. It was that day, that moment of death and blood, that Hadrian obtained the ability to see Thestrals. Chapter 22, Bonds of Shadows. A few days after Hadrian's abandonment, the crackling fire cast long shadows over the room, the orange glow flickering across the polished wooden table and the tense faces of James and Lily Potter. The sound of their slow, uneven breathing filled the otherwise silent space, where the heavy curtains drawn tight against the windows blocked the chill of the October night. Across from them, seated in an armchair with his usual calm but calculating demeanor, was Albus Dumbledore. His half-moon spectacles glinted in the firelight, and though his expression was placid, his piercing blue eyes betrayed the weight of the conversation that lay ahead. Lily sat straight in her chair, her hands gripping the edges of her armrest, knuckles white. Her lips pressed into a thin line, eyes narrowed as she studied Dumbledore. James, on the other hand, was leaning forward, elbows on the table, his posture tense and restless. His hand ran through his already untidy hair in agitation, a clear sign of his discomfort. Dumbledore was the picture of serenity, his hands steepled beneath his chin as he gazed thoughtfully at the Potters. Yet beneath that calm exterior, the wheels of his mind were turning swiftly, assessing, calculating. He had orchestrated countless delicate situations over the years, but this one was different. This was not simply about guiding the course of a war or positioning a key player. This was about manipulating the truth and ensuring that no one would ever know the Potters had abandoned their eldest son. Hadrian's disappearance. The words hung between them like an unspoken curse. Dumbledore's voice, when he finally spoke, was calm, his tone devoid of judgment, though the implications of their situation were clear. "I understand your concern," Dumbledore began, his gaze flickering to James first, then Lily. "Hadrian's absence will certainly raise questions, especially within the context of the inheritance laws tied to the Potter family's wealth and standing." James's jaw clenched, and he looked away for a moment, staring into the fire, his leg bouncing restlessly under the table. "What exactly are we dealing with then?" If Hadrian's gone, who gets the money? The titles? Lily's eyes darted to her husband, her lips parting as though to say something, but she closed them again, choosing to listen. She didn't trust Dumbledore as easily as James did, and right now, she was focused on understanding the full scope of what they were about to do. Dumbledore's face remained neutral as he explained. Hadrian's disappearance, or rather, the perception of his disappearance, must be carefully managed. You see, according to Gringotts' inheritance laws, should an heir vanish without trace, they are presumed dead after 7 years. Until that time, their inheritance remains in stasis, untouchable by any other family member. James shifted uneasily in his seat, his brow furrowing. 7 years? Bloody hell! Yes, Dumbledore continued, his voice soft but precise. 7 years. In the meantime, no one will be able to claim the Potter family vaults, nor will the Wisengamot be able to settle any disputes regarding Hadrian's position as the rightful heir. This, of course, presents a problem, not just for you, but for the entire wizarding world. The Potters are a prominent family, and any hint of scandal, especially surrounding the boy who lives elder brother, could have far-reaching consequences. Lily finally spoke, her voice quiet but laced with steel. Far-reaching how? Exactly? Are you saying people will try to take what's not theirs? Dumbledore tilted his head slightly, regarding her with a faint smile. In times of uncertainty, my dear, some people might seek to take advantage. The political implications of Hadrian's disappearance cannot be understated. It would shake the foundation of the Potter name, not to mention the potential fallout in the Wisengamot. You must remember, there are those who would not hesitate to use this to weaken your family's influence. James's face twisted in frustration, and he slammed his fist down on the table, the sound echoing through the room. Damn it, Dumbledore! Are you saying we're about to lose everything because of this? James, Lily said softly, her eyes darting to her husband's clenched fist. Please calm down. Dumbledore raised a hand, his tone soothing. I assure you, nothing is lost yet. That is why we are here tonight, to craft a narrative, one that will ensure no one questions Hadrian's disappearance, a story that protects your family's legacy. Lily's eyes sharpened as she leaned forward slightly, her gaze never leaving Dumbledore's. A story, she repeated slowly. You mean a lie? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled faintly, though his expression remained serious. Not a lie, Mrs. Potter. A necessity. James shifted again, running a hand through his hair. His fingers trembled slightly as they passed over his scalp, betraying the strain he was under. We didn't mean for any of this to happen, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Hadrian just... And we... His voice trailed off, and he glanced at Lily, his face pale. He didn't finish the sentence, but the weight of his words hung heavy in the air. Lily's jaw tightened, and her hands gripped the armrests of her chair even tighter. Dumbledore's eyes softened for a moment, a rare show of empathy, before he pressed on. There is no use dwelling on what could have been, James, Dumbledore said quietly. We must focus on what is and how best to move forward. Now, as for the story, Lily's hand shot up, halting Dumbledore's words. What about the others? What will people think when they find out we abandoned him? Her voice cracked slightly, but her eyes were sharp, her mind working rapidly through the implications. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, though he noted the way Lily's gaze flickered with something close to desperation. He had known this moment would come, and though he sympathized with her concerns, he was more interested in controlling the situation than comforting them. The others, he repeated softly, his tone contemplative. Ah yes, your friends. Sirius, Remus, even Peter Pettigrew. And of course, there are the Weasleys, the Hogwarts professors. A brief silence followed, and Lily's face drained of color as she imagined their reactions. Sirius would be furious, unforgiving, even. He had always been protective of Hadrian, almost as if the boy were his own son. And Remus would be disappointed, devastated even. As for the Weasleys, Molly would be horrified. And McGonagall would be appalled. They'll hate us, Lily said quietly, her voice shaking. James swallowed hard, his jaw tightening as he looked at her. No, Lily. We'll make them understand. We didn't have a choice. But they won't see it that way, she countered, her voice rising in frustration. They'll see it as abandonment, as neglect. Dumbledore interjected smoothly, his voice calm but firm. They need never know. Both Potters turned to him, startled. Dumbledore smiled slightly, but there was an undercurrent of something darker in his tone, something coldly practical. You see, he continued, there is a solution, a spell of sorts, an abstract charm that compels those who hear it to believe what you want them to believe. It is subtle, very subtle, and it will not alter their memories entirely. But it will create the impression that Hadrian simply disappeared. Lily's brow furrowed, her mind racing. What do you mean? Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with the faintest hint of satisfaction. I mean that with the proper spell work, we can ensure that everyone, except you, believes Hadrian ran away, that he was lost in the confusion, and that despite your best efforts, you were unable to find him. James stared at Dumbledore in shock. You can do that? Dumbledore nodded. I can. It is a form of subtle mental compulsion, one that will plant the idea in their minds without them ever realizing it. They will believe Hadrian ran away or was lost, and they will feel sorrow for you. They will not question your actions, nor will they seek to uncover the truth. Lily's face was pale, her eyes wide with disbelief. That sounds like manipulation. Dumbledore's expression softened, his voice lowering to a gentle, almost fatherly tone. Lily, I understand how difficult this must be for you. But you must see that this is the only way to protect your family, to protect your son, Julian. Hadrian's disappearance is already a fact. We are merely ensuring that no one uses it against you. James's hand tightened on the table, his knuckles white. So you're saying you'll make them believe he's just gone? That he ran away? Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. It is the only way. Lily hesitated, her eyes flickering between James and Dumbledore. She could see the logic in Dumbledore's words, but something about it felt wrong, deeply, morally wrong. Still, what other choice did they have? If they didn't do this, the truth would come out, and the consequences would be catastrophic. She could imagine the scandal, the shame, the accusations. But more than that, she could imagine the heartbreak, the anger, the betrayal. She closed her eyes, taking a slow, deep breath. How? How does the spell work? Dumbledore's smile returned, faint but reassuring. It is a subtle weaving of magic. It will affect everyone who hears of Hadrian's disappearance, planting the idea in their minds that he simply vanished. They will believe it wholeheartedly, and no one will question it. You, of course, will be unaffected. The spell will not alter your own memories or perceptions. You will know the truth, but everyone else will believe the lie. James leaned back in his chair, his face pale but determined. And you could teach us how to act? How to make it believable? Dumbledore nodded. Of course, you must present yourselves as heartbroken, devastated parents. James, you will need to act like a father desperately searching for his lost son. In public, you must be strong, but with moments of vulnerability. You must appear as though you are doing everything you can to find Hadrian, even though you know he is gone. James nodded slowly, his face hardening with resolve. And Lily, Dumbledore continued, turning to her. You must act heartbroken, distraught. You will need to show your grief, let it consume you in public. People will sympathize with you, and they will never suspect the truth. Lily's hands trembled slightly in her lap, but she nodded. I can do that. Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling once more. Very well. Then let us begin. The warmth of the afternoon sun bathed the Hogwarts grounds in a golden hue, casting long shadows across the lush green grass. The final exams were over, and the air was filled with a sense of relief and freedom that only students on the brink of summer could feel. The tension of the past few weeks had melted away, leaving behind a giddy excitement for the great feast and the promise of a well-deserved break. Hadrian Potter and his small group of Slytherin friends had claimed a spot by the Black Lake, away from the hustle and bustle of the castle. It was a quiet corner, where the water lapped gently at the shore and the distant chatter of other students was little more than a murmur. The perfect place for them to unwind and enjoy each other's company. Daphne Greengrass lay sprawled on the grass beside Hadrian. Her long, blonde hair fanned out like a halo around her head. Her icy blue eyes sparkled with mischief as she poked fun at Blaise Zabini, who was lounging nearby, looking every bit the picture of Slytherin. Composure. You're just sore because I beat you in potions, Daphne teased, a smirk tugging at the corners of her lips. There was a playful glint in her eyes, one that spoke of her confidence and the easy rapport she shared with her friends. Blaise raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes narrowing in mock indignation. I'm not sore, Greengrass. I'm just concerned for your well-being. The only reason you won is because Professor Snape has a soft spot for you. Right, Daphne drawled, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Because I'm sure Professor Snape is known for his soft spots. Hadrian chuckled, watching the exchange with amusement. Daphne's beauty was undeniable, with her delicate features and graceful demeanor. But it was her sharp wit and confidence that drew him in. There was something effortless about the way she carried herself, as if she was fully aware of the effect she had on those around her, but chose to focus on more important things. Don't let him get to you, Daphne. Theo Knott chimed in from his spot on the grass, where he was absently twirling a blade of grass between his fingers. Zabini's just jealous because you're better at potions than he is. Better at everything, really, Daphne added with a smug smile, earning a laugh from the group. Blaise huffed, crossing his arms over his chest. You lot are insufferable. Daphne leaned over to Hadrian, her shoulder brushing against his as she whispered conspiratorially. He's just mad because I beat him at chess last week, too. Hadrian smiled, feeling a pleasant warmth spread through him at the contact. Daphne had a way of making him feel at ease, her presence both calming and exhilarating at the same time. He couldn't help but notice the way her eyes softened when she looked at him, or the way she seemed to gravitate towards him whenever they were together. It was a subtle thing, something that she probably wasn't even aware of, but it didn't escape Hadrian's notice. You're unbeatable, Hadrian replied, his tone light and teasing. Blaise never stood a chance. Unbeatable, huh? Daphne tilted her head, a playful smile tugging at her lips. I like the sound of that. Theo grinned, his eyes flicking between Daphne and Hadrian with interest. Careful, Potter. Daphne might start getting ideas if you keep flattering her like that. Hadrian chuckled, shaking his head. She already has enough ideas as it is. The group laughed, the sound carrying across the lake and mixing with the distant calls of the birds. It was easy, natural, the kind of laughter that came from the comfort of being among friends. There was no need for pretense here. No need to hide behind the masks they wore in the presence of others. For a moment, they were just children, enjoying the simple pleasure of each other's company, not sly, manipulative Slytherins. But beneath the surface, there were layers of complexity, unspoken truths that hovered in the air like a delicate web. Hadrian could feel it, the way their eyes would dart away when the conversation grew too close to something real, the way they would change the subject with a joke or a clever remark. It was the Slytherin way, to keep things light, to hide behind wit and charm. But today, as they lounged by the lake, Hadrian felt a tug in his chest, a desire to share. Something more, to let them see a part of him that he usually kept hidden. He wasn't sure why, but the words were on the tip of his tongue, waiting to be spoken. So, Blaise said, breaking the comfortable silence that had settled over them. What's everyone doing for the summer? Theo, are you going back to that godforsaken manor of yours? Theo rolled his eyes, a wry smile playing on his lips. Unfortunately, I'll probably spend most of the summer avoiding my parents and pretending to care about pureblood politics. Daphne made a face, her nose scrunching up in distaste. Sounds dreadful. I'm planning on spending most of my summer in France. My family has a villa there, and it's the perfect escape from all the nonsense. Lucky you, Blaise muttered, shaking his head. I'll be stuck in Italy with my mother. She's already planning a string of social events that I'm expected to attend. Pureblood parties, you know the drill. Hadrian listened to them talk, a pang of envy tightening in his chest. They all had families to go back to, homes that were filled with history and tradition. He didn't have that. He had Sirius, and he was grateful for that, but there was still a part of him that felt like an outsider, like he didn't quite belong. "What about you, Hadrian?" Daphne asked, her voice cutting through his thoughts. "What are your plans for the summer?" Hadrian hesitated, his mind racing as he considered how much to reveal. He could feel the weight of their gazes on him, the curiosity in their eyes. They had all heard rumors about his past, about his upbringing, but none of them knew the full truth. "Not yet, at least. I'm not sure," he said slowly, choosing his words carefully. "I'll probably spend most of the summer with Sirius. Maybe we'll travel a bit, see some new places." Theo raised an eyebrow, his expression thoughtful. "You're lucky to have Sirius. He's a good man." Hadrian nodded, feeling a surge of affection for his godfather. "Yeah, he is. He's done a lot for me." There was a brief pause, the atmosphere shifting as the conversation took on a more serious tone. Hadrian could see the questions in their eyes, the unspoken curiosity that lingered just beneath the surface. Daphne shifted closer to him, her shoulder pressing against his as she spoke softly. "Hadrian, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but we've all heard things about your childhood. Rumors mostly. I guess what I'm trying to say is we care about you. We're your friends." Hadrian's heart skipped a beat at her words, the sincerity in her voice catching him off guard. He could see the concern in her eyes, the way her lips pressed together as if she was holding back something more. There was a vulnerability in her expression that he hadn't seen before, a glimpse of the person behind the confident exterior. He took a deep breath, his mind racing as he considered what to say. Part of him wanted to keep it all inside, to bury the memories and never speak of them again. But another part of him, the part that longed for connection, for understanding, urged him to speak. "It wasn't easy," he began, his voice quiet, almost hesitant. "Growing up, I didn't have a family. Not a real one. At least, the Dursleys, they were my aunt and uncle, but they didn't care about me. They hated me, actually." He could see the shock on their faces, the way their eyes widened, and their expressions shifted from curiosity to disbelief. Daphne's hand tightened on his arm, a silent gesture of support. "They treated me like I was nothing," Hadrian continued, his voice growing steadier as he spoke. "I was more of a burden to them than anything else. They locked me in a cupboard under the stairs, barely fed me, and, well, they did a lot of things that I'd rather forget." Blaze's jaw clenched, his usual calm demeanor cracking as a flash of anger crossed his features. "Those bastards." Hadrian nodded, feeling a strange sense of relief at finally speaking the words out loud. "Yeah, they were. But then they kicked me out. I was on my own, until I met a group of people who took me in, who taught me how to survive." "The gang," Theo said, his voice low and serious. "The one we've heard about." Hadrian looked at him, eyes raised. "How the hell do you know about the gang?" Theo shrugged and said, "Rumors." Hadrian just sighed while closing his eyes. Then, Hadrian nodded and opened his eyes, his gaze distant as he recalled those years. "They weren't perfect, but they were the closest thing I had to a family. They showed me how to take care of myself, how to fight, how to survive in a world that didn't care about me. They taught me to be strong." Daphne's hand slipped into his, her fingers warm and reassuring. "You are strong, Hadrian, stronger than any of us." There was a moment of silence as the weight of his words settled over them. Hadrian could see the mix of emotions on their faces: anger, sadness, disbelief. But most of all, he saw something that he hadn't expected: admiration. They weren't looking at him with pity or sorrow. They were looking at him with respect, with a new understanding of who he was and what he had been through. "We're with you, Hadrian," Theo said firmly, his voice carrying a note of determination. "No matter what, you're not alone anymore." Hadrian felt a warmth spread through his chest, a feeling of belonging that he hadn't felt in a long time. These were his friends, his true friends, and for the first time in his life, he felt like he was part of something bigger than himself. But before he could fully process the emotions swirling inside him, a sudden movement caught his eye. Across the lawn, he saw a group of students chasing someone. Two rough-looking Gryffindors and two large Hufflepuffs, their expressions twisted with malicious intent. And the person they were chasing, Hadrian's heart leapt into his throat. It was Tonks. Without a second thought, Hadrian was on his feet, his muscles coiled with tension as he watched the scene unfold. He didn't hesitate, didn't pause to think. All that mattered was getting to Tonks before they did. "I have to go," he said urgently, his voice clipped with barely restrained fury. Daphne and the others looked at him in confusion, but before they could ask, Hadrian was already sprinting. Across the lawn, his wand clutched tightly in his hand. He could hear their voices calling after him, but he didn't stop. There was no time. As he closed the distance, he could see the fear in Tonks's eyes, the way her breath came in ragged gasps as she tried to escape. The sight of her, vulnerable and alone, sent a surge of rage through Hadrian's veins. How dare they? How dare they go after her? He reached them just as one of the Gryffindors grabbed Tonks by the arm, a cruel sneer on his face. "You're not getting away this time, freak." But before the words were fully out of his mouth, Hadrian was there, his wand flashing in the late afternoon sun. "Let her go," he commanded, his voice low and deadly, filled with a cold fury that made even the Gryffindor hesitate. For a moment, the group froze, startled by the sudden appearance of the furious Slytherin. But then, their leader sneered, pushing Tonks aside as he turned to face Hadrian. "And what are you going to do about it, Potter?" Hadrian didn't answer with words. He didn't need to. His wand moved with lightning speed, the spell on his lips before they even had a chance to react. Bor Stratus, a spell from the Black family, one of the lighter ones. The Gryffindor's hand bent. It was dislocated. The boy fell. Hadrian then proceeded to kick his wand out of the boy's hand, causing it to land several feet away in the grass. But Hadrian didn't stop there. He advanced on them, his eyes blazing with an intensity that sent shivers down their spines. "Leave, now, and if I ever see you lay a hand on her again, you'll regret it." There was something in Hadrian's voice, something dark and dangerous that made the group take a step back. They exchanged uneasy glances, the confidence draining from their faces as they realized they were outmatched. Without another word, they turned and fled, their footsteps echoing across the lawn as they disappeared into the distance. Hadrian stood there for a moment, his breath coming in heavy bursts as the adrenaline coursed through his body. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest, the anger still simmering beneath the surface. But then he turned to Tonks, his expression softening as he took in the sight of her, safe and unharmed. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice gentle as he reached out to her. Tonks nodded, her eyes wide with a mix of relief and gratitude. "Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks to you." Hadrian smiled, the tension in his body slowly easing as the reality of what had just happened sank in. He had protected her. He had been there when she needed him. And as he looked into her eyes, he knew that he would always be there for her, no matter what. Chapter 18. The Interhouse Quidditch Cup. The Quidditch pitch was a storm of excitement as students from every house filled the stands, eager to witness the most anticipated match of the year, the final showdown between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Banners in green and silver waved proudly alongside red and gold as the cheers of hundreds of students echoed across the pitch. The tension in the air was palpable, a mix of rivalry and anticipation that crackled like static. Hadrian found himself in the Slytherin stands, sandwiched comfortably between Daphne and Tonks. The two witches had taken it upon themselves to ensure that he was never left alone for long, and today was no exception. Daphne, with her cool confidence, sat close enough that their knees brushed, while Tonks, her hair a bright shade of electric pink today, leaned in close on his other side, her arm occasionally brushing his as she shifted in her seat. Hadrian could feel the heat rising in his cheeks, though he tried to play it off as nonchalance. It wasn't just the proximity of the two attractive witches that had him flustered. It was the way they seemed to be doing it deliberately, the way their touches lingered just a bit too long to be accidental, the way their eyes sparkled with unspoken mischief. Excited for the match, Daphne asked, her voice low and smooth, sending a shiver down Hadrian's spine. She tilted her head slightly, her icy blue eyes locking onto his with an intensity that made his pulse quicken. The corners of her mouth twitched up in a small, knowing smile, as if she could sense the effect she had on him. "Of course," Hadrian replied, though his voice came out slightly more strained than he intended. He cleared his throat and tried again, hoping to regain some semblance of composure. It's going to be a close one, I think. Both teams are at the top of their game. Tonks, ever the playful one, leaned in even closer, her breath warm against Hadrian's ear. "And which team are you rooting for, Hadrian?" she teased, her voice a low purr that sent another wave of heat rushing to his face. "Slytherin or Gryffindor?" Hadrian smirked, trying to play along with their game despite the butterflies in his stomach. "I'm sitting with Slytherin, aren't I?" Tonks chuckled, a light, musical sound that made Hadrian's heart skip a beat. "Good answer. But don't think that lets you off the hook, mister. We'll be watching you closely." Hadrian felt a shiver run down his spine at her words, though whether it was from excitement or nerves, he couldn't quite tell. He cast a glance at Daphne, who was still watching him with that same enigmatic smile, and felt a sudden urge to say something clever, something that would make them both laugh. But before he could come up with anything, the captains of the two teams, Marcus Flint for Slytherin and Oliver Wood for Gryffindor, stepped forward to shake hands. The crowd's cheers rose to a deafening roar as the two captains approached each other, their expressions grim and determined. Flint, with his broad shoulders and trademark sneer, looked every bit the ruthless competitor he was known to be. Wood, on the other hand, was a picture of focused intensity, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he extended his hand. They shook hands firmly, the tension between them almost palpable, before stepping back to join their teams. The referee, Madame Hooch, blew her whistle sharply, signaling the start of the match. "And they're off," boomed the voice of the commentator, Lee Jordan, as the players shot into the sky, their broomsticks cutting through the air like arrows. The quaffle was released, and the game began in earnest. Hadrian's eyes were glued to the action, but it was difficult to concentrate with Daphne and Tonks so close. He could feel every brush of their skin against his, every time one of them shifted closer or leaned in to make a comment. It was distracting, to say the least, and Hadrian found himself more aware of their presence than the game unfolding before him. "Look at that maneuver!" Daphne suddenly exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. Hadrian followed her gaze just in time to see one of the Slytherin chasers, Adrian Pusey, perform a dazzling spiral to avoid a bludger before passing the quaffle to a teammate. The move was smooth and precise, a testament to the hours of practice the team had put in. "That was brilliant," Hadrian agreed, nodding. But before he could say more, Daphne leaned in, her shoulder pressing against his as she whispered in his ear. "Bet you could do better, though," she murmured, her voice sending a thrill through him. "I've seen you fly, Hadrian. You've got the talent." Hadrian swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. Thanks, Daphne," he managed to stammer out, cursing himself for the way his voice wavered. Daphne's closeness, combined with her flattering words, was making it increasingly difficult to think straight. Tonks, not to be outdone, leaned across Hadrian, her arm brushing against his chest as she grinned up at him. "She's right, you know. Maybe we should sign you up for the next match." Hadrian chuckled nervously, trying to maintain some semblance of composure despite the way his heart was racing. "I think I'll leave that to the professionals." "Oh, come on," Tonks teased, her voice laced with playful challenge. "Where's your sense of adventure?" Before Hadrian could respond, the crowd let out a collective gasp as one of the Gryffindor beaters, Fred Weasley, smashed a bludger straight at the Slytherin seeker, Terrence Higgs. Higgs barely dodged it, swerving sharply to the left, but the near miss threw him off his rhythm, giving the Gryffindor seeker, Charlie Weasley, an opening. Weasley spotted the snitch. Lee Jordan's voice rang out, and the tension in the stands ratcheted up several notches. All eyes were on the two seekers as they raced after the tiny, golden ball, their broomsticks streaking across the sky at breakneck speed. Hadrian leaned forward in his seat, his heart pounding in his chest as he watched the chase unfold. Higgs was trailing Charlie Weasley by a narrow margin, his expression one of fierce determination. But Weasley was fast, faster than Hadrian had anticipated, and he was closing in on the snitch with every second. "Come on, Higgs," Daphne muttered under her breath, her hand gripping Hadrian's arm tightly as if willing the Slytherin seeker to catch up. Hadrian could feel the tension in her body, the way her nails dug into his skin slightly as she watched the chase with bated breath. But despite Charlie's best efforts, Higgs, with a final burst of speed, lunged forward and closed his hand around the snitch, holding it high above his head as the Slytherin stands erupted in wild cheers. And Higgs catches the snitch. Slytherin wins the Quidditch Cup. Lee Jordan's voice was almost drowned out by the roar of the young Slytherin supporters, their cheers echoing across the pitch. Hadrian felt a pang of pleasure as he watched the Gryffindor team land, their expressions a mix of frustration and defeat. But before he could dwell on it, he felt Daphne's hand on his arm again, her touch warm and reassuring. "Well, what a match," she said, her tone light despite the victory. "Was that match exciting enough for you?" Tonks leaned in closer, her arms slipping around Hadrian's shoulders as she grinned up at him. "Don't look so happy, Hadrian. It was a good match, but remember that your Slytherins will have to play against Hufflepuff too next year." Hadrian couldn't help but smile at that. He felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of contentment that had nothing to do with the outcome of the match and everything to do with the two witches beside him. As the crowd began to disperse, Daphne and Tonks remained close, their presence a comforting reminder that win or lose, he wasn't alone. Daphne leaned her head against his shoulder, her breath warm against his neck as she let out a contented sigh. "You know," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the noise of the crowd, "I could get used to this." Hadrian felt his heart skip a beat at her words, his mind racing as he tried to decipher the meaning behind them. Was she talking about the match, or something more? He didn't have time to ask, because at that moment, Professor Snape appeared at the edge of the stands, his dark eyes scanning the crowd until they landed on Daphne. "Miss Greengrass," Snape called, his voice carrying easily over the din, "a word, if you please." Daphne groaned softly, her head still resting on Hadrian's shoulder. "Duty calls," she muttered, though there was a playful glint in her eyes as she looked up at him. "Don't miss me too much, Hadrian." Before he could respond, she playfully flicked his forehead with her fingers, a mischievous smile on her lips as she straightened up and made her way towards Snape. Hadrian watched her go, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his own lips. Daphne Greengrass was a puzzle, enigmatic and alluring, with a playful streak that kept Hadrian on his toes. She was unlike anyone he'd ever met, cool, confident, and mysterious in a way that made him want to figure her out, even as he knew that doing so would be nearly impossible. As Daphne disappeared into the crowd, Hadrian's attention shifted back to Tonks, who was still comfortably close to him. Her electric blue hair seemed to glow in the fading sunlight, and there was a teasing smile on her lips as she met his gaze. "She's something, isn't she?" Tonks remarked, her tone light, but there was a subtle undertone of something more, a flicker of curiosity, or perhaps a touch of protectiveness. It was gone almost as soon as it appeared, replaced by her usual playful demeanor. "But don't worry, Hadrian, I'm still here to keep you company." Hadrian couldn't help but chuckle at that. "And I'm glad you are," he replied, his voice sincere. There was something about Tonks, her easygoing nature, her infectious energy, that made it impossible not to smile when she was around. Tonks grinned, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You better be," she quipped, nudging him playfully with her elbow. "After all, I'm not one to be ignored." Hadrian opened his mouth to respond, but before he could say anything, Tonks leaned in, closer, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, "But before I go, I think I owe you something." Before Hadrian could react, Tonks's lips were on his, soft and warm, and sending a jolt of electricity straight through him. The kiss was brief, no more than a second or two, but it was enough to leave Hadrian's heart pounding and his mind reeling. When Tonks pulled back, there was a triumphant gleam in her eyes, and she grinned at him, a mixture of playfulness and something more intense. "That's for being so damn adorable," she said, her voice low and teasing. Hadrian's cheeks flushed a deep red, and he struggled to find his voice, still reeling from the unexpected kiss. He stammered, his mind blank as he tried to process what had just happened. Tonks laughed softly, a light, melodic sound that only made his heart race faster. "Speechless, huh? I'll take that as a compliment." She gave him a wink before rising to her feet, her movements fluid and graceful. "Unfortunately, Duty calls for me too, she added, her tone slightly more serious now. But don't worry, I'll see you around, Hadrian. Keep being you, all right? Hadrian could only nod, still too stunned to form a coherent response. Tonks gave him one last smile, a mixture of fondness and mischief, before turning and heading off in the direction of the castle, her hair shimmering like a beacon in the crowd. For a few moments, Hadrian just sat there, his mind a whirlwind of emotions. The kiss, though brief, had stirred something deep within him, a mixture of excitement, confusion, and a warmth that spread through his entire being. He couldn't deny the attraction he felt towards Tonks, an attraction that seemed to be growing stronger with every encounter. And yet, there was also Daphne. Daphne, with her cool elegance and sharp wit, who had a way of making him feel seen in a way that was both comforting and unnerving. He could still feel the warmth of her touch, the way she had leaned against him during the match, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Hadrian let out a slow breath, trying to make sense of it all. Relationships, feelings, these were things he had little experience with, things that had always seemed distant and complicated. But now, with both Tonks and Daphne, he found himself caught in a whirlwind of emotions that he wasn't entirely sure how to navigate. Before he could dwell on it too much, the sound of cheering caught his attention, drawing his gaze back to the pitch. The Gryffindor team was gathering in the center, celebrating their victory despite the loss of the Quidditch Cup. Even though Slytherin had won the match, the Slytherin team were still discussing about how close they were to losing the match. As he made their way towards the castle, Hadrian couldn't shake the feeling that something was shifting, that the events of the day, the match, the conversations, the kiss from Tonks, were leading him towards something new, something that would change the course of his time at Hogwarts. He just wasn't sure what that something was. Chapter 24. The Halloween Feast and Deep Conversations. The Great Hall was awash with the vibrant hues of Halloween, decorated with floating candles, swirling black and orange banners, and a haze of magical fog that gave the room a slightly eerie, yet festive atmosphere. The long tables were laden with an impressive array of seasonal treats. Pumpkin pasties, bat-shaped cookies, and a towering, glistening pumpkin pie. The enchanted ceiling mirrored the dark, starry night outside, creating an ambience that was both mysterious and inviting. Hadrian Potter sat between Daphne Greengrass and Nymphadora Tonks at the Slytherin table, their conversation punctuated by laughter and the occasional playful nudge. Daphne's presence was magnetic, her beauty even more pronounced under the flickering candlelight. Her icy blue eyes sparkled mischievously as she leaned in closer to Hadrian, her blonde hair falling gracefully over her shoulders. The low-cut neckline of her dark green dress hinted at her elegant figure, accentuated by the way she moved. Tonks, in contrast, wore a striking purple dress that highlighted her unconventional charm. Her ever-changing hair was a deep, rich shade of burgundy tonight, complementing her bright eyes and heart-shaped face. She sat close to Hadrian, her proximity making the air between them feel charged with a playful tension. Her occasional touches were light but purposeful, her fingers brushing against Hadrian's arm or hand, lingering just a fraction too long to be considered accidental. The feast was in full swing, and the room was alive with the hum of conversation and laughter. The ghosts of Hogwarts floated through the hall, their semi-transparent forms, adding to the atmosphere. Nearly headless Nick floated near the Gryffindor table, engaging in animated conversation with the other ghosts. The Grey Lady glided silently around the hall, her ethereal presence contrasting sharply with the lively festivities. As Hadrian, Daphne, and Tonks engaged in their own conversation, their voices were a blend of playful teasing and flirtatious banter. Daphne leaned in, her breath warm against Hadrian's ear as she whispered, "You know, Hadrian, I was thinking about our last conversation. You never did tell us about your plans for the summer." Hadrian's heart skipped a beat at her closeness. "Oh, did I forget to mention them?" he replied, attempting to sound nonchalant despite the way his pulse quickened. Tonks, sitting on Hadrian's other side, smirked and gently nudged him with her shoulder. "I'm sure you did, but Daphne's curiosity has a way of making things come to light. Or perhaps she's just trying to get you to spill your secrets." Daphne's eyes sparkled as she subtly touched Hadrian's arm, her fingers tracing light, tantalizing patterns on his skin. Or maybe I'm just interested in getting to know you better. You've been quite the enigma this year. Hadrian felt a flush creeping up his neck, his cheeks growing warm under the attention. I didn't realize I was so mysterious. Tonks laughed softly, her hand brushing against Hadrian's with a light, lingering touch. Oh, you're definitely not boring. We're just trying to unravel the mysteries, aren't we, Daphne? Daphne's smile was both teasing and inviting as she leaned in even closer, her lips brushing against Hadrian's ear. Absolutely. And the more you share, the more we get to know you. The conversation continued, with Daphne and Tonks exchanging playful glances and gentle touches that left Hadrian feeling both exhilarated and slightly overwhelmed. Their flirting was subtle but intense, filled with innuendo and double meanings that kept Hadrian on edge. As the meal progressed, the Slytherin table was joined by their friends. Theo, Knot, and Blaze Zabini arrived, their conversation light and animated. Theo, with his usual easy charm, regaled the table with tales of his family's latest antics, while Blaze's sharp wit added a layer of humor to their discussion. Draco Malfoy, seated further down the table, occasionally cast glances towards Hadrian, his expression a mix of curiosity and disdain. His eyes darted from Hadrian to Daphne and Tonks, a subtle sneer appearing on his lips before he quickly masked it with a more neutral expression. The ghosts continued their eerie dance around the hall, their presence adding an otherworldly charm to the festivities. The Grey Lady's silent, drifting presence contrasted with nearly headless Nick's more lively interactions, creating a strange but fitting backdrop to the evening's events. As dessert was served, Daphne and Tonks's attention shifted back to Hadrian. Daphne's hand rested gently on Hadrian's knee under the table, her touch barely perceptible but undeniably intimate. Her fingers traced light patterns on his skin, sending pleasant shivers through him. Tonks leaned in, her lips dangerously close to Hadrian's ear. "You know, we were talking earlier," she said, her voice a low murmur, "about how nice it would be to spend more time together. Just the three of us." Hadrian's breath hitched slightly, his pulse racing at the proximity of her lips. "And what did you decide?" he asked, his voice betraying his nervous excitement that Daphne's eyes met. Hadrian's with a glimmer of affection as she spoke. "We decided that we'd like to get to know you better. Much better. And maybe have a bit more fun along the way." Tonks's gaze was equally warm as she leaned closer, her lips brushing against Hadrian's in a teasing, lingering kiss. The contact was soft and fleeting, but it left Hadrian's heart pounding and his mind spinning. Daphne took her cue and leaned in, pressing her lips gently but firmly to Hadrian's in a more lingering kiss. The sensation was electrifying, and Hadrian felt himself melting into the moment. When she pulled away, her eyes were filled with both warmth and desire. Tonks, with a playful glint in her eyes, leaned over and kissed Hadrian again, this time with more fervor. The kiss was passionate and full of promise, leaving Hadrian breathless and dazed. As the feast came to a close, the atmosphere shifted subtly. The ghosts floated around the hall, their ethereal forms shimmering as the evening drew to a close. Nearly headless, Nick made a grand, if slightly disheveled, farewell as he drifted towards the entrance, while the Grey Lady disappeared into the shadows with a graceful swish. Daphne and Tonks stood, their expressions a mix of satisfaction and affection. Daphne leaned in one last time, her lips brushing softly against Hadrian's cheek. "We'll see you soon," she whispered, her voice warm and inviting. Tonks, with a mischievous smile, pressed a final, lingering kiss to Hadrian's lips before stepping back. Her eyes were alight with playful promise as she said, "Don't miss us too much." The great hall began to empty, and the students made their way out there, conversations fading into the night. Hadrian watched as Daphne and Tonks walked away, their figures gradually disappearing into the crowd. As he made his way out of the hall, the weight of the evening's events hung heavily on his mind. The kisses, the flirtation, and the affectionate touches had left him feeling exhilarated and deeply connected to both Daphne and Tonks. The night was filled with a mix of anticipation and contemplation as he headed back to his dormitory, ready to face whatever lay ahead. A month later, time had been passing really quickly for Hadrian. Each day seemed to last a few seconds. He studied, exercised, talked with his friends, and flirted with Tonks and Daphne. In the dimly lit Slytherin common room, a cozy and sophisticated space adorned with green and silver tapestries, the atmosphere was one of casual camaraderie. The crackling fire in the large stone fireplace cast flickering shadows across the room, and the low hum of conversation filled the air. The group of friends had gathered around the comfortable armchairs and sofas, their chatter and laughter creating a warm, inviting ambience. Hadrian Potter settled into a deep armchair, feeling the plush fabric embrace him. Daphne Greengrass was lounging beside him, her presence a calming contrast to the lively conversation around them. Theo Knott, Blaise Zabini, and Draco Malfoy were scattered about the room, each contributing to the easy flow of conversation. The evening had begun with lighthearted jokes and playful banter, the kind that allowed for easy connections and established a sense of belonging. Blaise, known for his sharp wit, was in the midst of recounting a particularly amusing encounter from their last Quidditch match. "So, I swear, our beater actually hit the bludger straight into the referee's hat," Blaise said, his voice a smooth, amused drawl. "You should have seen his face. It was priceless." Theo, who was lounging in a nearby armchair, chuckled and shook his head. "Didn't the referee get stuck with a bludger as well?" he asked, his voice laced with sarcasm. Draco Malfoy, draped elegantly over a sofa, smirked at the memory. "Yes, and I still remember how he tried to act like nothing happened while his hat was stuck to his head. Quite the show, really." The group erupted into laughter, and Hadrian felt a pleasant sense of ease settle over him. Daphne, who had been quietly listening, now leaned closer to Hadrian, her hand brushing lightly against his as she reached for a cup of hot chocolate. "So, what about you, Hadrian?" Daphne asked with a playful glint in her eyes. "Any entertaining mishaps you'd care to share?" Hadrian smiled, feeling the warmth of her touch linger. "Not many mishaps," he said with a shrug, "but I did have a bit of a run-in with Filch earlier this week. He was convinced I'd stolen something, but it turned out to be just a rogue piece of parchment." Draco raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as he looked at Hadrian. "Filch can be a real pain, can't he? Always looking for trouble." Hadrian nodded, feeling the shared camaraderie in the room. "Yes, and he's got an almost sixth sense for finding trouble. It's impressive, really." The conversation shifted to more personal anecdotes as the night wore on. Blaise, feeling particularly comfortable, decided to dive into a topic that always intrigued him. "I've always wondered about what everyone's plans are for the summer halls. Any big plans? Or are we all just going to stick to the usual?" Theo shrugged, his expression thoughtful. "I'm thinking of spending some time at home, maybe catching up on some reading. Nothing too extravagant." Draco smirked. "I'll be spending my summer at the Manor, of course. Father has quite a few plans in store for me." Daphne, sitting close to Hadrian, tilted her head and smiled. "It seems like everyone's got their own plans. What about you, Hadrian? Any grand adventures on the horizon?" Hadrian hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the question. "Oh yes," he admitted. "I'll spend some time with Sirius. It will be very exciting. My first actual Christmas celebrations." Draco glanced at Hadrian in shock. "What do you mean by first actual Christmas celebrations?" "Well," Hadrian said doubtfully, "the last Christmas I had was with my relatives, with the gang. We were too busy running from the cops to ever celebrate. So the last time was with my relatives." Theo glanced at Hadrian, his curiosity piqued. "Relatives? That sounds a bit vague. What's it like spending time with them?" Hadrian's smile faltered slightly as he considered the question. He could feel Daphne's hand gently resting on his, a silent show of support. "It's not the best," he admitted slowly. "They're not exactly welcoming." Draco's expression softened slightly, though he quickly masked it with his usual aloofness. "Sounds like you've had your fair share of difficulties." Hadrian nodded, grateful for the understanding. "You could say that, but I try not to dwell on it too much." The conversation continued, but the mood had shifted slightly. The lighthearted jokes had given way to a more introspective tone. Daphne's touch remained a comforting presence, her fingers occasionally brushing against Hadrian's in a reassuring gesture. Theo, sensing the change in atmosphere, decided to share a bit of his own story. It's not always easy at home either. My father can be quite demanding, and it's hard to live up to his expectations. Draco's eyes narrowed slightly, his curiosity evident. What's he like exactly? Theo sighed, his gaze distant. He's a traditionalist, very set in his ways. He has high expectations for me, and it can be tough to meet them. My mother was the only one who understood me, but, well, she's not around anymore. The room fell silent for a moment as Theo's words hung in the air. The group exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of sympathy and concern. Daphne's hand tightened around Hadrian's, a silent show of solidarity. Blaise broke the silence with a soft, comforting tone. I'm sorry to hear that, Theo. It sounds like you've had a rough time. Theo nodded, his expression one of quiet resignation. It's not always easy, but we manage. It's good to have friends who understand. Hadrian, feeling a deep sense of empathy, leaned in slightly. If you ever need to talk or need anything, you can count on us. Theo's eyes softened, a rare smile appearing on his face. Thanks, Hadrian. That means a lot. Draco, who had been observing the exchange, spoke up with a surprising note of compassion. It's good to know we're not alone in this. We all have our own challenges. Daphne gave Hadrian a small, encouraging smile before turning her attention back to the group. It's moments like these that remind us why we have friends. We might not have all the answers, but we have each other. As the night continued, the group's conversation gradually returned to lighter topics, though the earlier discussion had left a lasting impact. The jokes and laughter resumed, but with a newfound sense of depth and understanding. Daphne and Hadrian shared a quiet moment, their hands still lightly touching. She looked at him with a mixture of affection and concern. I'm glad you're here, Hadrian. It's nice to have moments like these. Hadrian nodded, feeling a warmth in his chest that went beyond mere friendship. Me too, Daphne. It's good to be able to talk openly. The evening drew to a close as the common room gradually emptied. The Slytherins began to head to their dormitories, their faces reflecting the sense of camaraderie and connection they had shared. Hadrian lingered for a moment, watching as his friends made their way out. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the evening's conversation and the bonds that had been strengthened. The earlier lightheartedness had given way to something more meaningful, a reminder of the importance of friendship and understanding. As the last of the students left, Hadrian stood by the fire, reflecting on the evening's events. The warmth of the flames was a comforting contrast to the chill of the night air outside. The conversation with his friends had opened new avenues of connection and empathy, leaving him with a sense of both satisfaction and contemplation. With a final glance around the common room, Hadrian made his way to his dormitory, the echoes of the evening's laughter and discussion still lingering in his mind. Chapter 25, The Attack. The morning air was crisp, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine, the sky above just beginning to brighten with the early light of dawn. The forbidden forest loomed dark and foreboding, but Hadrian Potter found solace in its seclusion. This was his sanctuary, a place where he could push his body to its limits without prying eyes, without judgment. Hadrian stood shirtless in a small clearing, his breath coming in controlled bursts as he finished another set of pull-ups on the low-hanging branch of a sturdy oak tree. His hands, calloused from years of rough living, gripped the bark with ease, his muscles flexing as he lifted himself up and down in a steady rhythm. Each repetition brought a slight tremor to his arms, but he relished the burn, the pain a welcome reminder of his strength. He dropped to the ground in a fluid motion, landing softly on the balls of his feet. The earth beneath him was cold, but Hadrian hardly noticed as he moved into the next phase of his routine. He lowered himself into a push-up position, his body parallel to the ground, and began the grueling task of pushing his body up and down. His muscles strained with each movement, his biceps and triceps bulging with the effort. Sweat dripped from his brow, tracing a path down his bare chest and over the defined ridges of his abs. The routine was relentless. Push-ups, squats, and lunges, all performed with military precision. Hadrian's breath came in sharp bursts as he worked through each exercise, his focus entirely on the physical challenge before him. The strain on his body was immense, but he pushed through the discomfort, driven by an inner fire that refused to be quenched. After what felt like an eternity, Hadrian paused, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. He glanced at the nearby trees, their rough bark calling to him. Without hesitation, he moved toward one, his fists clenching as he began to practice his boxing technique. He threw punch after punch, his knuckles slamming into the tree trunk with a force that would have broken lesser men's hands. The bark cracked under the assault, small splinters flying off with each hit. Hadrian's punches were methodical, each one delivered with precision and power. His mind was focused, his thoughts narrowed to the sensation of his fists connecting with the wood. He moved with a fluid grace, his body a blur of motion as he ducked, weaved, and struck again. The tree bore the brunt of his frustration, the holes in its bark growing larger with each successive blow. But he wasn't done yet. Hadrian's routine wasn't just about strength. It was about control, about mastering his body in ways few others could. He took a step back, eyeing the tree with determination before launching himself into a handstand. His arms trembled slightly as he balanced upside down. The world turned on its head. He held the position for several seconds, his muscles quivering with the effort, before lowering himself into a handstand push-up. Up and down he went, his body a testament to the countless hours of training he had endured. His arms burned with exertion, but Hadrian pushed through the pain, his mind focused on the task at hand. When he finally lowered himself back to the ground, he could feel the exhaustion creeping in, his muscles heavy with fatigue. But there was one last challenge. The human flag, a feat of strength and balance that few could master. Hadrian approached the tree again, his hand gripping a low branch as he prepared himself. He took a deep breath and then pulled himself up, his body parallel to the ground as he extended his legs out in a horizontal line. The strain on his core was immense, every muscle in his body screaming in protest as he held the position. Just as he felt his grip faltering, a sudden sharp pain shot through his hand. Hadrian gasped, losing his balance as he dropped to the ground. He landed in a crouch, his hand clutched to his chest as he looked down to see blood oozing from a deep cut across his palm. A knife, small and wickedly sharp, had embedded itself in the tree where his hand had been just moments before. His eyes snapped upward, searching the tree lean for the source of the attack. There, half hidden in the shadows, stood a cloaked figure, its face obscured by the darkness of the hood. The figure's presence was menacing, its stance tense as it watched Hadrian with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. Hadrian's heart raced, adrenaline flooding his system as he assessed his options. The exhaustion from his workout was still heavy in his limbs, but he couldn't afford to let his guard down. With a burst of energy, he sprinted toward the trees, his feet pounding against the earth as he tried to put distance between himself and the attacker. But his fatigue was catching up to him. His muscles burned, his lungs struggled to draw in enough air. He made a split-second decision and leaped at the nearest tree, his hands finding purchase on the rough bark as he began to climb. His arms and legs strained with the effort, but he managed to haul himself up, perching on a thick branch high above the ground. His breath came in ragged gasps as he glanced down, only to see the cloaked figure moving with eerie silence toward the base of the tree. Hadrian's mind raced as he tried to think of a way out. The figure was climbing now, its movements slow and deliberate. There was no doubt he was coming for him. His pulse quickened, his breath catching in his throat as the figure drew closer, its dark silhouette almost blending into the shadows of the tree. "Who are you?" Hadrian shouted, his voice rough with both fear and defiance. But the figure did not respond, merely continued its ascent with an unnerving calmness. Hadrian knew he couldn't wait for it to reach him. His muscles tensed, ready to fight, when the figure suddenly leaped, closing the distance between them in an instant. Hadrian had no choice but to engage. He lashed out with a kick, catching the figure in the side and causing it to falter slightly. But it recovered quickly, drawing a knife from within their cloak as they slashed at Hadrian. Hadrian ducked under the blade, his body moving on instinct. He twisted away from the attack, grabbing the branch above him to lift himself into a quick handstand, narrowly, avoiding a lethal strike to the head. The figure was relentless, its movements quick and precise. But Hadrian's training had prepared him for moments like this. He dropped back down, using the momentum to deliver a powerful kick that knocked the knife from the figure's hand. For a brief moment, the fight seemed to shift in Hadrian's favor. He grabbed the fallen knife, spinning it in his hand as he faced the figure. But just as he prepared to strike, the figure lunged at him, its movements faster than he anticipated. It tackled Hadrian, the force of the impact sending them both tumbling from the tree and crashing to the ground below. The wind was knocked out of Hadrian as he hit the earth, but he didn't have time to recover. The figure was on him in an instant, its hands grasping for the knife as it slashed at Hadrian's bare chest. Pain exploded in his side as the blade found its mark, the sharp sting of the cut sending a shockwave through his system. Hadrian gritted his teeth, refusing to give in. "I've endured worse," he hissed, his voice dark and defiant. Memories of the Dursleys' cruelty flashed through his mind. Their taunts and beatings, nothing compared to this. "This is nothing." The figure hesitated, the grip on the knife faltering for just a moment. Hadrian seized the opportunity, twisting his body to throw it off balance. The figure stumbled, and Hadrian surged forward, using the last of his strength to knock the knife from their hand and deliver a sharp punch to their jaw. The figure reeled back, and for a moment, Hadrian thought he had won. But the figure recovered quickly, his movements almost inhumanly fast as he drew a second knife from within their cloak. The fight resumed with renewed intensity, the two of them locked in a deadly dance of blades and fists. Hadrian's muscles screamed in protest, his body pushed to its limits as he dodged and struck, his mind focused entirely on survival. Blood flowed freely from the wounds on Hadrian's chest and arms, staining the ground beneath them. The figure was relentless, its attacks precise and brutal, but Hadrian fought back with everything he had. His breath came in ragged gasps, his vision blurring as the exhaustion threatened to overtake him. But he couldn't give up. Not now, not when he was so close to victory. Just as the figure raised the knife for a final strike, a sudden burst of light filled the clearing, blinding both combatants. Hadrian stumbled back, his vision swimming as he tried to make sense of what was happening. The figure froze, its head snapping toward the source of the light. "Enough!" A voice boomed, filled with authority and power. Hadrian blinked, his eyes slowly adjusting to the brightness. There, standing at the edge of the clearing, was Albus Dumbledore, his wand raised and his expression stern. The figure hesitated for only a moment before it turned and fled, moving with a speed that was almost unnatural. It disappeared into the shadows of the trees, leaving Hadrian alone. Dumbledore's arrival alerted the other students, and a crowd began to gather. Tonks, Daphne, and Hadrian's friends, including Blaise, Theo, and Draco, arrived on the scene, their faces a mix of concern and shock. Tonks and Daphne rushed forward, their eyes wide with horror and worry. They saw Hadrian, bloodied and bruised, standing with a fierce determination. Blaise, Theo, and Draco moved to help Hadrian, lifting him with careful hands as Madame Pomfrey arrived, her face a mask of disbelief. Madame Pomfrey's gaze swept over Hadrian's injuries, and she gasped at the sight. "What on earth happened?" she demanded, her voice trembling with shock. Hadrian, still standing despite his injuries, coughed blood, his face pale and strained. He looked at Daphne and Tonks, who had come closer, their expressions filled with anguish. Daphne and Tonks gently embraced him, their touch both soothing and painful as they inadvertently pressed against his wounds. Hadrian felt a flush of color rise to his cheeks, a mix of embarrassment and the warmth of their concern. The other students watched with a mixture of awe and envy. Hadrian's physique, though bloodied, was a testament to his rigorous training. His body was tense as he was carried out by Madame Pomfrey. The crowd dispersed, and Hadrian became the talk of the school. The rumor mill had started. Pansy Parkinson was delightedly handing out theories after theories, but if one of them had went to the astronomy tower at night, they would have seen a dark figure there every night, crouched up like a spider, waiting for the perfect opportunity to lunge, to strike, and to kill. Chapter 26, Confessions. Hadrian had been having a particularly bad day. It was one of those days where everything seemed to go wrong. He woke up feeling off, his usual morning routine of studying and exercising before the day's classes bringing no solace. The unsettling feeling gnawed at him, making him irritable and distracted. He wasn't sure if it was the sleepless nights, the endless whispers behind his back about him being in Slytherin, or simply the looming presence of his brother, Julian, that was driving him mad. Julian Potter. Even though he was 4 years younger and didn't even attend Hogwarts yet, he seemed to haunt Hadrian's life. At 7 years old, Julian was small, charismatic, and adored by nearly everyone who came into contact with him. The Potter family's golden child. Everywhere Hadrian went, it was as if he were just a shadow in Julian's light. Even at Hogwarts, people constantly asked him about his younger brother. Today was no different. In the corridors between classes, Hadrian had been approached by at least 6 different girls, all older, all infuriating. They weren't interested in him at all. They wanted him to deliver letters to Julian. Fan mail, as if he were some child celebrity. These girls, all around 14 or 15 years old, were mooning over a kid, barely out of childhood, as if he were some prince. They giggled and blushed, talking about how adorable and cute he was. For Merlin's sake, he didn't even grow up with Julian. But they couldn't be bothered to give their letters to his parents, James and Lily, who were teaching at Hogwarts. Oh no, that would be too embarrassing. Instead, they thought it was perfectly fine to dump it all on Hadrian, like he was some kind of messenger pigeon for their fan mail. He clenched his fists, anger flaring up inside him. For Merlin's sake, they were 4 years older than Julian, and they still acted like lovesick fools. It wasn't just annoying, it was humiliating. Why did everything have to be about Julian? Why couldn't anyone notice him? The breaking point came when a Hufflepuff girl, round-faced and cheerful, like most of her housemates, caught his eye in the Great Hall. She was staring at him from across the room, holding a letter in her hands, her cheeks turning pink. He knew exactly what was coming. She was going to walk over, ask if he could pretty please deliver a letter to Julian, and flutter her eyelashes like it would make him want to help her. When she did, Hadrian snapped. "No, I am not delivering another damn letter to Julian," he shouted, causing several heads in the Great Hall to turn and stare. The girl's face crumpled in shock, her eyes wide and watery. "If you're so desperate to give it to him, owl it yourself or give it to my parents. I'm not your bloody mailman." The girl stammered. I didn't mean to. I don't care what you meant." Hadrian's voice was louder than he intended, his frustration pouring out unchecked. "I'm not dealing with any more of this Julian nonsense." The girl hurried away, clearly shaken, but Hadrian didn't feel any better. In fact, the outburst only made his mood worse. He didn't want to be angry, but he couldn't help it. Why did it always feel like everyone cared about Julian more than him? Why was he always the one left out, the one forgotten? Later that evening, Hadrian was sitting in a dimly lit corner of the Slytherin common room with Draco, Theo, and Blaise. They were sprawled across the couches, talking and joking, trying to unwind after the day's frustrations. The common room was warm, the fire crackling in the hearth, casting shadows against the stone walls. Their conversation had drifted, as it often did, into discussing the girls at Hogwarts. "Did you see Pansy today?" Draco smirked, running a hand through his slicked-back blonde hair. "I swear, she's getting a bigger chest every time I see her." Theo snorted. "You're obsessed, mate. But yeah, I'll admit, she's got a nice figure. That ass, though." He made a gesture with his hands, and the boys burst out laughing. Hadrian couldn't help but join in, the tension from earlier slowly easing off. "You know who's got a real figure?" he said, leaning back in his chair. "Tracy Davis. She's quiet, but when she walks by, you can't miss those legs." Blaise raised an eyebrow. "You're looking at the legs?" "I'm more interested in her smile. Cute face, too. But man, those thighs." Their laughter filled the room as they exchanged teasing jabs, each one trying to outdo the others in their playful fantasies about the Hogwarts girls. The conversation was a crude, easy banter that helped Hadrian momentarily forget his frustrations. For a moment, it felt good to be one of the guys, to joke and laugh without worrying about anything else. Draco leaned in with a wicked grin. "What about Daphne?" Hadrian. She's been hanging around you a lot. And Tonks, imagine the two of them together, wearing nothing but, before Draco could finish, the door to the common room creaked open, and a Slytherin girl stepped in, glancing around before her eyes landed on Hadrian. Potter, there's someone here to see you, she said, her voice neutral but slightly amused. You might want to come outside. Theo nudged Hadrian with a smirk. But it's Daphne and Tonks in lingerie. Finally decided to give you that lap dance, eh? The boys chuckled as Hadrian rolled his eyes, standing up. Yeah, right. I'll be back in a minute. As he stepped outside the common room, the laughter from his friends fading behind him, Hadrian's expression shifted back to frustration. His stomach dropped when he saw who was waiting for him. Hadrian Potter felt the lingering warmth of the common room's hearth ebbing away behind him as he stepped out into the cold stone corridors of Hogwarts. The laughter of his friends faded, their voices muted as the heavy door creaked shut, leaving only silence to accompany him. His face, which moments ago had worn a forced smile, quickly darkened with frustration, the pretense crumbling like ash. He had no desire for the empty conversations, the false camaraderie that Hogwarts insisted upon him. Something heavier weighed on his mind, something darker that clung to his chest like a vice. If the streets had taught him one thing, it was that trust was earned. As he rounded the corner, his heart sank like a stone when his gaze fell upon two familiar figures standing at the far end of the hallway. James and Lily Potter, his parents, if he could still call them that, stood together in the dim moonlight that filtered through the tall windows. Their postures were stiff, their faces drawn and tense. They were a far cry from the heroic couple the world knew, the saviors of the wizarding world who had somehow, through some twisted fate, managed to shatter their own family. Lily was the first to move, her hands ringing nervously at her sides as she stepped forward, her eyes filled with something that resembled both fear and guilt. Hadrian had never seen her look so unsettled. Hadrian, she began softly, her voice trembling, almost as if she were afraid of the very words she spoke. Hadrian tensed, his gaze darting between them. He wasn't in the mood for this. Not now. Not ever. He had spent years chasing after their approval, yearning for a word, a touch, anything that would make him feel like he belonged in their picture-perfect world. But now, after all the neglect, the abandonment, he wasn't sure if he even wanted it anymore. The bitterness in his heart ran too deep. But there was something in their expressions, something in the way his father stood rigidly beside his mother, his face set in a troubled grimace that made Hadrian pause. They looked like they had come to deliver a death sentence. And in some ways, perhaps they had. We need to talk, Lily continued, her voice cracking ever so slightly. Hadrian's lips pressed into a thin line, his fists clenching by his sides. He wanted to snap at her, to tell her that there was nothing left to say. But instead, he forced himself to remain silent, his gaze cold and unyielding. His father, James, looked even more haggard than usual, his hair disheveled and his eyes bloodshot, as though he hadn't slept in days. He motioned for Hadrian to follow, his movements sharp and abrupt, lacking the warmth of a father's invitation. Come with us, James said, his voice low and strained. It wasn't a request. It was an order. Hadrian hesitated for a moment, 1,000 bitter retorts dancing on the tip of his tongue. He could just turn and walk away, leave them to their misery. But curiosity, or perhaps some deep-seated need for answers, kept his feet rooted to the spot. With a heavy sigh, he followed them down the corridor and into a nearby classroom, the door shutting behind them with a soft click, sealing them in the oppressive silence. The room was bathed in shadows, the only light coming from the pale glow of the moon that streamed through the windows, casting long, eerie shadows on the stone floor. There was something suffocating about the air in the room, something that made Hadrian's skin crawl with unease. His parents stood before him, their faces obscured by the dim light, but the tension in the room was palpable. Lily was the first to speak, her voice trembling as she broke the silence. We've made a lot of mistakes, Hadrian. So many, and I don't even know where to start. Hadrian's chest tightened, his eyes narrowing as he listened. Mistakes. That was one way to put it. He had spent his entire childhood wondering why they had abandoned him, why they had chosen Julian over him. And now, standing here listening to their excuses, it all felt so hollow. Lily glanced at James, her hand reaching out to touch his arm, as though seeking reassurance. James, however, remained still, his jaw clenched tightly as he avoided his son's gaze. There was a flicker of something in his eyes. Guilt, perhaps, but it was buried deep beneath layers of cold indifference. Years ago, Lily began, her voice barely above a whisper. When we went into hiding from Voldemort, things changed. I was trying to protect you and Julian, but I made mistakes. Her hands trembled as she spoke, her fingers twisting the fabric of her robes nervously. I experimented with magic I didn't fully understand, and it awakened something dark, something that took control of me. Hadrian's eyes widened slightly, but he kept his expression impassive. What do you mean? Something dark? He asked, his voice flat. Lily's breath hitched, her gaze flickering to the floor as if she couldn't bear to meet his eyes. A dark spirit, a cursed entity. It fed off my guilt and fears, twisted my thoughts. I wasn't myself for a long time. It was why we left you with the Dursleys. Her voice cracked, and she blinked back tears. I thought I was protecting you by staying away. I thought I'd bring you harm if I stayed close. Hadrian's stomach churned, a sickening feeling of dread creeping over him. This was worse than he had imagined. For so long, he had believed that they simply didn't care, that they had abandoned him because Julian was the golden child, the one worth protecting. But now he was hearing that his mother had been possessed by some dark entity, and his father had been too consumed with his own demons to do anything about it. James shifted uncomfortably, his jaw tightening as he finally spoke, his voice gruff. And I didn't help things either, he admitted, though there was no warmth in his tone. I came into possession of something powerful and dangerous during the war. The Elder Wand. Hadrian's blood ran cold at the mention of the legendary wand. He had read about it before, heard whispers of its power, but he had never imagined that his own father had wielded it. His mind raced, trying to piece together what this revelation meant. The wand has a curse, James continued, his voice tight and measured, as though he were reciting a confession that had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. It magnifies your desires, your fears. I thought I could protect our family with it, but all it did was make things worse. I became obsessed with power, with control, and I lost sight of everything that mattered. There was a flicker of something dark in James' eyes, a shadow that lingered just beneath the surface, as though he were still haunted by the choices he had made. He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair, his movements jerky, almost frantic, as if the memories were too much to bear. Lily reached out, placing a trembling hand on Hadrian's arm, her touch feather-light. We thought we were doing the right thing, but we were wrong. So terribly wrong. Julian, we focused on him because it felt safer, less dangerous. But that was our mistake. We should never have abandoned you like we did. Hadrian stared at them, his emotions a swirling maelstrom of anger, confusion, and something far darker that simmered just beneath the surface. He had spent years wondering why they had chosen Julian over him, why they had left him to suffer with the Dursleys, and now, here they were telling him that they had been manipulated, both of them, by forces they couldn't control. But that didn't change the fact that they had abandoned him. Let me get this straight, Hadrian said slowly, his voice dripping with bitterness. You left me with those monsters because you were afraid of some cursed object? Some dark spirit? He scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. And you thought that was an excuse? James' face hardened, his jaw clenching as he straightened his posture. There was a coldness in his eyes now, a flash of anger that he struggled to suppress. It wasn't just that he snapped, his voice sharp. There were other factors. Hadrian cut him off, his voice rising with a dangerous edge. Other factors? Like what? Exactly? The fact that you preferred Julian because he was easier to handle? Because he didn't remind you of all your failures? Lily flinched at his words, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, but she remained silent. James, however, seemed to bristle at the accusation, his fists clenching at his sides. For a moment, Hadrian thought his father might lash out, might say something cruel, But instead, James took a slow, deliberate breath, as though he were trying to regain control. The Elder Wand twisted things, James said through gritted teeth, his voice low and tense. It fed on my fears, on my need to protect you all. But with that came paranoia. I started to believe things that weren't true. Hadrian's heart pounded in his chest, a sickening feeling settling in his stomach. Like what? He demanded, his voice laced with venom. James hesitated, his gaze flickering to Lily as though seeking permission to continue. Lily nodded, her face pale and strained. Like, the belief that you were a danger to us, that you were cursed. Hadrian's world tilted, his vision swimming as the words sunk in. He felt as though the ground had been ripped out from under him, as though everything he had believed was unraveling before his very eyes. Hadrian's breath hitched, his throat tightening as if someone had clenched their hands around his neck. The words hung in the air like a death sentence, echoing in the dim, cold silence of the room. His father's voice had barely risen above a whisper, but the impact was enough to send Hadrian reeling. A danger, he repeated, his voice hoarse and disbelieving. The room seemed to close in on him, the walls pressing tighter, the moonlight from the windows dimming, as though the weight of his father's accusation had drained even the light from the world. You thought I was cursed? Lily stepped forward, her hands trembling at her sides, her lips parting as though she wanted to say something, anything that could soften the blow. But what could possibly soften this? How could they expect him to absorb the fact that his own parents had looked at him not with love, not with concern, but with fear, that they had believed at some point that he was tainted, marked with something evil and beyond their control? We didn't know, Lily whispered, her voice barely audible. Tears glistened in her eyes, and for the first time, Hadrian could see the raw desperation in her. But that did nothing to quench the fire of betrayal that was growing inside him. The magic I was tangled with, the wand that James had, it all twisted our perceptions. We thought, she broke off, her voice catching in her throat, as though she couldn't bear to finish the sentence. James swallowed hard, his jaw clenched tight as he avoided his son's eyes. His face was pale, his knuckles white where his hands gripped the edge of a desk in front of him. He looked like a man haunted by ghosts, shadows clinging to his every word. The Elder Wand, he said, his voice shaking now, cracking under the pressure of what he had to reveal. It had amplified everything. Every fear I had about losing you, every doubt about whether I was strong enough to protect this family. And you, his voice faltered, a storm of emotions flashing in his darkened gaze. You became a part of that. I became obsessed with the idea that you might be dangerous, that you might hurt the family without even meaning to. Hadrian staggered backward, his hand reaching out to steady himself against the cold stone wall. It felt like the air had been sucked out of the room, leaving nothing but suffocating silence and the overwhelming weight of his father's confession. He had spent years trying to understand why they had pushed him away, why they had favored Julian, why they had left him to rot with the Dursleys. And now they were telling him it was because they had believed him to be a threat. A bitter, humorless laugh escaped him, the sound harsh and grating in the quiet room. So you thought I was cursed, he said slowly, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. And what did you do? You just left me? Threw me away like some kind of broken toy? And for what? To protect Julian? To protect yourselves? Lily shook her head frantically, tears spilling down her cheeks now. No, Hadrian, it wasn't like that, she cried, her voice breaking with every word. We were trying to keep you safe. We didn't know what was happening. We didn't understand the full extent of the magic that was affecting us. We thought that by keeping you away, we were protecting you from whatever darkness was following us. Protecting me? Hadrian's voice rose, sharp and filled with venom. By leaving me with people who despised me? By letting me grow up in a house where I was nothing more than a punching bag? He could feel the years of pent-up anger, the years of abandonment and betrayal bubbling to the surface, and he wasn't sure if he could stop it now. It was like a dam had broken inside him, and everything he had kept buried for so long was rushing out in a torrent of fury. James winced, his face contorting with guilt, but he said nothing. It was Lily who spoke again, her voice trembling as she reached out toward him, her hand hovering in the space between them, as if she was afraid to touch him. "We thought the Dursleys were the safest option," she whispered, her voice weak and pleading. "We thought that by staying away, we could keep you away from the darkness that had consumed us. We didn't know how badly they would treat you." Hadrian's eyes burned, but no tears came. He had cried too many tears over the years, alone in his cupboard, alone in the world. And now, standing here in front of the people who were supposed to be his parents, he felt nothing but cold, empty rage. "You didn't know?" he spat, his voice trembling with barely contained fury. "You didn't care. You left me with them, and you never looked back. You never once thought to check on me, to see how I was doing, to see if I was even alive." James flinched as if he had been struck, his eyes finally meeting Hadrian's for the first time. There was guilt there, deep and festering, but there was also something else, something darker, something that Hadrian couldn't quite place. "I wanted to," he said quietly, his voice strained. "There were times I wanted to come for you, but the curse—" "Don't," Hadrian snarled, cutting him off with a sharp, vicious edge to his voice. "Don't you dare blame this on some curse. You made a choice. Both of you. You chose to leave me. You chose Julian. And now you expect me to forgive you because you're finally admitting that you were scared? That you were weak?" Lily let out a soft sob, her hand flying to her mouth as she shook her head. "No, Hadrian, please," she begged, her voice barely a whisper. "We didn't mean to hurt you. We thought we were doing what was best, but we were wrong. So wrong." Hadrian's heart twisted painfully in his chest, but he couldn't let himself soften. He couldn't let the years of pain and betrayal go with just a few words of apology. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. "You don't get to apologize," he said, his voice cold and hard. "You don't get to ask for forgiveness. Not after everything you've done. Not after you abandoned me and let me rot in that hellhole while you played happy family with Julian." James' face tightened, his eyes flashing with something that looked like anger, but he didn't respond. He couldn't. What could he possibly say that would make any of this right? The silence that followed was deafening, oppressive. The weight of the truth they had laid bare between them pressed down on all of them, suffocating and thick with the bitterness of years wasted, of love lost, of trust shattered beyond repair. Hadrian stood there, his chest heaving with the force of his emotions, his hands trembling at his sides. He had come into this room seeking answers, but now that he had them, he wasn't sure what to do with them. The truth was worse than he had imagined. The truth was that his parents had failed him, not because they didn't care, but because they had been too consumed by their own fears and weaknesses to fight for him. They had left him behind, abandoned him, and now they expected him to just forgive? He couldn't. He wouldn't. With a sharp, ragged breath, Hadrian turned on his heel and stormed toward the door, his movements stiff and jerky, as though he could barely contain the rage that was boiling inside him. His parents called after him, tried to stop him, standing there in the darkened room, their shadows long and twisted by the pale moonlight, their faces etched with the pain of knowing that they had lost him, perhaps forever. As the door slammed shut behind him, Hadrian felt something inside him break. But he didn't stop. He didn't look back. He just kept walking, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the empty halls of the castle, the cold air biting at his skin as he disappeared into the darkness, alone once again. For so long, he had dreamed of this moment, of hearing his parents say they were sorry. But now that it had come, it was like ash in his mouth. He left the room slowly, his footsteps heavy, weighed down by the confrontation. The stairs creaked beneath him as he descended, but as he reached the lower landing, he was met by two familiar faces, Daphne and Tonks. Both girls had clearly been waiting for him. Daphne's icy blue eyes narrowed in concern, while Tonks flashed him a quick, lopsided grin, though her eyes were soft with understanding. Before he could say a word, they moved toward him. Daphne wrapped her arms around him first, pulling him into a tight, firm embrace, her body pressing against his in a way that made his breath hitch. Her hands slid down his back, her touch soft but possessive. And then Tonks was there pressing against him from the other side. Her tall, curvy frame pressed into him, and he found himself trapped between them. Her chest, larger and fuller than Daphne's, pressed against his face, and for a moment, he felt as if he couldn't breathe. Tonks smirked, rubbing her body against his with playful abandon. "Missed us, did ya?" she teased, but her voice was lower, almost sultry. Hadrian could feel his body reacting, a heat rising in him that he hadn't anticipated, his face flushing as their bodies pressed closer. "Come on," Daphne whispered into his ear, her breath hot against his skin. "You're not alone." Hadrian couldn't think, couldn't speak. His mind was overwhelmed, caught between the raw emotions of his parents and the sudden, intoxicating closeness of Daphne and Tonks. His hands instinctively tightened on Daphne's waist, and she leaned into him, her smirk widening as she felt the tension in his body. "You'll be all right," Tonks whispered, her voice a mix of comfort and something far more dangerous, her breast still pressed against him, her fingers tracing down his back. "We've got you." Hadrian's head spun, torn between the emotions roiling in his chest and the unmistakable, growing arousal their proximity was causing. His breath quickened, but neither Daphne nor Tonks seemed to notice, or maybe they did. Maybe they enjoyed the way his body reacted to them, that Daphne's fingers slid under his chin, tilting his head up so that his eyes met hers. There was a flicker of something mischievous in her icy gaze, but also understanding. "You're stronger than them, Hadrian. Stronger than your father will ever know." Tonks' hands slid down his chest, her touch light but deliberate. She pressed her hips into him just a little more, and his mind blanked for a moment, his pulse racing. Hadrian swallowed hard, trying to regain some control over his spiraling emotions, but it was impossible with the two of them so close, their warmth seeping into him, grounding him in a way he hadn't realized he needed. And for the first time that night, as the chaos of the past hour whirled around in his mind, he felt something like peace, not from his parents' words, but from the presence of the two women who now held him, body and soul, that he didn't have to face it all alone. But even as he stood there, enveloped in their embrace, his thoughts lingered on James' parting words, on the bitter accusation that still cut deep. He was a Slytherin, a snake, and maybe, in his father's eyes, he always would be. It had been 2 months after Halloween and the unpleasant talk with James and Lily. Although he avoided both, he had a feeling that they would try to talk to him again. He kept thinking of other things. His mind kept drifting off to the Potters and his talk with them. The Christmas halls were starting, and the Hogwarts Express was full of people returning home. The Hogwarts Express had barely pulled out of Hogwarts before the Weasley twins made their move. The low rumble of the train's engine was punctuated by the snap of firecrackers exploding, their bright, sizzling sparks lighting up the narrow corridors of the train with a series of sharp cracks. In an instant, the dull roar of conversation between the students was shattered by shrieks of surprise and laughter as multicolored sparks flew from the twin troublemakers' latest creation. Fred and George were perched on top of their seats in the middle of one of the carriages, wands drawn, grinning maniacally as they send off another volley of fireworks into the air. These weren't just any firecrackers. No, the twins had been working on something special for this trip. As the firecrackers exploded, they transformed into various magical creatures. Dragons made of smoke that roared in miniature and flew around the compartment before vanishing in a puff of red and gold. Fire-breathing salamanders that darted across the ceiling, leaving trails of sizzling sparks in their wake. The twins had really outdone themselves this time. "Merlin's beard. Fred, watch out." George cackled as one particularly feisty fire snake shot towards his twin's head, nearly singeing his hair before it exploded into a shower of glittering stars. "Close one." Fred grinned, ducking just in time. "But we can't let them have all the fun, can we?" With a flourish, Fred flicked his wand, and another firework shot out, this time erupting into a massive shower of glittering bats that flapped noisily around the carriage, eliciting gasps and laughter from the students who ducked as they swooped down towards their heads. The chaos spread quickly, students leaping up from their seats to avoid the flying creatures and sparks, while others laughed and cheered, caught up in the mayhem. The compartment was filled with the sound of cracking firecrackers, whoops of joy, and the buzz of excited chatter. The scent of sulfur and something sweet, like caramel, filled the air, No doubt a secret ingredient added by the twins for that extra touch. Suddenly, there was a loud, furious stomping sound from the far end of the train. Percy Weasley, the self-proclaimed head boy, was striding down the aisle with all the fury of a storm. His prefect badge gleamed on his chest, and his glasses were askew as his face turned a shade of red that nearly matched his hair. He looked every bit the portrait of an exasperated authority figure who had long ago given up on reigning in his younger brothers, but who would try, yet again, to do so for the sake of decorum. What in the name of all that is magical do you two think you're doing? Percy bellowed, his voice rising above the commotion as he stormed towards Fred and George, who exchanged amused glances. Percy, Fred said with a mock sigh, jumping down from his seat and placing a hand over his heart. We were just trying to liven things up a bit. Yeah, Perce, George chimed in, sliding down beside his brother with a grin. The train ride was getting a bit dull, you know? Everyone was practically falling asleep. Percy looked as though he might explode. His face had turned a dangerous shade of purple now. Dull? Dull. You are endangering the safety of the students with your fireworks. Ah, come on, Perce, George said, throwing an arm around his brother's shoulders as if trying to calm him down. It's not like anyone got hurt. Fred nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, we even made sure to charm the bats to only scare people a little bit. No harm, no foul, right? But Percy was not convinced. He shoved George's arm off his shoulder and straightened his glasses, glaring at them both. This is entirely inappropriate. As head boy, I demand that you cease this behavior immediately, or I'll have to report you to Professor McGonagall. As Percy continued to rant about rules and responsibility, the twins exchanged exasperated looks. I think Percy's forgotten what fun is, George muttered under his breath. Fred grinned. Maybe he needs a reminder. Before Percy could realize what was happening, Fred had reached into his pocket and pulled out another small firecracker, this one a vivid shade of green. He gave George a wicked look before he tossed it behind Percy's back. A second later, the firecracker exploded with a loud pop, releasing a cloud of green smoke that enveloped Percy, making him cough and splutter. As the smoke cleared, the words, "Loosen up, Percy," appeared in the air in flashing, neon letters, much to the delight of the surrounding students, who erupted into laughter. "Fred! George!" Percy roared, but his anger was drowned out by the sound of yet more fireworks going off. Just then, Charlie Weasley strolled down the aisle, clearly having heard the commotion from the other carriages. He was grinning broadly. Unlike Percy, who looked as though he might have an aneurysm, Charlie seemed thoroughly amused by the chaos. "Blimey, Perce, what's got your knickers in a twist?" Charlie asked, clapping a hand on Percy's shoulder. "They're just having a bit of fun." "Fun? Fun?" Percy practically sputtered, his eyes wide with outrage. "This is dangerous, Charlie. There are rules." "Oh, stuff the rules," Charlie interrupted, shaking his head with a chuckle. "You gotta loosen up a bit. You're too young to be this uptight, mate." Percy opened his mouth to protest, but Charlie cut him off, lowering his voice slightly as he leaned in closer. "Honestly, Perce, you need to get shagged. It'll do you a world of good." Fred and George burst out laughing, nearly doubling over at the look on Percy's face, which had gone from purple to a ghostly white. "Charlie," Percy hissed, scandalized, looking around to make sure no one had overheard. But of course, half the train had heard, and the students nearby were all grinning and whispering to each other. Charlie just shrugged, completely unfazed by his younger brother's horror. "It's the truth. You're wound up tighter than a Hungarian horntail in a broom closet. Merlin, mate, loosen up a bit. You'll feel better." Percy was speechless, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water as he tried to process what Charlie had just said. "And speaking of," Charlie continued with a grin, "the older Belle, good lass, bit dominant, but a little moxie's good for you if you know what I mean." Finished Charlie, waggling his eyebrows at a furiously blushing Percy. Fred and George howled with laughter again, while Percy looked as though he might faint. He tugged at his collar, his face turning an even brighter shade of red as he stammered incoherently. "Charlie, I'm head boy. This is entirely inappropriate." Charlie just smirked, patting Percy's shoulder. "You keep telling yourself that, mate. He then turned to the twins, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Good show, boys. Keep it up, but don't get caught." With that, Charlie gave them all a wink before sauntering off down the aisle, leaving Percy fuming and Fred and George still grinning like madmen. The train's atmosphere had reached a fever pitch of excitement now. Students were laughing, joking, and swapping stories about their summer plans. The sound of shouts and laughter echoed through the carriages as more fireworks went off, courtesy of the twins, and the general chaos they had unleashed filled the air with a sense of reckless joy. Outside the windows, the rolling hills and forests blurred by in a rush of green and gold as the Hogwarts Express sped through the countryside, its whistle echoing in the distance. Inside, the compartments were alive with the vibrant energy of students returning to the home they loved, their conversations buzzing with excitement for the holidays ahead. Even Percy, for all his fuming and sputtering, couldn't completely dampen the mood. Though he continued to scold Fred and George in increasingly high-pitched tones, it was clear that the rest of the train was in high spirits, and nothing he said was going to change that. As Fred and George exchanged high fives, their eyes sparkling with triumph, the firecrackers fizzled out one by one, leaving behind only a faint trace of smoke and the lingering smell of caramel and mischief. The Hogwarts Express rumbled on, carrying its passengers ever closer to the magical world of adventure and possibility that awaited them at home. The Hogwarts Express thundered on, its iron wheels cutting through the fading light as it sped toward Hogwarts. The soft hum of the engine, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks below, and the lively chatter of students filled the air inside the compartments. Yet amidst this excitement, Hadrian Black sat in a strange bubble of quiet tension, sandwiched between two of the most captivating women he had ever known, Daphne Greengrass and Nymphadora Tonks. The compartment doors slid shut with a gentle thud, leaving him alone with them. He felt the absence of his usual companions, Theo, Draco, and Blaise, who had been unceremoniously summoned by Professor Snape for some minor transgression involving prank spells during potions. Something about ancient houses and Gryffindor tendencies had been muttered under Snape's breath as he hauled them away. But now, with the others gone, Hadrian found himself alone in a far more dangerous situation. His heart raced, and not from fear of what Snape would do to his friends. Tonks sat to his right, her wild, bubblegum pink hair framing her heart-shaped face in a way that seemed almost designed to catch the light. Her mischievous dark eyes gleamed with humor as she leaned back against the seat, her tight leather jacket creaking softly as she moved. Her body, tall and curvy, drew his attention despite his best efforts to remain composed. The jacket clung to her figure, emphasizing her small waist, and the tight trousers she wore accentuated her hips and legs. As she shifted in her seat, her breasts pressed against her jacket, their fullness all too obvious to Hadrian. Her grin widened as if she knew exactly where his eyes had been. On his left, Daphne Greengrass, the Ice Queen of Slytherin, sat poised and elegant. There was an air of aloofness about her, but beneath the cold exterior, there was something molten, a heat that simmered beneath the surface, ready to break through at any moment. Her cool blue eyes watched him with a predatory intensity, her lips curved in a subtle, knowing smile. She was dressed in a tight, deep green sweater that hugged her figure, its color a stark contrast to her pale skin. The soft fabric clung to the curves of her body, emphasizing her ample chest, narrow waist, and long, shapely legs, which were crossed casually in front of her. Both women towered over Hadrian in height, a fact that seemed to accentuate the aura they exuded. It was something he was acutely aware of, something that stirred within him as they closed in on either side, their presence almost overwhelming in the small space of the compartment. "So, Hadrian," Tonks broke the silence first, her voice playful, yet carrying a hint of something more serious beneath the surface. She leaned forward, her arm brushing against his, her face close enough that he could feel the warmth of her breath on his skin. "How's it feel to finally get some peace without all those boys around?" Hadrian chuckled nervously, feeling his heart thud painfully in his chest. He could sense the tension in the air, the way both girls were watching him, waiting for something. It's different, he replied, trying to sound casual, but knowing he was failing miserably. His gaze darted from Tonks' playful smile to Daphne's cool, calculating eyes. Different good or different bad? Daphne asked, her voice smooth and controlled as ever, but there was a softness to it now that wasn't usually there when she spoke in public. She leaned in slightly, her shoulder brushing his as she waited for his answer. Hadrian swallowed hard, his face growing warm as he felt her proximity. Good? Definitely good, he stammered, and both girls exchanged knowing looks that made his stomach flip. Tonks laughed softly, the sound musical and teasing. You're too cute, you know that? She teased, reaching out to ruffle his messy black hair. Her touch was brief, but it sent a jolt of electricity through him, making him sit up a little straighter. Daphne's eyes sparkled with amusement as she watched him struggle to maintain his composure. She leaned in even closer, her lips curving into a sly smile. You've been such a mystery this year, Hadrian, she said softly, her voice low enough that it sent a shiver down his spine. But I think I'm starting to figure you out. Hadrian's breath caught in his throat as Daphne's fingers grazed his hand, cool and delicate. He wasn't sure whether to lean into her touch or pull away, but his body seemed to have made the decision for him as he froze, his heart racing in his chest. Oh, and what have you figured out? He managed to ask, though his voice sounded rough and uneven. Daphne's gaze flickered down to their intertwined hands for a moment before meeting his eyes again. That you're not as tough as you pretend to be, she whispered, her lips brushing his cheek in a light, almost teasing kiss. Her breath was warm against his skin, and the soft press of her lips sent a shock of desire coursing through him. Hadrian barely had time to react before Tonks leaned in from the other side, her lips grazing his ear as she whispered, and that you're absolutely hopeless when it comes to dealing with girls. She planted a quick, playful kiss on his other cheek, her grin widening as she pulled back to watch his reaction. He could feel the heat rising in his face, his cheeks burning with embarrassment, but there was no denying the effect their attention was having on him. His breath quickened, and he shifted slightly in his seat, suddenly aware of the uncomfortable tightness in his trousers. Both girls seemed to sense it too, their eyes flicking downward for a brief second before returning to his flushed face, amusement dancing in their expressions. Tonks' eyes gleamed with mischief as she leaned back, stretching her arms above her head in a way that only served to emphasize her figure. The tight leather of her jacket and trousers hugged every curve of her body, accentuating her ample chest, narrow waist, and wide hips. Hadrian's gaze lingered on her for a moment too long, and he felt a surge of arousal as he imagined what it would be like to have her pressed up against him. Daphne, meanwhile, was watching him intently, her eyes never leaving his face. There was something almost predatory in the way she observed him, as if she could read every thought, every desire that crossed his mind. Her lips curled into a small, knowing smile as she leaned in even closer, her voice dropping to a low, intimate whisper. We've been talking, she said softly, her breath warm against his ear. About you, Hadrian. Hadrian's pulse quickened as he turned to look at her, his heart racing as he tried to process what she was saying. About me, he echoed, his voice barely above a whisper. Tonks grinned, nodding as she leaned in from the other side. We both think you're someone special, she said, her tone still playful, but with a hint of seriousness beneath the teasing. Daphne's fingers tightened around his hand, her gaze low, keying onto his with an intensity that made his stomach churn with nervous anticipation. We've talked it over, and we both want to be with you, she said quietly, her voice carrying a weight that left no room for misunderstanding. Hadrian blinked, his mind racing as he tried to comprehend what they were saying. His gaze flicked between the two of them, searching for some sign that this was a joke, but all he saw was sincerity in their eyes. Both of you want to date me? He asked, his voice shaky and uncertain. Tonks nodded, her expression softening as she reached out to take his other hand in hers. Only if you want that too, she said gently, her thumb brushing against the back of his hand in a soothing gesture. Daphne smiled, a rare, genuine smile that lit up her face and made her icy blue eyes shimmer with warmth. We both like you, Hadrian. A lot, she added, her voice soft but firm. Hadrian's heart was pounding so hard he thought it might burst from his chest. He had spent months flirting with both of them, unable to decide between the playful, mischievous charm of Tonks and the cool, confident allure of Daphne. But now, faced with the reality of the situation, he wasn't sure what to say. His mind raced with thoughts of what it would mean to date both of them. The political implications, the potential backlash from their families, the complications of maintaining a relationship with two women at once. But all of those concerns faded into the background as he looked into their eyes and saw the genuine affection they held for him. Tonks leaned in, her lips brushing his ear again as she whispered, "We think you're worth it." Before he could respond, Daphne tilted his chin up gently, her fingers cool and firm against his skin, and pressed her lips to his in a soft, lingering kiss. Hadrian's breath hitched, and he could barely think as he kissed her back, his heart pounding in his chest. Her lips were soft and warm, her kiss slow and deliberate, as if she was savoring every second of it. When she finally pulled away, he barely had time to catch his breath before Tonks leaned in, claiming his lips in a kiss that was just as tender, but with a teasing edge that left him breathless all over again. When Tonks pulled back, Hadrian sat there, dazed and breathless, his mind spinning as he looked between the two of them. They both watched him, their gazes filled with warmth and affection, their hands still holding his, as if to ground him in the reality of the moment. For a brief second, the world outside the compartment ceased to exist. The rhythmic clatter of the Hogwarts Express on the tracks, the distant laughter of students, even the train itself, all faded into a dull hum in the background. The only thing that mattered now was this impossible, intoxicating moment. Tonks grinned first, her mischievous smile widening as she gave his hand a playful squeeze. "So, what do you say, Hadrian? Fancy having two lovely witches at your side." Her tone was teasing, but there was a vulnerability in her eyes that hinted at how much she cared, how much she wanted his answer to be yes. Daphne remained silent, her gaze steady, cool but not cold. Her fingers, still intertwined with his, tightened slightly in anticipation, her breath coming out just a touch uneven. For all her controlled elegance, she was just as anxious for his response. Hadrian swallowed, his mouth dry as a storm of thoughts raged in his head. The enormity of what they were proposing, both Tonks and Daphne, two strong-willed, powerful women, was dizzying. There was no precedent for something like this in his world. Wizarding society, for all its magic, was rigid when it came to relationships, especially for someone in Hadrian's position. He was the heir of an ancient and noble house, the House of Black. A relationship like this, with two witches, would be scandalous. The political ramifications alone would be enough to make heads turn, and he could only imagine how his future would be dissected by the wizarding elite. But despite all those logical concerns, none of them held any weight in the moment. All he could think about was how right this felt, how much he had come to care for both of them in ways he hadn't even realized until now. They were so different, Tonks with her playful, unpredictable energy, and Daphne with her cool, sophisticated grace. And yet they complemented each other perfectly. And somehow, impossibly, they both wanted him. His heart raced, his body flooded with heat as he glanced between them. They were stunning, breathtaking, and in this small space, their proximity was enough to drive him mad. He had always found them attractive. How could he not? Tonks, with her tall, athletic frame and her wild, changing hair, was a whirlwind of energy and excitement. Today, her bubblegum pink hair only made her look more striking, her dark eyes gleaming with mischief. Her tight leather jacket clung to her curves, emphasizing her full breasts and wide hips, while the trousers she wore hugged her long legs in a way that left little to the imagination. Every movement she made was fluid and confident, and Hadrian couldn't stop himself from imagining what it would feel like to have her wrapped in his arms, to feel her body pressed against his. Daphne, on the other hand, was the picture of refinement and control. Her icy blonde hair fell in soft waves over her shoulders, framing her delicate features. Her eyes, a pale, piercing blue, held a quiet intensity that made his stomach twist with anticipation. She was dressed in her usual immaculate style, A dark green sweater that hugged her figure perfectly, paired with a skirt that showed off her long, slender legs. Her curves were subtle, but undeniably feminine, her posture straight and composed as always. But there was a fire in her, a heat that she kept carefully hidden behind her mask of cool indifference. Hadrian had seen it before, glimpses of it in the way her eyes darkened when she was frustrated or the way her lips parted ever so slightly when she was caught off guard. It was a fire that, he realized now, burned for him. His gaze drifted lower to where their bodies were so close to his that he could feel their warmth. Tonks' chest brushed against his arm as she shifted slightly, her breasts pressing into him, and the sensation sent a jolt of arousal straight through him. Daphne's thigh was pressed against his, her skirt riding up just enough that he could see the smooth curve of her leg. He felt his breath hitch, his body reacting to their nearness in ways he couldn't control. Desire coursed through him, hot and insistent, and he struggled to keep his composure, to not let them see how much their presence affected him. But it was too late for that. They knew. They could see it in his eyes, in the way his body tensed under their touch, in the way his breath came faster as their hands held his. They knew the effect they had on him, and they reveled in it. Tonks was the first to break the silence, her grin turning wicked as she leaned in closer, her lips just inches from his ear. "I can practically hear your thoughts, Hadrian," she whispered, her breath warm against his skin. "You're thinking about how much you want us, aren't you?" Hadrian's face flushed, but he didn't deny it. How could he? His body had already betrayed him. Tonks' hand slipped from his and trailed down his arm, her fingers brushing over his thigh, dangerously close to the growing heat between his legs. Her touch was light, teasing, and it sent another wave of arousal through him. "Hadrian." Daphne's voice cut through the haze of desire that Tonks had stirred in him. It was soft, but commanding in a way that made him immediately turn his attention to her. She was watching him intently, her eyes dark with something he couldn't quite name. "This isn't just about attraction," she said, her voice low and serious. "We wouldn't be here, asking you this if it were. We want more than that. We want you." Her words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. This was more than just a fleeting desire. They were offering him something real, something deeper than just the physical. But there was also a weight to it, an understanding that what they were asking of him wasn't simple. To be with both of them, to navigate the complexities of their world while maintaining such a relationship, it would be difficult to say the least. "I know this isn't normal," Tonks said, her tone softening as she pulled back slightly, her playful demeanor giving way to something more vulnerable. "But we've thought it through. We've talked about what it would mean, and we're okay with it, if you are." Hadrian swallowed, his throat tight. The implications of their proposal were huge. Not just for him personally, but politically. The House of Black, the House of Greengrass. Both were powerful, ancient families with long-standing traditions and expectations. A relationship like this would be seen as scandalous, perhaps even a threat to the old ways. There would be backlash, no doubt. Whispers in the halls of Hogwarts, judgment from the wizarding elite, possibly even pressure from their families to end it. But as he looked into their eyes, he realized that none of that mattered. Not really. What mattered was here, now, in this compartment. What mattered was the way they made him feel. The warmth, the affection, the connection. He had spent so long trying to keep his distance, to protect himself from getting too close. But now, faced with the reality of their feelings for him, he couldn't deny how much he wanted this. How much he wanted them. He paused, his breath catching as he searched for the right words. "I want this. I want both of you." The relief that washed over their faces was immediate. Tonks let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, her grin returning full force as she practically bounced in her seat. "You won't regret it, Hadrian. I promise." Daphne, always more reserved, allowed herself a small, satisfied smile, her fingers tightening around his once more. "We'll take things slow," she said, her voice soft but firm. "We can discuss the politics and everything else later. For now, let's just be." Hadrian nodded, feeling a strange sense of calm settle over him. The storm of emotions, the doubts, the fears, they were still there, lurking in the background, but they didn't seem as overwhelming now. Because he wasn't alone. He had them. Tonks' laughter broke the tension, and she leaned in to press a quick kiss to his lips, her excitement contagious. "This is going to be fun," she whispered, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Daphne followed suit, her kiss softer, slower, but no less affectionate. "We'll figure everything out," she murmured against his lips. Together, as they pulled back, Hadrian couldn't help but smile, his heart full in a way it hadn't been in a long time. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whether it was the politics, the judgment, or even the logistics of being with two incredibly strong-willed women, he knew they could face them together. And as the Hogwarts Express continued its journey through the fading twilight, the promise of what the future held filled the small compartment with a warmth that chased away the cold uncertainties of the world outside. The train began to slow down as it approached the station, and Daphne reluctantly let go of his hand as she stood. "I have to go," she said softly, glancing at him with a smile that was both sweet and a little sad. "My father is waiting for me." She leaned in, pressing one last kiss to his forehead before she left, leaving Hadrian with his thoughts and the warmth of her touch lingering on his skin. Tonks stood as well, but before she followed Daphne, she turned back to Hadrian with a mischievous grin. "Don't think you're getting rid of me that easily, though," she teased, leaning in for one last, deep kiss that left Hadrian breathless all over again. When she finally pulled back, she winked at him. "See you soon, Hadrian. Unfortunately, I can't go with Sirius because my mother personally wanted the pleasure to meet me after such a long time." With that, she left the compartment, leaving Hadrian alone with his thoughts, his heart still racing as he tried to process everything that had just happened. He barely noticed as the train came to a full stop and the students began to disembark, his mind still spinning with the memory of their kisses, their words, and the way they had both looked at him. As he stepped off the train, he spotted Sirius waiting for him on the platform, his godfather's face lighting up with a wide grin as he caught sight of him. But even as he walked towards Sirius, his thoughts kept drifting back to Daphne and Tonks and the promise of what the future might hold. "Hey guys, author here. I am not that good with intimate and romantic scenes. It is one of my weaknesses. Please tell me how it was and how I can improve." Chapter 27, Grimmauld Place. Chapter notes. Hello everybody. I hope you are liking the story so far, and there is a lot more to come. Please comment your reviews down below. Now, I regret to inform you that no, this FIC is not on hiatus, nor is it being abandoned. I'm going on a vacation for a few days, so this FIC will not be updated till November 20th or so. After returning, I'm going to upload 20 days worth of chapters in one go. Thank you and have a bloody good time today. 00 Themid Night Scribe 00. Signing off. See the end of the chapter for more notes. A week after the return from Hogwarts, the house at 12, Grimmauld Place had a way of keeping secrets. Its walls were lined with shadows, and the very air seemed to hum with the remnants of past whispers. But today, the dark corners were filled with the light of laughter and conversation, the heavy atmosphere lifted by the presence of two figures who had found a peculiar comfort in one another's company. Hadrian sat in a cozy armchair in one of the dimly lit sitting rooms, a book lying open on his lap. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its flickering light casting playful shadows across the room. Sirius Black, his godfather, and the closest thing Hadrian had to a father figure, lounged on the worn sofa opposite him. His demeanor was relaxed, but his eyes held a mischievous glint, as though he were plotting his next line of banter. "So, Hadrian," Sirius began, his voice light and teasing, "how's Hogwarts treating you? Still the top student, or have you been too busy with other extracurricular activities?" Hadrian glanced up from his book, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He had grown accustomed to Sirius's playful interrogations, but there was something about this one that made him feel more exposed. "Hogwarts is fine. Busy, as usual. And as for extracurriculars, well, let's just say I've been keeping myself occupied." Sirius raised an eyebrow, leaning forward with a conspiratorial grin. "Occupied, you say? And does this occupation involve any interesting girls? Or perhaps girlfriends?" Hadrian's smile faltered slightly, and a faint flush crept up his neck. He wasn't used to discussing such matters openly, especially not with Sirius, who had a knack for making even the most mundane conversation feel like a grand revelation. I wouldn't say I have a girlfriend, but there are people I spend time with. Sirius's eyes sparkled with amusement. People, huh? Last I checked, people was usually code for someone special. Come on, spill the beans. Who's caught your eye? Hadrian hesitated, his mind flashing to several moments over the past year. His interactions with Daphne Greengrass, the quiet, intense connection he felt with her, the subtle tension that lay just beneath the surface of their conversations. But he wasn't ready to share that just yet, especially with Sirius's eagle-eyed attention. No one in particular, he finally said, trying to keep his tone neutral. Sirius wasn't convinced. He leaned back, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Is that so? Because I've noticed something interesting lately. Every time Tonks is around, you seem to get a bit flustered. Hadrian's eyes widened in surprise, and the blush that had been creeping up his neck spread to his cheeks. Tonks? What are you talking about? Sirius's grin widened. Oh, don't play coy with me, Hadrian. You know exactly what I'm talking about. She walks into a room, and suddenly you can't seem to string a sentence together. Not to mention the way you've been sneaking glances at her when you think no one's watching. Hadrian's throat went dry. He had always been careful to keep his feelings under wraps, but Sirius's words struck too close to home. It's not like that, he protested weakly, his voice betraying him with a slight tremor. Sirius's expression softened, though the teasing glint in his eyes remained. Look, Hadrian, it's perfectly normal. Tonks is, well, she's Tonks. And if you're feeling something, you shouldn't be ashamed of it. She's not related to you. Not in the way that matters. Hadrian blinked, the implication of Sirius's words slowly sinking in. What do you mean? Sirius took a deep breath, his playful demeanor giving way to something more serious. Our family's history is complicated, to say the least. You see, my mother, a bitch, had ties to an ancient house that's no longer around. House Ashbourne. It was one of those old, pure bloodlines that disappeared long ago. As it turns out, she had children by someone from that house, and those bloodlines have been diluted over generations. So, whatever connection you think you have with Tonks through the Blacks, it's so distant it doesn't really count. Hadrian absorbed this information in silence, his mind racing. It was a revelation he hadn't expected, but it explained a lot. The unease he had felt whenever he was around Tonks, the way his pulse quickened when she smiled at him, the way he couldn't help but notice the subtle changes in her appearance as she had grown older. It all made sense now. Sirius watched Hadrian closely, his expression thoughtful. You don't have to say anything, Hadrian. Just think about it. And remember, it's your choice. Whatever happens between you and Tonks is entirely up to you. Before Hadrian could respond, the door creaked open, and Tonks stepped into the room, her presence like a breath of fresh air cutting through the heavy atmosphere. She wore a fitted leather jacket over a tight black shirt that hugged her curves and dark jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs. Her signature bubblegum pink hair was short and slightly tousled, giving her a rebellious, carefree look. She was taller than Hadrian by a few inches, her figure lean but undeniably feminine. The way she moved, with a kind of effortless confidence, made it hard for Hadrian to look anywhere else. Tonks's eyes lit up when she saw them, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. What are you two up to? Plotting something dastardly, I hope. Sirius grinned back at her. Always, he replied with a wink. But tonight it's all about our young Hadrian here. Seems he's been preoccupied. Tonks raised an eyebrow, glancing at Hadrian with a playful smirk. Oh, preoccupied, you say? Now this I've got to hear. Sirius shot Hadrian a knowing look before turning his attention to Tonks. We were just discussing how our dear Hadrian here has been keeping himself occupied at Hogwarts. Care to join the conversation? Tonks raised an eyebrow, her gaze flicking between Hadrian and Sirius with a hint of amusement. Is that so? I'd love to hear all about it. She crossed the room and sat down beside Hadrian, her shoulder brushing against his. The contact was light, but it sent a jolt of electricity through him. He swallowed hard, trying to focus on anything other than the warmth radiating from her. As they talked, Hadrian found it increasingly difficult to keep his thoughts in check. Every time Tonks laughed, the sound seemed to resonate deep within him. Every time she leaned closer, the scent of lavender filled his senses, making it impossible to think of anything else. It was as though she had cast a spell on him, one that he couldn't break even if he wanted to. At some point, Sirius excused himself, leaving Hadrian and Tonks alone. The conversation lulled, and Hadrian became acutely aware of the silence between them. He glanced at her, his heart racing, and found her watching him with an unreadable expression. Hadrian felt his heart race, a mix of nerves and excitement surging through him. Tonks had always had that effect on him, ever since they had first met. She was different from anyone he had ever known, bold, confident, and unafraid to speak her mind. And as he sat there, watching her, he couldn't help but notice the way her clothes clung to her body, highlighting her small waist and the generous curve of her hips. Her breasts were full, straining slightly against the fabric of her shirt, and her thighs. Merlin, her thighs were mesmerizing. Hadrian shifted uncomfortably in his seat, acutely aware of the growing tension in his body. He tried to focus on the conversation, but his thoughts kept drifting back to the way Tonks moved, the way her lips curved into a smirk when she teased him, the way her eyes sparkled with mischief. And despite his best efforts, he couldn't stop the arousal that coursed through him, his body reacting instinctively to her presence. Tonks seemed oblivious to the effect she was having on him. Or perhaps she wasn't. She sat down on the arm of his chair, her leg brushing against his arm in a way that sent a jolt of electricity through him. "Hadrian," she began, her voice soft and almost hesitant, "you've been quiet. Is everything all right?" He opened his mouth to respond, but the words caught in his throat. Instead, he found himself leaning closer, drawn to her in a way he couldn't explain. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she met him halfway, their lips brushing in a tentative, uncertain kiss. The moment their lips touched, a spark ignited between them. The kiss deepened, growing more urgent as they both gave in to the feelings they had been suppressing for so long. Hadrian's hand found its way to the back of Tonks's neck, pulling her closer as he lost himself in the sensation of her soft lips against his. Her hand slid up his chest, her touch sending tingles up his spine. They kissed for what felt like an eternity, the world around them fading into nothingness. When they finally broke apart, both of them were breathless, their foreheads resting against each other. "Tonks," Hadrian whispered, his voice hoarse with emotion. She smiled softly, her eyes shining with something that made his heart swell. "I know, Hadrian. I know." Without another word, they lay down on the couch together, their bodies entwined in a comforting embrace. The warmth of her body against his was soothing, and before long, they both drifted off into a peaceful sleep, their fingers still intertwined. The next morning, Hadrian was the first to wake. He blinked groggily, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. But then he felt the soft weight of Tonks against him, and everything came rushing back. He looked down at her, still sleeping peacefully, her head resting on his chest, and felt a rush of affection so strong it left him breathless. He was about to gently extricate himself when a soft chuckle drew his attention to the doorway. Sirius and Andromeda stood there, grinning like Cheshire cats. Sirius looked positively gleeful, while Andromeda's expression was one of fond amusement. "Good morning, lovebirds," Sirius quipped, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Hadrian felt his face heat up, but he couldn't help but smile back. "Morning, Sirius." "Andy." Tonks stirred at the sound of their voices, her eyes fluttering open. She blinked sleepily, looking up at Hadrian with a dazed expression before realizing their position. Her face turned a delightful shade of pink, but she made no move to pull away. "Morning, Mum." "Sirius," she mumbled, her voice still thick with sleep. Andromeda raised an eyebrow, her smile widening. "Sleep well?" Hadrian and Tonks exchanged a glance, and then Hadrian nodded sheepishly. "Yeah, actually, it was nice." Sirius couldn't resist adding, "You know, I always thought you two would make a good pair. Just took you long enough to figure it out." Tonks rolled her eyes, but there was a smile tugging at her lips. "Well, better late than never, right?" They all shared a laugh, the mood light and easy. But as they sat down for breakfast, the atmosphere shifted slightly. There was a sense of unspoken understanding between them, a recognition that things had changed and that they were all okay with it. Sirius, of course, couldn't resist poking fun. So, Hadrian, what's the plan? Are you going to keep sneaking around? Or are you going to be honest about what's going on? Hadrian gave him a look of mock annoyance. I think we'll figure it out as we go. No need to rush things. Tonks nodded in agreement, her hand finding Hadrian's under the table. Yeah, we got time. But the lighthearted moment was interrupted by the arrival of an owl, a regal and imposing owl, sleek and mysterious. It swooped into the room with the grace of a well-trained predator, delivering a letter before taking off into the morning sky. Hadrian picked up the letter, his heart skipping a beat when he saw the seal. It was from the Greengrass family. He exchanged a glance with Tonks, who looked just as curious as he felt. Whatever this letter contained, they were bound to change everything. Chapter in notes. In case you didn't read this at the beginning of the chapter. Hello everybody. I hope you are liking the story so far, and there is a lot more to come. Please comment your reviews down below. Now, I regret to inform you that no, this FIC is not on hiatus, nor is it being abandoned. I'm going on a vacation for a few days, so this FIC will not be updated till November 20th or so. After returning, I'm going to upload 20 days worth of chapters in one go. Thank you and have a bloody good time today. 00 Themid Night Scribe 00. Signing off. Chapter 28, The Delacour Ball. Chapter notes. Hello everybody. I hope you are liking the story so far, and there is a lot more to come. Please comment your reviews down below. Now, I regret to inform you that no, this FIC is not on hiatus, nor is it being abandoned. I'm going on a vacation for a few days, so this FIC will not be updated till November 20th or so. After returning, I'm going to upload 20 days worth of chapters in one go. Thank you, and have a bloody good time today. 00 Themid Night Scribe 00. Signing off. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hadrian stood before the mirror, his reflection showing a young man dressed in sharp, tailored robes that exuded a sense of maturity beyond his 12 years. The dark green fabric of his robes highlighted his striking features, and a silver clasp in the shape of a serpent rested on his shoulder. He adjusted the collar, his fingers trembling slightly, not from nerves but from excitement. Tonight was the Delacour Manor annual ball, and he would be attending with Sirius and Tonks. He couldn't help the flutter of anticipation in his chest. Tonks, who had taken a keen interest in staying closer to him, would be there too. The thought of seeing her again, especially in such a grand setting, sent a warm flush to his cheeks. He imagined her smiling at him, her playful teasing, and the way her laughter seemed to brighten even the darkest corners of Grimmauld Place. A soft knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. Hadrian, are you ready? Tonks's voice called from the hallway. Hadrian took a deep breath, smoothed down his robes one last time, and opened the door. His breath caught in his throat. Tonks stood there, her metamorphogus abilities on full display as her hair cascaded in soft waves, a deep shade of violet that contrasted beautifully with her pale skin. She wore a gown of deep indigo that hugged her curves in all the right places, her hourglass figure accentuated by the tight bodice and flowing skirt. Her breasts pressed tightly against the dress, making the scene mesmerizing. She hugged Hadrian, and Hadrian felt his breath disappear as his face was pressed against her big boobs. Her thighs and ass ground against Hadrian's crotch. Hadrian felt himself hardening as his manhood pressed against her thighs. Her hands teasingly grazed his crotch, making him double over. She pulled back, reveling in the effect she had on Hadrian. "Blimey," Hadrian muttered, his face heating up as he quickly looked away, but not before he saw the knowing smirk on her lips. "Well, don't you clean up nice, Hadrian," Tonks teased, as if nothing had happened, casually reaching out to adjust his collar. Her fingers brushed against his neck, and he swore he felt a spark, a tingling sensation that sent shivers down his spine. Hadrian managed a small smile, his heart thudding in his chest. "You look amazing, Tonks," she chuckled, patting his cheek lightly. "Flattery will get you everywhere, love." Before Hadrian could respond, Sirius appeared at the end of the hallway, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Well, don't you two look like quite the pair, he said, his voice full of approval. Sirius himself was dressed in formal robes of deep black, lined with silver that shimmered in the light. He looked every bit the charming, roguish figure that the Black family was known for, but there was a warmth in his eyes as he looked at Hadrian and Tonks. Ready for a night of fun, dancing, and maybe some mischief? Sirius asked, his grin widening. Hadrian nodded, his excitement growing. As ready as I'll ever be. Good, Sirius said, clapping him on the back. Because we're about to take an international portkey, and trust me, you don't want to be unprepared for that. The three of them made their way downstairs to the living room, where a small, ornate box awaited them. Sirius picked it up, holding it out for Hadrian and Tonks to touch. On three, he said, his voice suddenly serious. 1, 2, 3. The familiar tug behind Hadrian's navel signaled the start of the portkey's journey, and the world around them blurred into a whirlwind of colors and sensations. When they landed, slightly off balance, they found themselves standing in front of a grand estate. The Delacour Manor was a sprawling, elegant structure with towering spires, intricate stonework, and lush gardens that seemed to stretch on forever. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the soft hum of magic that seemed to resonate from the very stones of the manor. Hadrian took a moment to take it all in, his eyes wide with awe. The manor was unlike anything he had ever seen, even in the wizarding world. The guests were dressed in the finest robes, their laughter and chatter filling the air as they mingled in the grand courtyard. The atmosphere was one of opulence and refinement, but there was an underlying warmth that made it feel welcoming rather than intimidating. "Welcome to the Delacour Manor," Sirius said, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "It's been some time since I've been here, but it looks just as magnificent as I remember." They made their way through the courtyard, receiving polite nods and curious glances from the other guests. Hadrian's heart pounded in his chest, not from nerves, but from the sheer excitement of being in such a place. He felt a sense of belonging here, among the wizards and witches who were as much a part of this world as he was. As they entered the ballroom, Hadrian's eyes were immediately drawn to the grandeur of the room. The ceiling was enchanted to resemble a starry night sky, with twinkling lights that seemed to dance in time with the music playing softly in the background. The walls were lined with tapestries depicting scenes of magical history, and the floor was polished to a mirror-like shine. It was then that he spotted Daphne Greengrass standing near one of the large windows, looking out at the gardens beyond. She was dressed in a flowing gown of emerald green that complemented her blonde hair and icy blue eyes. Her figure was statuesque, with an hourglass shape that was impossible not to notice. Her tight dress emphasized her huge breasts and bottom, calling the attention of many people present over there. Hadrian felt his breath hitch in his throat as he made his way over to her. "Daphne," he greeted, his voice slightly strained as he tried to maintain his composure. She turned to face him, a small smile playing on her lips. "Hadrian," she replied, her tone cool and composed. "It's good to see you." "You look stunning," Hadrian said, his voice barely above a whisper. To Daphne's smile widened slightly, and she inclined her head in acknowledgement. "Thank you. You don't look too bad yourself." Before Hadrian could respond, the music shifted to a slower, more intimate tune, and he found himself offering his hand to Daphne. "May I have this dance?" Daphne hesitated for only a moment before placing her hand in his. "I'd be honored." They moved to the center of the ballroom, joining the other couples already dancing. As they swayed to the music, Hadrian couldn't help but feel the eyes of the other guests on them. He could see the jealous looks from some of the other boys and the curious glances from the girls. But he didn't care. All that mattered in that moment was the way Daphne's hand felt in his, the way her body moved in time with his, and the way her icy blue eyes held his gaze. As the song came to an end, Hadrian reluctantly released Daphne's hand, only to be immediately claimed by Tonks for the next dance. Her mischievous grin was infectious, and Hadrian found himself smiling despite the heat in his cheeks. "You two look good together," Tonks teased as they began to dance. Hadrian shrugged, trying to play it cool. "She's my girlfriend too." "Sure she is," Tonks said with a wink. and I saw the way you were looking at her." Hadrian was saved from responding by the arrival of Sirius, who had been watching from the sidelines with a mixture of amusement and pride. "Hadrian, my boy," Sirius called out as he approached, "you're making quite the impression tonight." Hadrian grinned, feeling a swell of pride at Sirius's words. "Just trying to enjoy myself." "You're doing a fine job of it," Sirius said with a chuckle. "But don't forget to save a dance for me, Tonks." Tonks laughed, her eyes twinkling with mirth. "Wouldn't dream of it, Sirius." As the night wore on, Hadrian found himself dancing with both Daphne and Tonks several more times, each dance more enjoyable than the last. But it was during one of these dances that he saw her. Fleur Delacour, a vision of ethereal beauty, was gliding across the ballroom with an air of grace and elegance that seemed almost otherworldly. She was dressed in a gown of pale blue that shimmered like the surface of a calm lake, her long blonde hair cascading down her back in soft waves. Her eyes, a piercing shade of blue, seemed to glow with an inner light as they locked onto his. Hadrian felt his mouth go dry as Fleur approached him, her every movement radiating confidence and a hint of something more, something almost dangerous. She was only 13, but there was an undeniable maturity in her presence, a hint of the velar allure that was beginning to manifest. He was lost for words as she drew near. Her breasts seemed to burst out from beneath her dress, her hourglass figure visible as her thin waist blossomed into huge hips, thick thighs, and a big ass. "Bonsoir, Hadrian," Fleur greeted him, her voice carrying the soft lilt of her French accent. Hadrian swallowed, trying to find his voice. "Fleur, you look incredible." Fleur's lips curved into a smile, and she stepped closer, her body brushing against his as she did. "Merci. You are very kind." The touch of her hand as she took his sent a jolt of electricity through Hadrian's body, making his heart race. He felt a warmth spread through him, a tingling sensation that started at the point where their skin met and radiated outward. Fleur's gaze was intense, her eyes holding his with a mix of curiosity and something else, something that made Hadrian feel both excited and slightly nervous. "Would you like to dance?" Fleur asked, her tone almost playful. Hadrian nodded, unable to form words as he led her to the dance floor. The music had shifted to a slow, romantic tune, and as they began to move in time with the melody, Hadrian became acutely aware of every point of contact between them. Fleur's body was close to his, her warmth seeping through the fabric of her gown and his robes. Her hands rested lightly on his shoulders, her fingers occasionally brushing against the back of his neck, sending shivers down his spine. Hadrian could feel his heart pounding in his chest, the rhythm of it almost in sync with the music that surrounded them. Fleur's presence was overwhelming, her beauty and the subtle allure of her Vila heritage creating a magnetic pull that he found impossible to resist. She moved with a grace that seemed effortless, her every step measured and fluid, as though she was born to dance. Fleur's eyes never left his, the intensity of her gaze making it difficult for Hadrian to think clearly. He felt a warmth creeping up his neck, his face flushing as he realized just how close they were. Her breath was warm against his cheek, her scent, something sweet and intoxicating, enveloping him, making it hard to focus on anything but her. "Hadrian," Fleur's voice was soft, almost a whisper, as she leaned in slightly, her lips just inches from his ear. "You are a very good dancer." Hadrian swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. Thank you," he managed to stammer, his voice betraying the nervousness he felt. He tried to maintain his composure, but the way Fleur was looking at him, the way her body seemed to mold perfectly against his, was making it increasingly difficult. Fleur smiled, a small, almost knowing smile, as if she could sense the effect she was having on him. She pulled back just enough to look him in the eyes, her expression softening. "It is a pleasure to dance with you, Hadrian," she said, her tone genuine. "The pleasure is mine," Hadrian replied, his voice a little steadier now, though his heart continued to race. As the dance continued, Hadrian became more attuned to the subtle shifts in Fleur's demeanor. There was a moment where her gaze flickered, a brief hint of vulnerability that she quickly masked with a confident smile. It was almost imperceptible, But Hadrian caught it, a sign that there was more to her than the flawless beauty and grace she exuded. There was depth, a complexity that made her all the more intriguing. When the song finally came to an end, Hadrian was reluctant to let go of her. Fleur, too, seemed to hesitate for a fraction of a second before she released him, her fingers lingering on his for just a moment longer than necessary. There was a faint flush on her cheeks, a subtle sign that she had enjoyed the dance just as much as he had. "Merci, Hadrian," Fleur said, her voice warm and sincere. "That was lovely." "Anytime," Hadrian replied, trying to keep his tone casual even as his mind raced with the realization that he had just danced with Fleur Delacour, a girl who was not only stunningly beautiful, but also carried the aura of a Vila. Before either of them could say anything more, Daphne and Tonks appeared at Hadrian's side, both of them wearing matching smirks. Tonks was the first to speak, her tone teasing. Well, looks like someone's got a new admirer." Hadrian shot her a look, his face reddening slightly. "It's not like that." "Sure it's not," Tonks said with a wink, clearly enjoying his discomfort. Daphne, on the other hand, remained silent, her icy blue eyes fixed on Fleur. There was a moment of silent communication between the two girls, something unspoken passing between them. It was subtle, but Hadrian noticed the way Daphne's posture stiffened slightly, the way her lips pressed together in a tight line before she forced a smile. Fleur seemed to pick up on it as well, her expression softening as she nodded politely to Daphne and Tonks. "It was a pleasure to meet you both," she said, her French accent lilting as she spoke. "I hope we can talk more later." With that, Fleur turned and walked away, her movements as graceful as ever, though Hadrian couldn't help but notice the slight sway in her hips as she departed. He wasn't the only one watching her go. Several of the boys nearby had their eyes glued to her retreating figure, their expressions a mix of admiration and envy. As soon as Fleur was out of earshot, Tonks let out a low whistle. "Merlin's beard, Hadrian. You really know how to pick them, don't you?" "Pick them?" Hadrian echoed, confused. Tonks nudged him playfully. "Fleur Delacour, Daphne Greengrass, and me? That's quite the trio you've got your eye on." Hadrian opened his mouth to protest, but the words caught in his throat. He couldn't deny the fluttering in his chest when he thought of Fleur, nor could he ignore the connection he felt with Daphne and Tonks. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. He was developing feelings for all three of them. Daphne, sensing his internal turmoil, reached out and gently touched his arm, her expression softening. "It's okay, Hadrian. We're just teasing you. But you should know that whatever happens, we're here for you." Hadrian looked at her, gratitude and confusion warring within him. "Thanks, Daphne." Tonks, ever the perceptive one, noticed the way Daphne's hand lingered on Hadrian's arm and the slight shift in her expression when she spoke. Her smirk grew, but she chose to stay silent, filing the information away for later. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of music, dancing, and socializing. Hadrian found himself mingling with various guests, many of whom were intrigued by the young man who had arrived with Sirius Black and was now the center of attention. There were offers of future alliances, discussions of magical theory, and even a few veiled compliments that hinted at the interest some of the older witches had in him. But despite all the attention, Hadrian's mind kept drifting back to Fleur. There was something about her that had left a lasting impression on him, something he couldn't quite put into words. And he wasn't the only one who noticed. As he danced with Daphne and Tonks again, he caught sight of Fleur standing by the refreshment table, her eyes following him as he moved. There was a look in her eyes, one of longing, but also of something more. She seemed almost wistful, as if she wished she could join them, but was held back by something. The dance ended, and Hadrian excused himself from Daphne and Tonks, making his way over to Fleur. She noticed his approach and straightened, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "Hadrian," she greeted him, her voice soft. "Are you enjoying the ball?" "I am," Hadrian replied, his heart racing once more. "But I noticed you were standing here alone. Would you like to dance again?" Fleur's smile widened, and she stepped closer, her eyes locking onto his with that same intensity that had captivated him earlier. "I would like that very much." Before they could take to the dance floor, however, Hadrian noticed a figure approaching from the corner of his eye. It was a boy, slightly older than Hadrian, with a flabby build and an expression of disdain etched across his features. He was dressed in fine robes, clearly expensive, but they did little to hide his rough demeanor. The boy's gaze flicked from Fleur to Hadrian, his eyes narrowing as he took in the sight of Hadrian with not just Fleur, but also Daphne and Tonks earlier. There was a sneer on his lips, a look of disbelief that someone like Hadrian could be in the company of three such beautiful girls. Hadrian met the boy's gaze, his expression hardening as he instinctively moved closer to Fleur, his protective instincts kicking in. He could feel the tension in the air, the unspoken challenge between them. Fleur, sensing the shift in mood, placed a hand on Hadrian's arm, her touch calming him slightly. "Ignore him," she whispered, her voice soothing. "He is not worth your attention." But as the boy continued to approach, his sneer growing more pronounced, Hadrian knew that this encounter was far from over. He could feel the weight of the boy's gaze, the jealousy and resentment radiating from him. The boy was used to getting what he wanted, used to having the attention of girls like Fleur, and the sight of Hadrian with her was clearly a blow to his ego. Hadrian stood his ground, his jaw set as he prepared for whatever was to come next. The night had taken an unexpected turn, and as the boys stopped just a few feet away, Hadrian could sense that this was just the beginning of a new challenge. Fleur's grip on Hadrian's arm tightened slightly, a silent show of support as the situation hung in the balance. The stakes had just been raised, and Hadrian knew that this encounter would be one he wouldn't soon forget. Sirius Black had seen many things in his lifetime: dangerous duels, perilous missions, and the kind of wild parties that only the most reckless of wizards would dare to attend. But none of those experiences prepared him for the sight of his godson, Hadrian Potter, surrounded by three of the most beautiful witches in the room. As Hadrian returned to Sirius after his dance with Fleur Delacour, Sirius raised an eyebrow, his expression a mixture of surprise and amusement. Well, Sirius drawled, a teasing grin spreading across his face. "It seems my godson has been keeping interesting company. First Daphne, now Tonks and Fleur. I must say, Hadrian, you've got quite the taste." Hadrian's face reddened instantly, his usual composure faltering under Sirius's knowing gaze. "It's not like that, Sirius," he stammered, though the blush creeping up his neck suggested otherwise. "Of course it's not," Sirius said, smirking as he gave Hadrian a playful nudge. "But just so you know, I remember the train ride. And if memory serves, you and Daphne seemed quite cozy back then too. So, what's the story here?" Hadrian tried to find the right words, but his mind was still reeling from the closeness of Fleur and the teasing smiles from Tonks and Daphne. "It's complicated," he finally managed, feeling the heat in his cheeks intensify. Sirius chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Ah, the classic, it's complicated. Don't worry, Hadrian, I won't pry too much. But you might want to prepare yourself. Those three are all headstrong, and from what I can see, they're quite taken with you." Hadrian sighed, running a hand through his hair in an attempt to compose himself. "Thanks for the advice, Sirius." "Any time, kid," Sirius replied with a wink. "But do me a favor. Try to have some fun. You're at a ball. After all, not a strategic meeting with the Wisingamot." Hadrian nodded, managing a small smile. "I'll try." With that, Sirius gave him a pat on the back and wandered off to mingle with some of the other guests, leaving Hadrian to collect his thoughts. He glanced around the grand ballroom, taking in the luxurious surroundings and the elegantly dressed witches and wizards who filled the space. The grandeur of the event was undeniable, but Hadrian couldn't shake a sense of discomfort, a nagging feeling that not everyone here was as welcoming as they seemed. As he walked through the crowd, he found himself making small talk with various guests. He exchanged pleasantries with a few older wizards who were clearly interested in his connection to the Black family. One witch, adorned in a lavish gown that sparkled in the candlelight, commented on his resemblance to his father, James Potter. Hadrian forced a polite smile, but inwardly, he felt a pang of irritation. The mention of his father always stirred complicated emotions within him: resentment, bitterness, and a longing for the family he never truly had. His thoughts drifted to the Knots, the Blacks, and the Zabinis, families he had grown close to. yet they were noticeably absent from this gathering. Hadrian knew why, of course. The Delacours, with their reputation as a prestigious and light-aligned family, would never have invited those considered dark. Even Sirius, who had once been branded as a traitor to his own family, had only been allowed because of Sebastian Delacour's personal respect for him. Hadrian sighed inwardly. It was a shame, really. He would have liked for Theo, Blaise, and the others to be here, to share in the experience of such a grand event. But it seemed that the lines drawn by blood and reputation were not so easily erased. As Hadrian mulled over these thoughts, he was suddenly aware of a presence beside him. He turned to see Daphne, her blonde hair cascading over her shoulders, her icy blue eyes, watching him with a knowing look. "Care to take a walk, Hadrian?" she asked, her tone casual but her eyes gleaming with something more. Hadrian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Sure." Daphne smiled, and together they moved towards the edge of the ballroom. As they reached the doors leading out to the gardens, they were joined by Tonks and Fleur, both of whom had a certain glint in their eyes. Tonks, ever the playful one, nudged Hadrian with her elbow. "You're not getting away from us that easily, Potter." Hadrian chuckled nervously. "Wouldn't dream of it." The four of them slipped out into the night, the cool air of the gardens a welcome contrast to the warmth of the ballroom. The Delacour gardens were nothing short of breathtaking, a sprawling expanse of meticulously maintained flora, illuminated by the soft glow of moonlight. The paths were lined with blooming roses, their petals glistening with dew, and ancient trees stood tall, their branches draped in delicate vines that swayed gently in the breeze. The scent of jasmine and lavender filled the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the garden's rich soil. The moon hung high above, casting a silver light that bathed the entire scene in an ethereal glow. It was the kind of place that felt otherworldly, as if it existed in a realm of its own, far removed from the worries and politics of the wizarding world. Hadrian couldn't help but admire the beauty of the surroundings, but his attention was quickly drawn back to the three witches who had led him out here. Fleur, Tonks, and Daphne stood close, their gazes fixed on him, and in the moonlight, they seemed even more stunning than before. Fleur's silvery hair caught the light, making her look like a goddess descended from the stars. Her eyes, a deep blue that mirrored the sky above, sparkled with a mixture of mischief and something else, something that sent a shiver down Hadrian's spine. The way she moved was almost hypnotic, her curves accentuated by the flowing gown that clung to her figure in all the right places. Tonks, with her vibrant pink hair and mischievous grin, had a different kind of allure. Her eyes twinkled with a playful energy, but there was an underlying confidence in her demeanor that was hard to ignore. The way she carried herself, the sway of her hips as she walked, and the way her body seemed to fit perfectly against his when she was close, it all made Hadrian's heart race in a way that left him breathless. And then there was Daphne, her beauty as cold and sharp as the winter's first frost. Her blonde hair gleamed in the moonlight, and her icy blue eyes were like windows to a soul that was both mysterious and captivating. She had a grace to her movements, a fluidity that was almost feline, and the way her dress hugged her form left little to the imagination. Hadrian could feel the warmth radiating from her as she stood next to him, her presence both comforting and intoxicating. The three of them formed a circle around Hadrian, their expressions playful yet intense. It was clear that they had something in mind, something that involved him, and as he looked from one to the other, he couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and nervousness. "Hadrian," Fleur began, her voice soft and melodic, "we thought it might be nice to have a more private dance, away from all the prying eyes inside." Hadrian swallowed, his mouth suddenly dry. "A private dance?" Tonks grinned, stepping closer until her body was nearly pressed against his. "Yes, a private dance. Just the four of us, here in the garden." Hadrian could feel his heart pounding in his chest, the proximity of the three witches overwhelming his senses. The scent of their perfume, the warmth of their bodies, the way their eyes seemed to see right through him. It was all too much, and yet not enough. Before he could respond, Fleur took his hand, her fingers cool and soft against his skin. She led him to a small clearing in the garden, where the moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a silvery glow over the scene. The other two followed, and soon they were all standing close together, the night air filled with the sound of their breaths and the rustle of leaves. Without a word, they began to dance. It was slow and gentle, their movements in perfect harmony with each other, and Hadrian found himself lost in the sensation of it all. The feel of Fleur's hand in his, the brush of Daphne's body against his side, the warmth of Tonks's breath on his neck. It was all intoxicating, a heady mix of emotions that left him dizzy. Fleur was the first to lean in, her lips brushing against Hadrian's ear as she whispered something in French, the words a sultry caress that sent a shiver down his spine. He couldn't understand what she said, but the tone was enough to make his knees weak. Tonks wasn't far behind, her breath hot against his other ear as she teased him with playful words, her tone laced with flirtation. Daphne, true to her nature, remained silent, but the way she looked at him, the way her eyes seemed to burn with an icy fire, spoke volumes that as they danced, the closeness of their bodies became more apparent. Fleur's hand trailed down his arm, her touch light but electric, while Tonks's fingers brushed against the back of his neck, sending sparks of sensation down his spine. Daphne, ever the enigma, pressed herself against him, her body a soft yet unyielding presence that made his heart race. Hadrian was acutely aware of their curves, the way their dresses clung to their forms, accentuating every line and contour. Fleur's hips swayed with a grace that was almost otherworldly, her gown shimmering with each movement. Tonks's figure was more athletic, her curves subtle yet undeniably alluring, while Daphne's body was a study in contrasts. Sharp angles softened by the fabric of her dress, a combination of strength and fragility that left Hadrian entranced. It wasn't long before the teasing became more than just words. Tonks, ever the bold one, was the first to act, her lips brushing against Hadrian's in a kiss that was both playful and demanding. Daphne followed suit, her kiss more restrained but no less intense, her cold lips sending a shock of sensation through Hadrian's body. They led him to a nearby bench, where they sat, their eyes still fixed on him with that same intense focus. Fleur moved closer, her body brushing against his as she took a seat beside him. Daphne, with a smirk that could only be described as mischievous, slid onto his lap, her weight both comforting and exhilarating. Hadrian was flushed, his mind a whirlwind of emotions. The feel of Daphne on his lap, the scent of Fleur's perfume, the warmth of Tonks's body pressed against his. It was all too much, and yet he craved more. His heart pounded in his chest, his breath coming in short gasps as he tried to process everything that was happening. Fleur was the first to speak, her voice soft and full of emotion. Hadrian, I have something I need to tell you. Hadrian turned to her, his eyes searching hers for any hint of what was to come. What is it, Fleur? Fleur hesitated, her gaze flickering to Daphne and Tonks before settling back on Hadrian. I think I might have feelings for you, more than just friendship. The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Hadrian felt a surge of emotions, surprise, confusion, and something else, something warm and thrilling that made his heart skip a beat. Daphne and Tonks exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of mild annoyance and amusement. Well, Tonks said with a smirk, I can't say I didn't see that coming. Daphne, ever the composed one, merely sighed. I suppose we'll just have to share then. Hadrian blinked, struggling to comprehend what was happening. Share? Don't worry, Hadrian, Fleur said, her hand reaching out to touch his cheek, her fingers warm against his skin. We'll make it work. I promise. Before Hadrian could respond, Fleur leaned in and kissed him. It was different from the earlier kisses. This one was deeper, more intense, and filled with a passion that took Hadrian's breath away. Fleur's lips moved against his with a confidence that left him dizzy, her tongue slipping into his mouth in a way that was both demanding and exhilarating. Hadrian could feel himself being drawn into the kiss, his senses overwhelmed by the sensation of it. Fleur's hands tangled in his hair, pulling him closer as she deepened the kiss, her body pressing against his in a way that left no room for doubt about her feelings. When they finally broke apart, both of them were breathing heavily, their eyes locked in a gaze that spoke of unspoken desires. Hadrian was about to say something, but the sound of footsteps approaching caught his attention. He turned to see the same flabby, rough-looking boy from earlier making his way towards them, a sneer plastered across his face. The boy's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Hadrian, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "Well, well, well," the boy said, his voice dripping with contempt. "Isn't this a cozy little scene?" The great Hadrian Potter, surrounded by his harem of pretty witches. Hadrian narrowed his eyes, his earlier warmth replaced by a cold indifference. "What do you want?" The boy's sneer widened. "Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to see the infamous Hadrian Potter up close. You know, the one who thinks he's so special because his younger brother survived a little curse when he was a baby." Hadrian's jaw tightened, but he remained silent, refusing to rise to the bait. The boy's eyes gleamed with malicious glee as he continued. "But let's be honest, Potter. You're nothing more than a poor orphan, abandoned by your family and left to fend for yourself. Pathetic, really." Hadrian felt a surge of anger, his body tensing as the boy's words hit their mark. He could feel the heat rising in his chest, his composure slipping as the boy's insults dug deeper. His fists clenched at his sides, his knuckles white with the effort of holding back the rage that threatened to consume him. Fleur, sensing Hadrian's distress, placed a calming hand on his arm, her touch grounding him. "Ignore him, Hadrian. He's not worth it." But the boy wasn't finished. "Oh, did I strike a nerve? How tragic." The great Hadrian Potter, reduced to nothing more than a arity case. "I wonder how it feels, knowing that your own parents didn't want you." How did the boy know? That was the breaking point. Hadrian's body language shifted, his shoulders tensing and his eyes narrowing into cold slits. The air around him seemed to crackle with suppressed energy, a dangerous edge to his demeanor that hadn't been there before. Without a word, Hadrian stepped forward, his movements controlled and deliberate. "You should leave," he said, his voice low and dangerous. The boy laughed, a harsh, grating sound that grated on Hadrian's nerves. "Or what? You'll hex me? I'd like to see you try, Potter." Before Hadrian could respond, Tonks stepped forward, her wand drawn and a dangerous glint in her eyes. "I suggest you leave before things get ugly," she said, her voice laced with warning. Daphne, ever the cool and collected one, added, "You're outnumbered, and we're not in the mood for games. Leave. Now." The boy's bravado faltered for a moment, but he quickly recovered, his sneer returning. "Fine. But this isn't over, Potter. Not by a long shot." With that, he turned on his heel and stalked off, his shoulders stiff with anger. Hadrian watched him go, a mixture of emotions swirling within him. Anger, frustration, and a sense of foreboding. He knew, deep down, that this encounter was far from over, and that he had just made a powerful enemy. As the boy disappeared into the night, Hadrian felt the weight of his actions settle over him. He had been pushed to the brink, and though he had managed to hold his temper, the encounter had left a mark, a lingering sense of unease that refused to fade. Fleur, Tonks, and Daphne turned to him, their expressions a mix of concern and support. Fleur was the first to speak, her voice soft and comforting. "Are you all right, Hadrian?" Hadrian nodded, though his thoughts were elsewhere. "I've fine. Just thinking. Don't let him get to you," Tonks said, her tone firm. "He's just a spoiled brat with nothing better to do." Daphne added, "We'll deal with him if he causes any more trouble." "You're not alone in this, Hadrian." Hadrian managed a small smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Thanks. I appreciate it." The three witches exchanged glances, their concern for Hadrian clear. But they also knew that he needed time to process what had just happened, and so they didn't press him further. As the night wore on, the tension slowly ebbed away, replaced by a quiet sense of camaraderie. But as they returned to the ballroom, Hadrian couldn't shake the feeling that he had just made a very powerful and influential enemy, a realization that left him with a sense of unease that would linger long after the night had ended. The moon hung high above, its silver light casting long shadows across the garden as Hadrian walked in silence, his mind racing with thoughts of what was to come. He knew that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but with Fleur, Tonks, and Daphne by his side, he felt a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. But even as he tried to focus on the positives, the memory of the boy's sneer and the venom in his words lingered in his mind, a reminder that not all battles were fought with wands and spells. Some were fought with words and manipulation, and in those battles, the stakes were often much higher. And so, as the night drew to a close, Hadrian resolved to be prepared for whatever came next. Chapter in notes. In case you didn't read this at the beginning of the chapter, hello everybody. I hope you are liking the story so far, and there is a lot more to come. Please comment your reviews down below. Now, I regret to inform you that, no, this FIC is not on hiatus, nor is it being abandoned. I'm going on a vacation for a few days, so this FIC will not be updated till November 20th or so. After returning, I'm going to upload 20 days worth of chapters in one go. Thank you, and have a bloody good time today. 00, Themid Night Scribe 00, signing off. Chapter 29, Echoes and Decisions. The grand ballroom had dimmed, and the guests at the Delacours' exquisite gathering were slowly drifting toward the exit, the last echoes of the evening's music fading away like remnants of some gilded dream. Hadrian let out a quiet sigh, catching his reflection in a nearby mirror. His tie hung loosely, his hair tousled from a long night spent between polite conversation, dancing, and keeping himself from slipping into thoughts he'd rather avoid. As Hadrian Potter prepared to leave, his heart was still racing from the whirlwind of emotions he had experienced throughout the evening. The night had been an intricate dance. Fleur Delacour, her striking blue eyes gleaming with something unreadable, approached Hadrian as he stood near the entrance, waiting for Sirius and Tonks. There was an unmistakable sway in her step, a confidence that came with the knowledge of her villa, heritage, and the power it bestowed upon her. She reached out, her fingers grazing Hadrian's cheek, sending a shiver down his spine. "Adrian," she whispered, her French accent curling around his name like a lover's caress. "You were magnificent tonight." Before Hadrian could respond, Fleur leaned in, her soft lips capturing his in a kiss that was anything but gentle. Her tongue pressed forward, dominating the kiss in a way that left Hadrian breathless, his mind spinning with the force of her presence. His hands instinctively moved to her waist, feeling the curve of her hips, but Fleur was in control, pulling him closer, deepening the kiss until he was sure his heart would burst from the intensity of it. When she finally pulled away, Hadrian's face was flushed, his lips tingling with the memory of her touch. Fleur smirked, a knowing look in her eyes as she whispered in his ear, "Until we meet again, mon cher." Just as he prepared to follow Sirius and the others towards the door, a quick flash of pale blonde hair appeared in his peripheral vision. Daphne. Her blue eyes were sharp, focused, almost pressing into him with an intensity that wasn't typical of her. She approached with a quick stride, her face a mask of resolve and something else that Hadrian couldn't quite identify, something simmering beneath her carefully controlled expression. He barely had time to blink before she reached him, her hands slipping around his wrist in a subtle but firm grip. Without a word, she pulled him towards a shadowed corner of the hall, her fingers cool against his skin, her head held high in a way that brokered no argument. Behind them, Sirius grinned, raising an eyebrow in an exaggerated look of amusement as he called after them. "Try not to get lost, you two. Hadrian might need a map." Hadrian managed a faint, lopsided smile in response, but something in Daphne's expression had caught his attention. She was serious, more serious than he'd ever seen her. Her face was taut with purpose, her lips pressed together as she led him around a column, out of view of the others. He followed, instinctively quiet, a hint of tension unfurling in his chest as he caught the faint crease between her brows, the way her eyes darted with restless energy. When she finally stopped, she took a breath, loosening her hold on his wrist, but letting her fingers linger just a moment longer before dropping her hand. Her gaze shifted away, almost evasive, before she looked back at him, her expression tight and unreadable. "Hadrian," she began, her voice softer than usual, almost hesitant. He raised his eyebrows, sensing the weight of whatever she was about to say. Did you receive my letter?" He nodded, adjusting his stance as he glanced at her, hoping to gauge her mood better. "Yes, I did," he replied carefully, "but I didn't quite understand it." Daphne's face broke into a brief expression of exasperation, and she lifted a hand to her temple, massaging it with a small, frustrated sigh. "Of course you didn't. Merlin Hadrian, you really don't know the pure blood codes, do you?" Her voice held a faint trace of disbelief mixed with resignation, as if she had half expected his response but was still disappointed by it. Hadrian's confusion deepened. He'd been raised in the basics of pure blood customs by Sirius, but the codes and hidden meanings were largely foreign territory, unspoken secrets that those outside the pure blood circles seldom touched. His expression must have given him away, as Daphne's face softened, a touch of color rising to her cheeks. "All right, let me explain," she said, crossing her arms and fixing him with a steady gaze. She paused for a moment, collecting her thoughts, and then began, her tone calm and measured. "When I wrote about certain things," she said, a faint tremor betraying the steadiness in her voice, "I was using codes that families like mine, old families, neutral ones, use when we need to convey something important." Her gaze faltered briefly, then steadied again. "Codes we use when we need to avoid openly speaking of sensitive topics." She paused, searching his eyes for understanding, but he was still a bit lost, feeling as though he were grasping at threads that were slipping through his fingers. She bit her lip, as if contemplating how much to reveal, then continued, her tone tinged with a rare vulnerability. "When I wrote about the moon crossing the sea, it meant that something in my life was changing, something fundamental, something that would be considered out of place by my family's standards." Hadrian's eyes widened slightly. He remembered the line from her letter, but at the time, he dismissed it as a poetic flourish, something cryptic but ultimately harmless. Now he realized it was far more loaded than he'd imagined. "Then, when you mentioned the house divided," he prompted, trailing off as the weight of the words dawned on him. Daphne inclined her head slowly, her gaze dropping to the ground for a moment. "It means that there's conflict within my family. And it's because of us, you and me." There was a moment of silence as her words settled over him, as heavy as the stone walls around them. He struggled to process it, his mind churning as he recalled the careful phrases in her letter, the veiled hints and words that had seemed meaningless at the time, but now loomed with quiet intensity. Daphne took a deep breath, her face shadowed in a mixture of determination and resignation as she looked up at him again. "I told my father about us," she said quietly, her eyes locking onto his with a fierce, almost desperate intensity. "He's not pleased, to put it mildly." Hadrian felt his chest tighten, a knot of worry unraveling as he reached out, resting a hand on her arm. "Why not?" he asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. She glanced away, her jaw tensing. "My family is gray. We're known for being neutral. The Greengrasses have always held an unaligned stance, neither light nor dark, trusted by both sides but sworn to neither. And being with someone like you, with a name like Potter," her voice wavered slightly, "it would be seen as aligning with the light. It would mean alienating the dark families, those aligned with Death Eaters." He absorbed her words, feeling the full weight of what she was saying. It wasn't just about their relationship. It was about the dangerous game of alliances and power plays within the wizarding world. By choosing him, Daphne was effectively choosing a side, and her family would pay the price. She took a shaky breath, her gaze finally lifting to meet his, her eyes blazing with defiance. "He's warned me that if I go through with this, if we're together openly, we'll lose everything. The dark families won't tolerate it. They'll see us as traitors, as a family that's gone soft. It's dangerous, Hadrian. More dangerous than you realize." Hadrian's mind raced, the stakes growing clearer with every word she spoke. He could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on him, the fear gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. Yet, when he looked at Daphne, standing there with her chin lifted, defying her family, her world, for him, his heart swelled with a fierce determination. I understand," he said softly, his voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions churning within him. He placed his hand gently on her cheek, his thumb brushing over her skin, feeling the faint warmth of her blush beneath his touch. Daphne, I'm not going anywhere. Whatever it takes, whatever risks. I want this. I want us. Her expression softened, her shoulders relaxing slightly as she leaned into his touch. For a moment, a shadow of doubt flickered in her eyes, but then she nodded, her face breaking into a small, hesitant smile. Then, let's make it worth it, she whispered, her voice barely audible as she closed the distance between them. And just like that, her lips met his, soft and warm, a mixture of relief and unspoken promises passing between them. Hadrian felt the world blur around them, as if everything else had faded away, leaving only her, only this moment. Her hand came up to rest on his shoulder, fingers curling slightly as she pulled him closer, her heartbeat steady against his. When they finally pulled apart, Daphne's cheeks were flushed, her eyes bright with a mixture of hope and determination. She looked at him, her gaze unwavering, her lips curving into a small, fierce smile. Then let's face them together, she said, her voice barely a whisper. Hadrian nodded, his own smile mirroring hers. She kissed him one last time and walked away. Hadrian just stared, unable to form words as he watched her walk away, her hips swaying provocatively. His thoughts were a chaotic mess of emotions as he made his way to Sirius and Tonks, who were waiting by the portkey. The trip back to Grimmauld Place was a blur, the familiar tug of the portkey transporting them from the grandeur of the Delacour Manor to the dark, brooding house that Sirius called home. The moment they arrived, Sirius was quick to pounce on Hadrian, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "So, Hadrian," Sirius began, a playful smirk on his lips as he clapped a hand on his godson's shoulder. "3 girls, eh? I didn't even manage that in my first year." Hadrian flushed, crimson, a sheepish grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. "It's not like that, Sirius." "Oh, but it is," Tonks chimed in, curling up beside Hadrian on the worn leather couch. Her breath was warm against his neck, causing another flush of heat to rise in his cheeks. "You've got all 3 of us wrapped around your little finger, Hadrian." Hadrian tried to play it off, shrugging casually even as his heart raced. His mind was still thinking about Daphne and the internal conflict. "You're exaggerating." Sirius laughed, the sound echoing through the dimly lit room, breaking his thoughts as Hadrian forced a quick smile. "Exaggerating? I think not. You've got Daphne, Fleur, and my dear cousin here all vying for your attention. Quite the predicament for a 12-year-old, don't you think?" Hadrian couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of it all, though a part of him couldn't shake the unease that had been building throughout the evening. It wasn't just the attention from the girls that had him on edge, nor was it about Daphne. There was something deeper, something that gnawed at him from the inside. The atmosphere shifted as serious laughter died down, replaced by a more serious tone. "Hadrian, about Hogwarts, I've been hearing some things." Hadrian tensed, his earlier levity vanishing as he met Sirius' gaze. "What things?" "The attack," Sirius said quietly, his expression darkening. "I've heard that you got attacked. And I also know that it wasn't some random incident. There's something more to it, isn't there?" Hadrian hesitated, his mind flashing back to the chaos of that night. The screams, the flashes of spells, the terror that had gripped him. He hadn't told anyone the full truth, not even Sirius. But now, with his godfather's piercing gaze locked on him, he found it impossible to keep it hidden any longer. "There was something," Hadrian admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "Something dark and familiar. It reminded me of the attack in Nocturne Alley." Sirius' expression turned grim, his brows furrowing as he processed Hadrian's words. "Nocturne Alley? Are you saying there's a connection?" Hadrian nodded, his thoughts racing. "I don't know what it is, but I'm going to find out. I have to." Sirius placed a hand on Hadrian's shoulder, squeezing it gently. "I understand, but be careful. There are forces at play here that are far more dangerous than you realize. Promise me you won't do anything reckless." Hadrian nodded, though his mind was already made up. He would uncover the truth, no matter the cost. "I promise," he said, though the doubt in his voice was clear. As the conversation drifted off, Hadrian found himself lost in thought. The events of the night swirled in his mind. The intense dance with Fleur, the cryptic words of the Thestral, and the encounter with the boy who had sneered at him. igniting a fire of determination within him. There was so much he didn't understand, so much that needed to be uncovered. But then his thoughts shifted to something, or rather, someone else. The gang that had raised him, the only family he had known before Hogwarts. He realized with a start that he hadn't thought about them once during the holidays. Guilt gnawed at him, and he made a sudden decision. The gang, Hadrian murmured to himself. I have to see them. He turned to Sirius, who was still watching him with a concerned expression. I'm going to visit them tomorrow. There's only a week left of the holidays, and I need to see them. Sirius nodded, understanding flashing in his eyes. Of course. You do what you need to do, Hadrian. Hadrian gave a resolute nod, feeling a sense of purpose settle over him. The mysteries of Hogwarts, the attack, the strange boy at the ball, they could all wait. For now, there was only one thing on his mind. Tomorrow, he would return to the gang that had raised him. Everything else could go to hell. Chapter 30, A Return to Roots. The hustle and bustle of Diagon Alley was a distant memory as Hadrian stood on the street corner, his thoughts racing back to the days before he'd known anything of Hogwarts or magic. The neon lights of the night bus flashed as it pulled up to his side, its doors creaking open with a hiss. Hadrian nodded at the conductor, his hand slipping into his pocket to retrieve a few galleons. Where to, young master? The conductor asked, his accent thick and weathered. East End, Hadrian replied, his voice steady. Take me to the corner of Pritchard Street and Smithson Alley. The conductor raised an eyebrow, but took the coins with a nod, gesturing for Hadrian to take a seat. The bus jolted forward, zipping through the narrow streets of London, barely missing lampposts and pedestrians alike. Hadrian's heart thudded with anticipation as they sped through the night, his thoughts drifting to the gang that had been his family for so many years. The streets grew darker, less populated, as the bus journeyed eastward. The buildings were more run down here, with cracked windows and faded signs. This was the part of the city where the forgotten lived, the rough and the rugged. Hadrian felt a pang of nostalgia as they neared his old stomping grounds. The driver announced his stop, and Hadrian stepped off the bus, feeling the familiar crunch of gravel beneath his feet. Pritchard Street had changed little since he had last walked it. The same boarded-up windows, the same graffiti-tagged walls, the same eerie quiet. Yet, it was all so familiar to him. His feet carried him forward without hesitation, each step a practiced memory. He had walked this path so many times as a child that it was ingrained in his muscles. He moved like a shadow through the alleyways, the darkness his companion, until he reached the hidden entrance to the gang's hideout. The door was concealed behind a stack of rotting crates, its metal frame rusted and worn. Hadrian pushed it open, the hinges groaning in protest. He stepped inside, his senses immediately assaulted by the familiar scent of musty wood and the faint aroma of cigarettes. He paused for a moment, letting the memories flood back. Oi, who's there? A rough voice called out from the shadows. Hadrian stepped into the dim light, his face hidden by the hood of his cloak. It's me. There was a moment of silence, followed by the sound of shuffling feet and whispered conversations. Then, the room erupted in gasps and laughter as the gang members realized who had walked through their door. Blimey, Hadrian? Is that you? Rex's voice boomed, his tone filled with disbelief. Hadrian pulled back his hood, revealing a face that had matured but was still unmistakably familiar. The gang stared at him, their expressions a mix of shock and joy. "Cor, look at him," Max exclaimed, his voice thick with emotion. "He's grown up, ain't he?" Rex, the de facto leader of the gang, stepped forward, his usual stoic expression breaking into a wide grin. "Bloody hell, it really is you. Thought we'd lost you to them posh wizards for good." Before Hadrian could respond, Rex pulled him into a rough embrace, nearly lifting him off the ground. The other members crowded around, each taking turns ruffling his hair, patting him on the back, and offering their own greetings. It was overwhelming, but in the best possible way. "Get off, you big lummoxes," Hadrian laughed, though he couldn't help but feel a warmth spread through his chest. He was home, in a way he hadn't felt at Hogwarts. "Sit down, Hadrian, sit down," Lily's voice cut through the noise as she bustled into the room, her apron stained with flour. She waved her hands, shooing the others away as she set a plate down in front of him. "Made your favorite, I did." The meal was simple: slices of bread with margarine, tomatoes, and a pot of sweetened tea. It was a far cry from the elaborate feasts at Hogwarts, but as Hadrian took the first bite, he knew he'd prefer this over any of the school's rich foods. The taste brought back memories of simpler times, when a warm meal was a luxury and the company was what made it truly special. "This is perfect," Hadrian murmured, taking another bite and savoring the familiarity of it all. The gang gathered around him, pulling up whatever chairs or crates they could find. They sat close, their presence comforting in its familiarity. They watched him with a mixture of pride and curiosity, noting how he had grown taller, stronger, more confident. "So, how's the new life treating you, Hadrian?" Rex asked, his tone casual but his eyes sharp, watching every twitch and shift in Hadrian's expression. Hadrian set down his fork, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. "It's different," he admitted. "I'm living with my godfather now, Sirius Black. He's a good man, bit of a joker, but he cares." The gang exchanged glances, nodding in approval. "Ain't it grand? Even someone look out for you?" Max chimed in, his voice tinged with a hint of envy. "It is," Hadrian agreed. He hesitated, unsure how much to reveal, but he felt he owed them the truth. "There's been some trouble at school, though. An attack. Actually." The atmosphere in the room shifted, the jovial mood dampened by concern. Lily's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes widening in fear. "An attack? What happened?" "It's nothing I can't handle," Hadrian reassured her quickly. "I'm safe now, and they're looking into it. But I didn't come here to worry you lot." "Better not be keeping secrets from us, lad," Rex said, his voice low but firm. "We've always looked out for you, and we ain't stopping now." Hadrian smiled, his heart swelling with affection for these people who had taken him in when he had nothing. "I know. I could never forget what you all did for me. You're my family." The gang relaxed at his words, the tension in the room easing. They leaned back, content, with the knowledge that Hadrian was still the same boy they had raised, despite the changes in his life. "How have you lot been, then?" Hadrian asked, eager to shift the focus away from himself, that a chorus of voices answered him, each gang member eager to share their exploits. They recounted successful heists, daring escapes, and the time they'd managed to steal from Count Farthingale, one of the most notorious and well-guarded nobles in England. "You should have seen the look on his face when he found out," Max said with a chuckle, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Serves I'm right, the old miser." Hadrian laughed along with them, feeling a sense of pride in their accomplishments. They might not have lived a lawful life, but they had their own code, their own sense of justice. As the conversation drifted on, the gang's attention turned back to Hadrian. "We don't know much about magic, lad," Rex began, his tone more serious. "But we do know it can't protect you from everything. So we want to give you this." He pulled out a small bundle, wrapped in a worn piece of cloth. Hadrian unwrapped it to reveal a sleek, black pistol and a roll of ammunition. He stared at it, his breath catching in his throat. "Rex, I don't know what to say." "Don't say nothing," Rex replied, waving a hand dismissively. "Just keep it on you just in case. We know you've got that wand o' yours, but this is for when things get real ugly." Hadrian nodded, feeling the weight of their concern. He tucked the gun and ammunition away, grateful for their gift. It wasn't just a weapon. It was a symbol of their care for him, their desire to keep him safe. The night wore on, filled with laughter and stories of old times. Hadrian felt more at ease than he had in months, surrounded by the people who had shaped him into who he was. As the first rays of dawn began to filter through the cracks in the walls, he knew he had made the right decision to visit them. The 5 days that followed were a blur of shared meals, whispered conversations, and quiet moments of reflection. Hadrian stayed with the gang, relishing the sense of belonging that came with being around them. Each day, they grew closer, the bond they shared strengthening with every passing hour. But as the end of the week approached, the inevitable farewell loomed over them. On the morning of his departure, the gang gathered in the small room they had once called home, their expressions somber. "You take care of yourself, lad," Rex said, his voice gruff with emotion. He pulled Hadrian into a tight hug, his usual stoic demeanor cracking just enough to reveal the tears that glistened in his eyes. Lily was next, her embrace warm and comforting. "Don't you forget us, Hadrian. We'll always be here for you." "I could never forget," Hadrian whispered, his own voice choked with emotion. "Not after everything you've done for me." Max ruffled Hadrian's hair one last time, a sad smile on his face. "You're one of us, Hadrian. Always will be." The farewell was a heart-wrenching mixture of tears and laughter, of promises to stay safe and to keep in touch. The gang cried openly, their emotions laid bare as they said their goodbyes. Hadrian felt a profound sense of loss, the cruel reality of their separation hitting him hard. That as he stepped out into the cool morning air, he took one last look at the hideout, the place that had once been his entire world. The gang stood at the doorway, their faces etched with sadness and pride. Hadrian turned away, the lump in his throat growing larger with each step. He knew that their world was harsh, that their paths had diverged in ways they couldn't always reconcile. But he also knew that the bond they shared was unbreakable, forged through hardship and love. With a heavy heart, he boarded the night bus once more, leaving behind the only family he had ever truly known. The bus jolted into motion, the familiar rush of the city blurring into the background. As he looked out the window, he felt a sense of loss and gratitude, the echoes of his past mingling with the promises of his future. The journey back seemed longer than usual, the weight of his farewell hanging over him like a dark cloud. Yet, as the night bus sped through the streets of London, Hadrian knew that he carried a piece of his old life with him, a piece that would always be a part of who he was. Chapter 31. Shadows in the Alley. Hadrian stepped out of the night bus and onto the worn cobblestones of Grimmauld Place, his mind still clouded with thoughts of the gang's hideout. The bus's abrupt departure left a gust of wind in its wake, ruffling his hair as he stood before the imposing, grim facade of Number 12. The house, hidden between two mundane residences, seemed to exude a sense of foreboding, a stark contrast to the warmth and camaraderie he had just left behind. As he opened the front door, the familiar scent of old wood and dust greeted him. The house was eerily silent, save for the faint creaking of floorboards. Hadrian's footfalls echoed as he walked through the dimly lit hallway, the gloom pressing in on him from all sides. Sirius was waiting for him in the drawing room, a glass of fire whiskey in hand. He looked up as Hadrian entered, his usual mischievous grin slipping slightly when he saw the expression on Hadrian's face. "How is it, kid?" Sirius asked, his voice laced with concern. Hadrian mumbled something non-committal, avoiding his godfather's gaze. The melancholy from the farewell with the gang still weighed heavily on his heart, making it hard to muster the usual enthusiasm. He walked over to the nearest armchair and sank into it, the cushions swallowing him up as he stared blankly at the fireplace. Sirius opened his mouth to say something more, but before he could, Tonks burst into the room, her hair a vibrant shade of pink today. She took one look at Hadrian and immediately crossed the room to sit beside him. "What's wrong?" she asked softly, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. The warmth of her touch sent a shiver down Hadrian's spine, and he tensed slightly, not wanting to betray his inner turmoil. "I'm fine," he replied, his voice tight. "Just tired, that's all." Tonks wasn't convinced, and it showed in the way her brows furrowed and her lips pressed into a thin line. But she didn't push further, instead reaching into her pocket and pulling out a letter. "Here," she said, handing it to him. "Your Hogwarts letter. Thought it might cheer you up." Hadrian took the letter, the familiar crest of Hogwarts embossed on the wax seal. The sight of it brought a small smile to his face. Second year, it was time to go back. The weight of the parchment in his hands was oddly reassuring, a reminder of the magical world that had become his second home. "Thanks," he muttered, tucking the letter into his pocket. "I guess I should start getting ready then." Tonks smiled, her earlier worry fading as she caught a glimpse of the old Hadrian peeking through the cracks. "Well, you'll need to go to Diagon Alley, won't you?" "I'll come with you. We can make a day of it." Hadrian's heart skipped a beat at the thought of spending the day with Tonks. She was always so full of energy, so alive, and her presence was a beacon of light that cut through the darkness that had settled over him. He nodded, trying to hide the flush that was creeping up his neck. "Sure," he said, trying to sound casual. "That sounds good." The next morning, Hadrian and Tonks made their way to Diagon Alley. The bustling crowds, the bright shop windows, and the lively chatter of witches and wizards going about their day brought a sense of normalcy that Hadrian hadn't realized he craved. The vibrant energy of the alley was infectious, and despite the lingering sadness in his heart, he found himself beginning to relax. Tonks walked beside him, her hair now a soft lavender that matched her robes. She was close, so close that Hadrian could feel the warmth radiating from her body, and it made him slightly nervous, though he couldn't quite place why. As they moved through the crowd, her hand occasionally brushed against his, and each time, Hadrian felt a jolt of electricity shoot through him. They stopped at Flourish and Blots first, the musty smell of old books and parchment filling the air as they entered. The shelves were stacked high with books of every size and color, and Hadrian's eyes roamed over the titles with a hunger for knowledge that had only grown since his first year at Hogwarts. "Let's see," Tonks said, pulling out Hadrian's Hogwarts letter and scanning the list of required books. "We'll need the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2, and Magical Drafts and Potions. Oh, and don't forget Defensive Magical Theory." Hadrian nodded absently, his attention already drifting to the more obscure sections of the store. As Tonks gathered the required books, Hadrian wandered over to a shelf labeled Advanced Studies. His eyes lit up as he found volumes on martial arts, occlumency, legilimency, and even some on gray hexes and curses. One particularly thick tome on wards caught his eye, and he pulled it off the shelf, thumbing through the pages with interest. "Quite the selection," Tonks remarked, suddenly beside him. She looked at the stack of books in his arms and raised an eyebrow. "Planning on becoming a master of all trades, are you?" Hadrian shrugged, trying to ignore the way her proximity made his heart race. "I just don't want to be weak again. I never want to feel how I did with the Dursleys." Tonks chuckled nervously, her laughter light and teasing. "Always thinking ahead, aren't you?" "Well, I suppose it's better to be overprepared than under." They continued their shopping, moving from store to store, picking up supplies and other necessities for the school year. Throughout, Tonks remained closer than Hadrian was used to. She seemed to find excuses to touch him, whether it was brushing a stray lock of hair from his forehead or playfully poking his side when he made a sarcastic comment. It was during one of these moments, as they stood outside a small shop, that Tonks leaned in, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You know," she said in a low voice, "I think I deserve a reward for helping you with all this." Hadrian blinked, caught off guard. "A reward?" Tonks nodded, her smile widening as she tilted her head, her lips hovering dangerously close to his. "A kiss, perhaps?" Hadrian's breath hitched, his mind racing. He hadn't been prepared for this, hadn't even considered the possibility that Tonks might, in public. But before he could overthink it, her lips brushed against his, soft and warm, and the world seemed to stop. Hadrian felt his heart hammering in his chest as he tentatively returned the kiss, his hands awkwardly finding their way to her waist. But just as he was beginning to lose himself in the moment, something caught his eye, a flash of movement in the distance. A cloaked figure was moving swiftly towards Nocturne Alley, slipping through the crowd with practiced ease. Hadrian's instincts flared, and without thinking, he pulled away from Tonks, his gaze fixed on the retreating figure. "Hadrian?" Tonks called after him, confusion and hurt mingling in her voice as she watched him take off after the man. But Hadrian was already weaving through the crowd, his mind focused on one thing: finding out where that man was going. He followed at a distance, careful not to draw attention to himself. The man moved with purpose, his cloak billowing behind him as he ducked into a narrow alleyway that led deeper into the shadows of Nocturne Alley. Hadrian slowed his pace, his heart pounding in his ears. The alley was dark and foreboding, the tall buildings on either side blocking out most of the light. He kept to the shadows, his breath shallow as he trailed the man to a small clearing, a dead end surrounded by tall, twisted trees and old, crumbling buildings. It was eerily silent, the only sound being the rustle of leaves in the wind. Hadrian's eyes widened in shock as he realized where he was. This place, it was exactly like the dream he had at St. Mungo's. The same twisted trees, the same dilapidated buildings, the same suffocating darkness. The man stopped in the center of the clearing, his posture tense as he muttered something under his breath. Hadrian strained to hear, his heart racing as he caught the words. Tenebris occultus aperior. The words were harsh and foreign Latin perhaps. They seemed to vibrate in the air, filling the clearing with a strange, oppressive energy. The man's hand reached out, and to Hadrian's astonishment, a door appeared in the side of one of the buildings, its outline glowing faintly in the dark. The man glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the shadows where Hadrian was hiding. For a terrifying moment, Hadrian thought he'd been seen, but the man quickly turned back to the door and slipped inside, the door vanishing behind him with a soft click. Hadrian stood frozen for a moment, his mind racing. He had to remember this place, this password. The connection between his dream and reality was too strong to ignore. He knew he couldn't just walk away from this. But the growing sense of danger made him pause. He couldn't go in after the man. Not yet, at least. He had a plan to think this through. As he turned to leave, the darkness of Nocturne Alley seemed to close in around him. The strange witches and wizards that lurked in the shadows eyed him with predatory interest, their gazes following him as he hurried back towards the safety of Diagon Alley. Hadrian's nerves were frayed by the time he reached a corner where a small, almost forgotten bookstore sat nestled between two larger shops. The sign above the door was faded, the letters barely legible. Needing a moment to collect himself, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of old parchment and dust. Shelves lined the walls, filled with ancient tomes that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. Hadrian's skin prickled as he walked further in, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. "Can I help you?" A voice rasped from the shadows. Hadrian turned to see a man sitting behind a counter, his form barely visible in the gloom. The man was incredibly old, his skin pale and almost translucent, as if he had spent centuries hidden away from the sun. But it was his eyes that caught Hadrian's attention, eyes that were impossibly dark, like twin voids that seemed to peer into his very soul. The man's gaze bore into Hadrian as he repeated his question, his voice a hoarse whisper. "What are you looking for, boy?" Hadrian shook his head, trying to dispel the uneasy feeling that had settled over him. "Nothing, just looking." The man's lips twisted into something that might have been a smile, though it held no warmth. "There's always something, if you know where to look." Hadrian's gaze wandered over the shelves, his eyes skimming over titles and languages he couldn't read. And then he saw it, a worn, thick tome, its cover cracked and faded with age. The letters on the spine were indecipherable at first, but as he stared, they seemed to shift, rearranging themselves into words that he could understand. "Herpo the Foul," he read aloud, his voice barely above a whisper, and beneath it, in smaller, different letters, continued by Emmerich the Evil. The name sent a shiver down his spine. Herpo the Foul, one of the darkest wizards to ever live, the creator of the first Horcrux. And Emmerich the Evil, a dark sorcerer who terrorized Britain centuries ago. The book seemed to pulse with a dark allure, drawing Hadrian closer with every beat. Without thinking, Hadrian reached out, his fingers brushing the cover. The moment he touched it, a wave of cold washed over him. But instead of pulling back, he found himself lifting the book off the shelf. "It's yours if you want it," the old man's voice rasped from behind him. "You can steal it. It's of no use to me." Hadrian's head snapped around, eyes wide in shock. The old man was watching him, a knowing look in his dark eyes. "You knew?" The man let out a low, rattling laugh. "I know many things, boy, more than you could ever imagine. But take the book. Its knowledge will be more valuable to you than it ever was to me." Hadrian hesitated, the weight of the book heavy in his hands. The old man's cryptic words echoed in his mind, sending a thrill of fear and excitement through him. "Thank you," Hadrian muttered, more out of habit than gratitude, before quickly turning and heading for the door. He moved swiftly, his heart pounding as he stepped back out into the alley. The strange residents of Nocturne Alley still watched him with unsettling interest, their disfigured faces eyeing him like a piece of meat to be chewed upon. But Hadrian kept his head down, walking quickly back towards the safety of Diagon Alley. He slipped the grimoire into the back of his robes, feeling its weight pressing against his spine as he moved. He could still feel the malevolent energy radiating from the book, but he forced himself to focus on getting back to Tonks and Sirius. When he finally emerged into the bright, bustling atmosphere of Diagon Alley, the stark contrast made his head spin. He spotted Sirius and Tonks near the entrance to Gringotts, their expressions tense as they scanned the crowd. Hadrian's eyes narrowed as he observed them from a distance. Sirius was talking to Tonks, his hands gesturing wildly as he spoke, while Tonks looked worried, her eyes darting around as if searching for something or someone. As Hadrian approached them from behind, he overheard their conversation. "Where could he have gone?" Tonks was saying, her voice laced with anxiety. "I thought he was right behind me, but when I turned around, he was gone." "Don't worry, Nymphadora," Sirius replied, though there was a tightness in his voice that belied his calm words. "We'll find him. He can't have gone far." Just as Tonks was about to respond, Hadrian leaned in close, whispering into her ear, "I'm here." Tonks spun around, her eyes wide with shock, and before Hadrian could react, she slapped him hard across the face. The sound of the slap echoed through the alley, drawing the attention of several passersby. "That's for leaving me in despair." Tonks snapped, her voice shaking with emotion. Hadrian rubbed his cheek, wincing at the sting, but before he could say anything, Tonks grabbed him by the collar and pulled him into a fierce kiss. Hadrian's eyes widened in surprise, but the feel of her lips against his, the warmth of her body pressed against him, made his thoughts scatter like leaves in the wind. When she finally pulled away, her face was flushed, and her eyes were bright with both anger and relief. "And that's for coming back unharmed," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. Sirius, who had been watching the whole exchange with a raised eyebrow, crossed his arms and gave Hadrian an inquisitive look. "Care to explain where you disappeared to, Hadrian?" A crowd had started to gather, curious onlookers watching the scene with interest. Hadrian glanced around, his discomfort growing with every second. "I think it's best if we discuss this behind closed doors," Hadrian replied, his voice steady despite the turmoil churning in his gut. Sirius nodded in agreement, the worry in his eyes not entirely hidden. "Right, let's get back to Grimmauld Place." As they made their way back through the crowd, Hadrian couldn't shake the feeling of the grimoire pressing against his back, its dark energy whispering promises of power and knowledge that made his pulse quicken. But beneath the excitement, there was a flicker of fear. Fear of the path he had just stepped onto, and of the darkness that awaited him at its end. He walked beside Tonks, her presence a comfort even as his thoughts grew darker. Whatever the future held, he knew that this journey was one he would have to face, with or without the support of those he cared about. But for now, he would keep his secrets and prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 32, The Tome of Shadows. The attic was a sanctuary, a place where no one ventured, not Sirius, not Tonks, no one but Hadrian. Dust motes floated in the dim light that filtered through a small, grimy window, casting the place in a perpetual twilight. It was quiet, far away from the bustle and laughter of Grimmauld Place, a haven of solitude that suited him well. He had always been alone. His childhood with the Dursleys had ensured that. He knew the cold comfort of solitude, had grown accustomed to the silence that only his thoughts could penetrate. Seated on an old, worn-out trunk, Hadrian opened the journal he had kept hidden for so long, its pages filled with the secrets of a language few could understand. The leather-bound cover was cracked with age, the corners frayed, but the weight of its knowledge was palpable. With a deep breath, he opened it, the parchment crackling softly under his fingers. The first page was blank, save for a single line that seemed to shimmer as he stared at it. He could read the words, though they weren't written in English or any language he had ever studied at Hogwarts. "If you can read this, you are a speaker of the noble tongue and know a language that others know not." The realization hit him like a cold wave. Parseltongue, the noble tongue. a language as ancient as magic itself, spoken by those who wielded a power that others feared and misunderstood. He could speak it, understand it, and now he would learn its secrets. He turned the page, and the true contents of the journal revealed themselves. The words seemed to writhe and twist on the page, as though alive, whispering to him in soft, sibilant tones. The next entry spoke of power, dark, unyielding power that came not from light or love, but from the shadows that lurked within every soul. Magic that could bend minds, break hearts, and steal the very essence of life. Hadrian's pulse quickened as he read further, the thrill of forbidden knowledge coursing through him. Here, in this forgotten journal, lay spells of such dark potency that they had been erased from history, hidden away by those who feared what they could do. The spells of the noble tongue. He began to read the first spell, the ink on the page glowing faintly, as if infused with the darkness it described. Mors Umbrarum, incantation. Mors Umbrarum, wand movement. A downward slash followed by a thrust towards the target, mimicking the scythe of death. Purpose. Kills and repels Dementors by attacking their very essence, severing their connection to the mortal plane. Creator. Arcturus Slytherin, an ancient and dark wizard who specialized in spells against dark creatures. Now that would be a useful spell. Though he had never tried a Patronus, he doubted he would be able to ever cast one. Whenever he thought of the gang and his happy times, the memories of the Dursleys and Vernon's metal buckle came floating in his mind. Hadrian could feel his heart beating faster as he read on. The next page detailed another spell, equally as dark and potent. Serpens Beneficium, incantation. Serpens Beneficium, wand movement. A twisting motion mimicking a snake's slither. Purpose. Summons a poisonous serpent to attack the target. Creator. Salazar Slytherin, founder of Slytherin House, known for his affinity with serpents. Usage. Used primarily by dark wizards for assassination or protection against enemies. He could almost hear the hissing of the serpents as he imagined the spell in action, a deadly strike that would leave his enemies helpless before him. The next spell was even more terrifying, its implications chilling. Mortis Lamia, incantation. Mortis Lamia, wand movement. A piercing thrust followed by a drawing motion as if pulling something out. Purpose. Drains the life force from the target and transfers it to the caster. Créateur, Morgana le fait, en. Ancient sorceress known for her dark and life-draining magics. Usage. Used to rejuvenate the caster at the expense of the target's life force. Hadrian's fingers trembled as he traced the words, the power within them almost tangible. This was magic far beyond anything taught at Hogwarts, beyond anything Dumbledore would ever approve of. But it was also a power that called to him, a power that could protect him, that could make him strong, stronger than anyone. The book continued to reveal its secrets. Nox Serpenta, incantation. Nox Serpenta, wand movement. A downward spiral, ending in a sharp flick. Purpose. Envelopes the area in a dark, serpentine mist that obscures vision and confuses the senses. Creator. Nyx Nighthawk, a dark sorceress who used it to escape from pursuers. Usage. Ideal for creating a quick getaway or disorienting enemies in battle. Hadrian knew he had to be careful. These spells were not just powerful. They were dangerous, capable of corrupting the very soul of the one who wielded them. But he couldn't stop. The allure of the power was too great, the promise of what he could become too tempting. He turned another page, and there, scrawled in the margins, were notes written in a script he recognized as his own. The handwriting was shaky, as though written in haste or fear. It described a ritual, a dark, forbidden ritual that could bind the caster to the power of the noble tongue forever. Rite of the serpent's soul, ingredients, serpent's fang, blood of the caster, moonlit water, basilisk eye. Procedure. Performed under a full moon, with the ingredients placed in a circle and the caster standing in the center, chanting Anima Serpens while drawing a serpentine sigil in the air. Purpose. Allows the caster to gain the wisdom and cunning of a serpent, enhancing their magical abilities and strategic thinking. Creator. Salazar Slytherin. To grant himself unparalleled cunning and insight. Hadrian could almost see the ritual in his mind's eye, the circle of power, the chanting, the rush of dark energy as the magic took hold. He could feel the pull of it, the temptation to use it, to become something more, something greater. But he wasn't ready. Not yet. There was still so much to learn, so much to understand. He closed the journal with a shuddering breath, the weight of its secrets pressing down on him. He knew he couldn't share this with anyone, not Sirius, not Tonks. They wouldn't understand. This was his burden to bear, his power to wield. He was alone in this, just as he had always been. The attic was silent once more as Hadrian sat there, the journal clutched in his hands. The darkness of the noble tongue was within him now, a part of him, and he knew that he could never go back to the way things were. The power was his, and he would use it, no matter the cost. The past, a few days after the first meeting. The air in the dimly lit room was thick with tension. A fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting long shadows that danced along the stone walls. Dumbledore sat calmly, hands steepled in his lap, his gaze fixed on James Potter. His eyes, often described as twinkling, now held a calculating glint, like a chess master appraising his opponent's every move. James, seated opposite him, leaned back, crossing his arms tightly. His jaw was set, and a muscle in his cheek twitched, a sign of the restraint he struggled to maintain. He hadn't wanted this meeting. After the conversation a few days ago, where he and Lily had agreed to abandon Hadrian, this felt like one step too far. Dumbledore broke the silence with a soft, knowing smile. "Thank you for coming, James. I know this is difficult." James's gaze remained unwavering, his eyes narrowed. "Get to the point, Albus. You wanted to talk. So talk." The elder wizard's smile never faltered. "Always direct, aren't we?" His voice was gentle, almost amused. "Very well, James. I wanted to discuss the wand." A slight flicker in James's expression betrayed his discomfort before he schooled his face back into a neutral mask. He uncrossed his arms, letting his hands rest on the chair's armrests, his fingers tapping absently. "You mean my wand?" Dumbledore's eyes sharpened, but his voice stayed soft. "Indeed, the Elder Wand. It's no ordinary wand, as you well know. It has power and, I fear, responsibility beyond any we may have imagined." James's fingers stilled. "Responsibility? Don't speak to me about responsibility," he said, his voice lowering to a dangerous edge. "I've borne enough of that, Albus. More than enough." His voice faltered slightly, and he looked away, his jaw clenching before he turned back, his gaze even colder. "Hadrian." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, a soft sigh escaping him. "James," he murmured, "I know what it took for you and Lily to make that decision. And it wasn't easy for me to advise it. But as you've surely seen, Hadrian's path will be fraught. We can only hope our choice allows him to grow into his destiny." His eyes darted briefly to the fire, then back to James, a faint sadness in his gaze that seemed almost genuine. James scoffed, his lip curling slightly. "Destiny?" he echoed, his voice dripping with skepticism. "You speak of him like some prophecy. He's my son, Albus, my flesh and blood, and you made it sound like he was expendable." Dumbledore's gaze hardened, though the small smile remained. "Not expendable, James. Necessary. I believe, deeply, that Hadrian will have a role, one that perhaps none of us can yet understand." The two men sat in silence for a few moments, each observing the other. James's jaw was still tense, his fingers flexing and tightening around the armrest, the struggle evident in every small movement. Finally, Dumbledore broke the silence. "James, I am not asking for the Elder Wand out of whim or greed. I ask because it is a weapon that is, by nature, coveted and sought after. You know this as well as I do." James leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "You don't think I can handle it?" "On the contrary," Dumbledore replied smoothly. "I think you are precisely the man to wield it. But that is why I am concerned. Its power is tempting, alluring. You're strong, James, and the wand respects strength. But if it falls into the wrong hands..." He let his voice trail off, a shadow of fear passing over his features. James studied him for a long moment, as though weighing every word. His gaze was intense, but there was a subtle shift, a hesitation in the way his lips parted, as if he wanted to retort, but couldn't find the words. Instead, he clenched his fists and shook his head. I know what you're doing, Albus. Trying to make me doubt my own ability to keep it safe. I'm not so easily manipulated. Dumbledore's expression remained serene, but there was a glint in his eye. You know me too well, James, but I speak only truth. You have held it well, but there are greater threats than you and I in this world. Threats that will come for the wand. And you think giving it to you will change that? James sneered, though a flicker of uncertainty betrayed him. His eyes darted away, as if searching for an answer somewhere in the shadows. The wand is powerful, yes, but it's only as powerful as its wielder. And, right now, that's me. Dumbledore's gaze softened. And what happens, James, when that power calls for blood? When it demands allegiance beyond your control? It is not just a weapon. It's a legacy, one tied to unimaginable costs. Would you burden your family, your children, with that? James's expression darkened, and his hands tightened on the armrests, knuckles white. But as he opened his mouth to retort, he hesitated. His fingers twitched, then stilled, his eyes narrowing as he looked into the fire. And you believe you are above that burden? Dumbledore's voice was low, almost a whisper. I am as fallible as any man, James. Perhaps more so, but I have carried it before. I know its weight, its needs. His gaze grew distant, as though haunted by memories, before he turned back to James with a quiet intensity. But I also know what must be done to control it. James's jaw tightened, his resolve wavering as he shifted his gaze to the floor. His shoulders slumped slightly, as if the weight of the wand had suddenly doubled in his hands. And what happens when you can't control it? His voice was laced with a bitterness he couldn't hide. What makes you think you're any different? Dumbledore smiled faintly, a sad, weary smile. I don't think I am different, James. I only know that I have accepted what it asks of me. He paused, his gaze sharpening as he leaned forward. But you, James, your strength lies in your family, your heart. That is where you are strongest. The wand demands a kind of distance, a willingness to sacrifice that I hope you never have to understand. A long silence stretched between them. James's face twisted in a grimace, his fingers flexing involuntarily. He sneered, a defiance flickering in his eyes, but his hand drifted to the pocket of his cloak, where the elder wand lay hidden. You make it sound like a curse, he said, his voice tight. A burden even, but I've carried it this long. I can keep it safe. Dumbledore inclined his head. Perhaps, but at what cost, James? At what cost to you and to those you love? James's hand hovered over his pocket, his gaze locked with Dumbledore's, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. The fire crackled, casting long shadows over their faces, and for a moment, it seemed as though the two men were locked in a silent battle of wills. Finally, with a sigh, James withdrew the wand from his pocket, holding it out reluctantly. His grip was tight, his hand trembling slightly as though it pained him to let it go. Take it then, he muttered, his voice thick with a mixture of resentment and resignation. But know this, Albus, I don't trust you. Not with this. Dumbledore accepted the wand with a solemn nod, his gaze respectful as he wrapped his fingers around the ancient wood. I understand, James, and I thank you for your trust, even if it is begrudging. James's jaw tightened, his eyes flashing with a trace of defiance. Remember what I said, Albus. If anything happens, if I find out that you're using it for something, he left the thread hanging, but the implication was clear. Dumbledore's smile returned, faint but genuine. I would expect nothing less, James. Your vigilance is commendable. As Dumbledore rose to leave, James watched him go, his expression unreadable. But as the door closed behind the elder wizard, a flicker of doubt crossed his face, a hesitation, a question that lingered in the dark, unspoken yet profoundly felt. Chapter 34. The Price of Power. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was alive with its usual grandeur as the school year began anew. The long tables gleamed under the floating candles, their warm light casting a golden hue on the students who had returned for their second year. The enchanted ceiling mirrored the night sky outside, a deep navy expanse punctuated by a sea of stars, glittering like shards of broken glass scattered across the heavens. The atmosphere buzzed with the anticipation of a new term, the students' chatter weaving an intricate tapestry of sound that filled the cavernous hall. Hadrian sat at the Slytherin table, his posture relaxed but deliberate. His piercing green eyes, framed by a sharp jawline and raven black hair, observed the hall with an intensity that made those who caught his gaze feel as though he could see right through them. Beside him sat Draco Malfoy, who exuded his usual self-assured arrogance, though the way his fingers drummed lightly against the table betrayed a hint of nervous excitement for the coming year. On Draco's other side, Pansy Parkinson clung to his arm, her laughter tinkling like bells as she leaned close, her glossy black hair falling over her shoulder. The pair had made their relationship official during the summer, and while Draco bore it with a smug pride, there was a certain stiffness in his posture that suggested he wasn't entirely comfortable with Pansy's public displays of affection. Across from Hadrian, Blaise Zabini sipped lazily from a goblet of pumpkin juice, his dark eyes scanning the room with an air of detached amusement. Blaise was always enigmatic, his expressions revealing just enough to intrigue, but never enough to decipher. Next to him, Theo not adjusted his tie with a slight tug, his brows furrowed as though lost in thought. Theo's reserved demeanor often made him fade into the background, but his sharp wit and loyalty to his friends were qualities that Hadrian had come to respect. Finally, Daphne Greengrass sat to Hadrian's left, her ice-blue eyes darting around the room with a calculated sharpness. She carried herself with an elegance that seemed innate, her movements fluid and deliberate. Occasionally, her lips would curve into a subtle smirk, betraying the biting humor that lay beneath her composed exterior. The first years entered the hall in a slow procession, their faces a mixture of awe and trepidation as they beheld the splendor of the great hall for the first time. Professor McGonagall, stern and regal in her emerald robes, led them to the front where the Sorting Hat awaited. Its ancient, weathered appearance seemed almost out of place amidst the grandeur of the feast, but when it opened its wide brim and began to sing, all chatter in the hall ceased. Its song spoke of unity and division, of the strengths that each house cherished, and the legacy they were all part of. As the song concluded, the sorting began, and one by one, the first years stepped forward, their names echoing through the hall. Adrian Lonsdale, McGonagall called, and a wiry boy with a nervous expression shuffled forward. The hat barely touched his head before it shouted, "Hufflepuff!" The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers, welcoming their newest member with warm smiles and hearty applause. Evelyn Croswell, McGonagall announced. A girl with fiery red hair and determined eyes strode forward. The hat deliberated for a moment before declaring, "Gryffindor." Evelyn's face broke into a radiant smile as she joined her housemates, who were clapping enthusiastically. Gideon Ashworth, a boy with a mop of curly brown hair, was next. The hat hummed thoughtfully before exclaiming, "Ravenclaw." Gideon looked relieved as he made his way to the Ravenclaw table, where he was met with polite applause. The sorting continued, each name and subsequent house placement adding to the growing energy in the room. Finally, the last student was sorted, and the sorting hat was carried away. Dumbledore rose from his seat at the head table, his silver beard glinting in the candlelight. "Welcome," he began, his voice resonating through the hall, "to another year at Hogwarts. To our returning students, welcome back. To our first years, welcome home. Remember this castle has secrets waiting to be discovered, some delightful, others dangerous. But fear not, for as long as you remain curious and courageous, you shall find your way." He paused, his eyes twinkling as he surveyed the room. "Now, before we begin our feast, I must impart a few words of wisdom. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak." The students chuckled softly, a ripple of amusement passing through the hall, though Hadrian's lips merely twitched in a faint smile. Dumbledore clapped his hands, and the empty golden plates before them were suddenly piled high with a dazzling array of food. The feast was nothing short of magical. Roasted chicken, golden brown turkey legs, steaming bowls of mashed potatoes, and fluffy Yorkshire puddings filled the table. There were platters of fresh vegetables, dripping with butter, alongside an assortment of pies, tarts, and cakes that seemed too beautiful to eat. The air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of spices, roast meats, and freshly baked bread. Hadrian loaded his plate with care, though his mind was elsewhere. While his friends exchanged banter, often veering into suggestive and risque jokes, he barely registered their laughter. Daphne, seated beside Hadrian, and Tonks, who had joined them briefly from the Hufflepuff table, were particularly relentless, their jokes layered with innuendo that made Blaise chuckle and Theo turn an impressive shade of red. Hadrian, however, remained distant, his thoughts consumed by the Tome of Shadows he had acquired over the summer. The book was an enigma, filled with spells and incantations far beyond their standard curriculum. He had spent weeks poring over its contents, his curiosity growing with every turn of the page. Tonight, he resolved, he would practice a silencing spell powerful enough to cloak his endeavors from prying ears. His lips curled into a faint smirk as he imagined the power he could wield once he mastered its secrets. When the plates finally cleared, signaling the end of the feast, Daphne and Tonks sidled up to Hadrian. Daphne's icy demeanor softened as she leaned in close, her breath warm against his ear. "Think you're ready for another adventure like the one on the train?" she whispered, her voice laced with mischief. Tonks, her hair a playful shade of lavender tonight, grinned as she brushed past him, her hand lingering on his arm. "You were quite enthusiastic last time," she teased, her tone low and suggestive. Hadrian arched a brow, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "As tempting as it is to relive such fond memories," he drawled, his voice carrying a teasing note, "I have more important matters to attend to, like making sure I don't fail potions because of your incessant distractions." Both girls laughed, their amusement genuine, though the glint in their eyes suggested they weren't entirely deterred. As they parted ways, Hadrian made his way to the dormitory with deliberate steps, his mind already constructing the evening's plan. Once inside the quiet sanctum of his dormitory, he withdrew the tome from beneath his pillow. The leather cover was cool beneath his fingertips, the intricate runes embossed on its surface catching the faint light from the enchanted lanterns. With a wave of his wand, he cast a silencing spell around his bed, the air shimmering briefly as the magic took hold. He settled onto the mattress, his mind sharpening with focus. Tonight, there would be no distractions, no playful banter or fleeting temptations. Tonight, he would delve into the shadows and make them his own. Hadrian stood alone in his dimly lit room, the only light coming from his wand tip, casting eerie shadows on the walls. His eyes were fixed on the open journal of Herpo the Foul, the dark text written in a language that seemed to resonate with malevolence. The room was sealed with powerful silencing charms, ensuring that no sound would escape and that no one would witness what he was about to do. With a deep breath, Hadrian raised his wand and focused on the task at hand. He visualized the dummies in his mind, human figures made of straw but eerily lifelike. A sharp flick of his wrist and a muttered incantation later, 3 dummies appeared before him, their blank faces staring back at him. He began with basic spells, easing into the practice session. The dummies jolted as he hit them with stunning spells, their movements stiff and unnatural. But Hadrian wasn't here for simple spells. He wanted to test the dark magic that Herpo's journal whispered about. With a steely resolve, he moved on to the first of the dark spells. Sectum Sempra. The spell erupted from his wand with a sharp, cutting force. It slashed through the air and struck the first dummy. Immediately, deep gashes appeared on the dummy's torso, straw spilling out like entrails. The sight was grotesque, and Hadrian's heart pounded with a mix of fear and fascination. He took a moment to steady his breath, feeling the weight of the magic he was wielding. He didn't stop. The power coursing through him was intoxicating, and he pressed on. Mors Umbranum. The second dummy convulsed violently, its limbs flailing as if in unimaginable pain. Though it made no sound, the horror of its suffering was palpable. The dummy's movements were so lifelike that Hadrian could almost hear the silent screams. His hand shook slightly, the power of the spell resonating through him, dark and unrelenting. Finally, he raised his wand one last time, focusing on the third dummy. A grim smile played on his lips as he whispered, "Infernus ignis." Flames burst forth, engulfing the dummy in a fiery blaze. The heat was intense, making Hadrian step back. The smell of burning straw filled the room, mingling with the scent of dark magic. The dummy crumbled to ash, leaving nothing but a charred pile on the floor. But the cost of such power was great. Hadrian felt the exhaustion creeping in, his limbs heavy and his mind foggy. The magical exertion had taken a toll on him. His vision blurred, and he staggered, barely catching himself on the edge of the desk. His breathing was labored, and he knew he had pushed himself too far. His legs gave way, and he sank to the floor, his wand clattering beside him. He forced himself to stay conscious, focusing on his breathing as he closed his eyes and tried to center his mind. The darkness in his thoughts, the echoes of the spells, were hard to push away, but he needed to regain control. After what felt like hours, he finally managed to clear his mind enough to perform occlumency, building mental barriers to block out the lingering effects of the dark magic. The process was slow and painful, but it was necessary. As he lay there on the cold floor, Hadrian muttered to himself, "May God have mercy on my enemies, because I sure won't." The words hung in the air, a solemn vow that carried the weight of the power he had just wielded. Hadrian woke the next morning with a splitting headache. The room spun slightly as he sat up, and he had to steady himself against the bedpost. The toll of last night's magical exertion was severe, leaving him drained and barely able to muster the energy to get dressed. He managed to stumble into the great hall for breakfast, his face pale and drawn. The headache only eased after he had eaten something, though it left him with a lingering sense of fatigue that made the day ahead seem daunting. The first day of classes was a blur. Hadrian moved through the corridors like a shadow, his mind still clouded with exhaustion. His professors droned on, their words barely registering in his tired brain. He noticed the occasional sneer from James Potter, a reminder of their strained relationship. James's eyes would dart toward Hadrian during classes, filled with a mixture of disdain and confusion, as if trying to decipher what Hadrian was hiding. Hadrian ignored him, focusing instead on making it through the day without collapsing. During lunch, the Slytherin table was a hive of subtle movements and sharp exchanges. Hadrian took his usual seat, noticing the way the other houses cast sidelong glances at them. He could feel the tension in the air, the unspoken rivalry between Slytherin and the rest of the school. Daphne Greengrass sat next to him, her presence a mix of cool indifference and sharp attention. She leaned in closer than necessary, her arm brushing against his in a way that made Hadrian's pulse quicken. "You look tired, Hadrian," she said softly, her voice laced with concern, but there was a playful glint in her eyes. "Rough night." Hadrian smirked, though he felt his face flush slightly at her proximity. "You could say that." Daphne's lips curled into a knowing smile, and she lightly trailed her fingers across the back of his hand before moving to sit down. The brief touch sent a shiver down Hadrian's spine, and he couldn't help but notice the jealous looks they received from the other boys at the table. Blaise Zabini, seated across from them, raised an eyebrow, his gaze flicking between Daphne and Hadrian. "Must have been some night," he drawled, his voice smooth as silk. "Care to share with the rest of us?" Hadrian chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Nothing worth talking about," he replied, keeping his tone light. "Just some late-night studying." "Studying, right?" Theonot said with a smirk, leaning back in his seat. His eyes darted to Daphne, who was now casually twirling a lock of her blonde hair around her finger. "I'm sure it was very enlightening." Daphne's eyes narrowed slightly, but her smile remained. "Jealous, Theo?" she asked, her tone teasing. "Or just curious?" Theo shrugged, his expression neutral, though there was a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "A bit of both, perhaps." The conversation continued, with the Slytherins exchanging stories about their summer holidays. Draco Malfoy recounted a visit to France, where his family had stayed at a luxurious manor. His voice held a note of pride, but his eyes flickered with something darker. Envy, perhaps, at the freedom his parents allowed him, compared to the control they exerted over every aspect of his life. Blaise talked about a trip to Italy, where he had spent time with his mother, a renowned beauty who had outlived several husbands. His tone was light, but Hadrian noticed the way Blaise's fingers drummed against the table, a sign of underlying tension. Theo was quieter than usual, his gaze distant as the others spoke. Hadrian caught the subtle clench of Theo's jaw, the way his hand tightened around his goblet as he listened to Draco and Blaise. Something was bothering him, but Theo wasn't one to share easily. Daphne, meanwhile, kept her attention on Hadrian. She leaned in occasionally, her leg brushing against his under the table, and each time she did, Hadrian felt a surge of heat. Her presence was intoxicating, her flirtations deliberate and calculated. She knew the effect she had on him, and she used it to her advantage. Her hands occasionally brushed against his crotch, and Hadrian sensed something bulging from his pants. Suddenly, Daphne squeezed his crotch while nobody was looking, and Hadrian left out a low moan. She just grinned and began to rub her hands slowly against his hardening member. But she stopped when Hadrian started to moan a little more louder. And then she behaved like nothing happened and continued to eat her food. The Slytherins continued to poke fun at the professors and other students, their words laced with sarcasm and subtle insults. They laughed at the antics of a Gryffindor first year who had tripped over his own feet in potions and made light of Professor Snape's disdainful remarks. But despite the laughter, Hadrian could sense the underlying tension. Each of them was keenly aware of the need to maintain a composed exterior in public, even among friends. As they finished their meal and prepared to leave the Great Hall, Daphne leaned in one last time, her breath warm against Hadrian's ear. "I'll see you later," she whispered, her voice sending a shiver down his spine. She pulled away slowly, her fingers lightly brushing his arm before she stood and walked away, her hips swaying provocatively. Hadrian watched her go, his thoughts a swirl of emotions. He could feel the eyes of the other Slytherins on him, but he kept his expression neutral, giving nothing away. As they exited the hall, the group kept their composure, their laughter subdued as they made their way back to the Slytherin common room. Later that evening, the boys gathered in the common room, where the atmosphere was more relaxed. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the dark green and silver decor. They joked around, their earlier composure slipping away as they let their guards down. Theo leaned back in his chair, a rare look of vulnerability crossing his face as he spoke about his father's expectations. "It's like nothing I do is ever good enough for him. He beats me so much that it doesn't even hurt anymore. It just leaves a void in my heart, like I am being hammered by a piece of hot metal. And the person hammering is my own father," Theo admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. His eyes darted to Hadrian, as if gauging his reaction, but quickly looked away when he saw Hadrian's empathetic nod. Draco, who had been lounging on the sofa, sighed. "I know the feeling," he said, his tone uncharacteristically somber. "My father's the same. It's always about duty, about upholding the Malfoy name. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever be able to just live my own life." Blaise, who had been silently observing the conversation, finally spoke up. "We're all expected to be perfect," he said, his voice smooth but tinged with bitterness. "But perfection is a facade. We're all just trying to survive in this world, to find our own paths, even if it means defying our families." The room fell silent as the weight of Blaise's words hung in the air. Each of them had their own battles, their own struggles hidden beneath their confident exteriors. It was a rare moment of honesty, a glimpse into the vulnerabilities that they rarely showed. Hadrian, who had been listening intently, finally spoke. "We're all in this together," he said, his voice firm but gentle. "Whatever happens, we'll face it together. We're stronger as a group than we are alone." The others nodded in agreement, their earlier tension easing as they found comfort in each other's presence. It was a bond forged in the fires of Slytherin ambition, tempered by the shared burden of their family's expectations. But the moment was interrupted by the arrival of Daphne, who entered the common room with a sly smile. Her eyes locked onto Hadrian, and she sauntered over to him, her movements graceful and deliberate. "Hadrian," she purred. A word. Hadrian felt a surge of anticipation as he rose from his seat, nodding to the others before following Daphne out of the common room. As they walked down the dimly lit corridor, the tension between them was palpable. The silence was heavy, charged with unspoken desires and the weight of what was to come. When they reached Daphne's private quarters, she closed the door behind them, sealing them in a cocoon of darkness. The only light came from the faint glow of the moon filtering through the window, casting long shadows across the room. Daphne turned to face Hadrian, her eyes smoldering with intent. She stepped closer, her fingers brushing lightly against his chest as she looked up at him through thick lashes. "You've been on my mind all day," she whispered, her voice low and sultry. Hadrian's breath hitched as she pressed herself against him, her body warm and inviting. He could feel the heat radiating from her, the subtle scent of her perfume intoxicating his senses. "Daphne," he murmured, his voice thick with desire. She smiled, a slow, seductive curve of her lips, and reached up to cup his face. Her thumb brushed across his lower lip, sending a shiver down his spine. "I can't stop thinking about you," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "About how much I want you." Hadrian's heart raced as Daphne leaned in, her lips hovering just inches from his. He could feel her breath on his skin, warm and inviting. The tension between them was electric, a charged connection that threatened to ignite at any moment. Unable to resist any longer, Hadrian closed the distance, capturing her lips in a heated kiss. Daphne responded eagerly, her arms wrapping around his neck as she pulled him closer. Their bodies pressed together, the kiss deepening as they lost themselves in the intensity of the moment. Daphne's hands roamed over Hadrian's back, her touch firm and demanding. She guided him toward the bed, their lips never breaking contact. When they finally reached the edge, she pushed him onto the mattress, straddling him with a predatory gleam in her eyes. Hadrian's hands found their way to her waist, holding her close as she leaned down to kiss him again. Her lips were soft and insistent, her movements slow and deliberate. Each touch, each kiss, was calculated to drive him wild, to make him want more. Hadrian's response was to pull her back down, capturing her lips in another searing kiss. The intensity of their connection was overwhelming, a tidal wave of emotions that threatened to consume them both. Daphne's hands tangled in his hair, her fingers gripping tightly as she deepened the kiss, her body moving against his in a slow, sensual rhythm. For a moment, there was no worry, no family politics, just two extremely horny teens in love with each other. They lost track of time, their world narrowing down to just the two of them. The only sounds were their heavy breathing and the soft rustle of fabric as they moved against each other. The outside world ceased to exist, and all that mattered was the heat between them, the electric connection that crackled with every touch, every kiss. But beneath the passion, there was something more, an unspoken understanding, a bond that went beyond mere physical attraction. It was a connection of souls, a merging of desires and emotions that neither of them could fully explain. It was as if they were two halves of the same whole, drawn together by forces beyond their control. When they finally pulled apart, both of them breathless and flushed, Daphne smiled down at Hadrian, her expression softening. "You're mine," she whispered, her voice laced with possessiveness and affection. "And I'm yours." Hadrian smiled back, his heart swelling with a mix of emotions, desire, affection, and something deeper, something he couldn't quite put into words. "Always," he murmured, pulling her down for another kiss. The night stretched on, their connection deepening with each passing moment. They explored each other's bodies with a sense of reverence, as if they were discovering something sacred. Every touch, every kiss, was an affirmation of their bond, a promise that they would face whatever challenges lay ahead together. But as the night drew to a close, and they lay entwined in each other's arms, a shadow of doubt crept into Hadrian's mind. The path they were on was fraught with danger, and he knew that their relationship would be tested in ways they couldn't yet imagine. But for now, he pushed those thoughts aside, focusing instead on the warmth of Daphne's body against his, the steady rhythm of her breathing as she drifted off to sleep. Hadrian stayed awake, staring up at the ceiling as he contemplated the events of the day. The dark magic, the tension with his friends, the passion with Daphne. It was all a delicate balancing act, one that required careful attention and a steady hand. But as he held Daphne close, feeling the rise and fall of her chest as she slept, Hadrian couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. The night had been a brief respite, a moment of peace in a stormy sea. But he knew that the challenges ahead would be even greater. And as he drifted off to sleep, he couldn't shake the feeling that the price of power was one that he would have to pay, sooner or later. The next morning, Hadrian awoke to find Daphne still asleep beside him, her face peaceful and serene. He watched her for a moment, taking in the delicate curve of her cheek, the way her lashes brushed against her skin. She looked so vulnerable in that moment, so different from the confident, powerful which he had come to know. But as he lay there, the events of the previous night came rushing back to him. The dark magic, the tension with his friends, the passion with Daphne. It was all so overwhelming, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread creeping in. He carefully slipped out of bed, trying not to wake her, and dressed quickly. As he left her room and made his way back to his own quarters, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming, something that would test him in ways he couldn't yet imagine. When he entered his room, he found a letter waiting for him on his desk. It was sealed with the mark of the Ministry of Magic, and his heart skipped a beat as he picked it up. How did it get there? With trembling hands, he broke the seal and opened the letter. The words were written in a formal, official tone, but the message was clear. His presence was required at a hearing before the Wisengamot. The charges were vague, but the implications were clear. He was being investigated for his use of dark magic. Hadrian's blood ran cold as he read the letter, the weight of the situation sinking in. He knew that this was only the beginning, that the price of power was one that he would have to pay, and that the consequences would be severe. He thought about how they even detected magic in a place like Hogwarts, but then it was not as if super dark magic was taught over here. And the magic he had performed last night was very intense and ancient, so it would have been very easy to detect the caster. As he stood there, the letter clutched in his hand, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread creeping in. The path he had chosen was a dangerous one, and there was no turning back now. But despite the fear, despite the uncertainty, Hadrian knew that he couldn't back down. He had come too far, and there was too much at stake. He would face whatever challenges lay ahead, no matter the cost. Chapter 35, The Dark Ritual. The day after the letter arrived was one Hadrian would never forget. He stayed locked in his room, the walls of the Slytherin dormitory seeming to close in around him. The weight of the impending trial loomed like a dark cloud, pressing down on him with an oppressive force that left him nearly gasping for breath. The letter still sat on his desk, untouched since he first read it, the heavy parchment an ominous reminder of what was to come. Hadrian's thoughts were in turmoil. He knew he had to do something, anything, to prepare. But what could he do against the might of the Wisengamot? He had learned a great deal since his time at Hogwarts, but would it be enough? He couldn't afford to fail. In a desperate bid to gain control, he turned to the only thing he knew might help: a clemency. He had been practicing for months now, constructing a mental fortress to protect his mind from intrusion. It was a daunting task, one that required immense concentration and willpower. But he knew it wasn't enough. The walls of his mental castle were strong, but not impervious. There were still weaknesses, chinks in the armor that could be exploited by a skilled legilimens. His hands trembled slightly as he pulled out Herpo, the Fowl's journal, the dark leather cover worn and cracked with age. The pages inside were filled with the most terrible and dangerous knowledge, the kind of magic that was best left forgotten. But Hadrian had no choice. He needed every advantage he could get. Flipping through the pages, he found the section he was looking for, a ritual that promised to make one's mind nearly impenetrable. The details were horrific, involving blood, pain, and memories best left buried. But Hadrian's resolve was steel. He would do whatever it took. The ritual required a significant sacrifice, one's darkest memory, offered up as fuel for a demon that would guard his mind. Hadrian's breath hitched as he recalled the memories he had long since tried to suppress. The Dursleys, Vernon, the cupboard under the stairs. He shook his head, banishing the thoughts for now. He needed to focus. The ritual had to be performed perfectly, or the consequences could be catastrophic. Hadrian carefully transfigured the journal into what appeared to be a charms textbook. The illusion was perfect, a necessary precaution in case anyone decided to investigate. Satisfied, he gathered the materials he would need: his wand, a silver knife, and a vial of his own blood. He had been preparing for this, practicing the steps in his mind over and over until they were second nature. The room was silent save for the soft crackle of the fireplace as Hadrian knelt on the cold stone floor, drawing the necessary runes in his own blood. Each stroke was deliberate, precise, as he formed the circle that would serve as the ritual's anchor. The scent of iron filled the air, sharp and metallic, mingling with the musty odor of old books. Finally, the circle was complete. Hadrian took a deep breath, steadying himself as he drew the silver knife across his temples, the pain sharp but manageable. He let the blood drip into the circle, watching as the crimson drops formed a pentagram within the runic circle, a sign that the ritual had begun. The room seemed to darken, the shadows deepening as an otherworldly chill settled over the space. Hadrian's breath came in shallow gasps as he began to chant the incantation, the words ancient and foreign, their power palpable in the air. His voice was steady, but there was a tremor in his hands that he couldn't quite suppress. As the final word left his lips, the circle of blood began to glow, a deep, malevolent red. The light pulsed, growing brighter with each beat of Hadrian's heart, until it was almost blinding. He closed his eyes, feeling the power surge through him, tearing at the edges of his consciousness as the ritual took hold. Memories flashed before his eyes. Vernon's face twisted in rage, the sickening thud of the metal buckle as it struck his back, the darkness of the cupboard closing in around him. Each memory was like a knife, cutting deep into his soul, but he forced himself to hold on. He couldn't afford to falter now. The demon came then, a creature of pure malevolence, born of the darkest corners of Hadrian's mind. It was a monstrous thing, all fangs and claws, its eyes burning within unnatural fire. Hadrian felt a surge of fear, but he pushed it down, focusing on the task at hand. He offered the demon his darkest memory, letting it seep into the creature's being, binding it to his will. The pain was excruciating, a searing agony that threatened to consume him, but he endured. He had to. The ritual lasted for what felt like hours, though in reality, it was only minutes. When it was over, Hadrian collapsed to the floor, his body shaking with the effort. His mind felt raw, exposed, as though every thought, every memory had been laid bare. But there was also a new presence, a guardian of his own making, standing watch over his most precious secrets. Hadrian's eyes fluttered open, the crimson glow of the ritual still burning behind his eyelids. He felt different, stronger, more secure, but also exhausted, drained of every ounce of energy. His mind was still spinning from the ordeal, the memories of the demon and the pain it had inflicted on him still fresh and raw. He stumbled to his feet, legs trembling as he made his way to the bathroom. The cold water from the shower was a welcome relief, washing away the sweat and blood, but it did little to ease the exhaustion that weighed down on him like a leaden blanket. He barely managed to dry himself off before collapsing onto his bed, his mind still racing with thoughts of the trial, the demon, and the dark power that now resided within him. Sleep came fitfully, plagued by nightmares of the ritual and the demon that now guarded his mind. But when morning came, Hadrian woke with a renewed sense of purpose. His body ached, his head throbbed with the aftereffects of the dark magic he had wielded, but he was ready. He would face whatever came next with the same determination that had seen him through the ritual. The castle felt different now, its familiar halls and corridors tinged with an undercurrent of fear and suspicion. As he made his way to the great hall for breakfast, Hadrian could feel the eyes of his fellow students on him, their whispers following him like a shadow. They knew something was wrong, but they didn't know what. Not yet. Daphne was waiting for him at the Slytherin table, her icy blue eyes sharp and assessing as she took in his haggard appearance. "Hadrian, you look like hell," she said, her voice low and concerned. "I'm fine," Hadrian replied, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Just didn't sleep well, that's all." Daphne didn't look convinced, but she didn't press the issue. Instead, she moved closer to him, her hand brushing against his under the table, a small gesture of support that made his heart skip a beat. Throughout breakfast, Hadrian could feel the tension in the air, the unspoken questions that hung between him and his friends. Theo, Blaise, and Draco all exchanged worried glances, but none of them said anything. They knew better than to push him when he wasn't ready to talk. But as they made their way to their first class of the day, Daphne sidled up to Hadrian, her shoulder brushing against his as they walked. "You know you can talk to me, right?" she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Hadrian nodded, though he wasn't sure if he could. The weight of the ritual, the trial, and the dark magic that now coursed through him was almost too much to bear. But he appreciated her concern, the way she always seemed to know when he needed someone to lean on. Classes passed in a blur, the usual lessons on charms and potions barely registering in Hadrian's mind. He went through the motions, answering questions when called upon, but his thoughts were elsewhere, consumed by the looming trial and the preparations he still needed to make. Lunch was a welcome break, a chance to sit with his friends and relax, even if only for a short while. They gathered at the Slytherin table, the usual banter and teasing flowing easily between them. Theo leaned back in his chair, a smirk on his lips as he recounted a particularly humiliating encounter with Snape during potions. And then he said, "Mister, not if your cauldron explodes one more time, I will personally see to it that you spend the rest of the term scrubbing the floors of the potions classroom." I swear, I could see the veins in his forehead pulsing. Blaise chuckled, shaking his head. "You really do have a talent for getting under Snape's skin, Theo." Draco, who had been silent for most of the meal, finally spoke up. "Hadrian, are you sure you're okay? You seem distracted." Hadrian forced another smile, though it felt more like a grimace. "I'm fine, Draco. Just a lot on my mind, that's all." The others exchanged uneasy glances, but before they could press him further, Hadrian pushed back from the table. "I need to go. There's something I need to take care of before the trial." Daphne's hand shot out, grabbing his wrist before he could leave. "Hadrian, wait. You don't have to do this alone. We can help." Hadrian looked down at her hand, the warmth of her touch a stark contrast to the cold dread that had settled in his chest. "I know, Daphne, but this is something I need to do on my own." Her grip tightened for a moment before she let go, her expression one of frustration and concern. "Just be careful, okay?" Hadrian nodded, his throat tight with unspoken emotion. He didn't trust himself to say anything more, so he simply turned and walked away, the weight of the upcoming trial pressing down on him like a physical force. The rest of the day passed in a haze of preparation and practice. Hadrian spent hours honing his occlumency skills, reinforcing the mental barriers he had built, laying traps and diversions in his mind to protect his most vulnerable memories. He knew it wasn't enough. Not yet, but he was running out of time. As evening fell, Hadrian returned to his dormitory, his body and mind exhausted from the day's efforts. He barely noticed the others as he made his way to his bed, collapsing onto the mattress with a weary sigh. The trial was only 2 days away, and the thought of facing the Wisengamot with his mind still so vulnerable filled him with a sense of dread that was almost overwhelming. But there was no turning back now. He had made his choices, and he would see them through to the end, no matter the cost. The day of the trial, Hadrian woke up in the morning and decided to take a shower to get himself fresh. It was the day of the trial, and he had to look innocent. As he dressed in fresh robes, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. His eyes were bloodshot, his skin pale, but there was a new hardness in his gaze, a steely resolve that hadn't been there before. He made his way to the great hall, his steps steady despite the fatigue that weighed him down. He needed to send a letter to Sirius to let him know about the trial. The letter was brief, detailing the time and place, and he tied it to the leg of a school owl, watching as it flew off into the distance. Hadrian was about to leave when he was confronted by Daphne and his friends. Their expressions were a mix of concern and frustration. "Hadrian, what's going on?" Daphne demanded, her eyes narrowing as she searched his face for answers. Hadrian forced a smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Just tired, that's all. The trial is today, and I've been preparing." Daphne wasn't convinced. She stepped closer, her hand brushing against his arm. "You don't look fine. I thought it was the stress that made you miserable yesterday, but now I think it's something else. What's really going on?" He hesitated, not wanting to burden them with the truth. But he could see the worry in their eyes, especially in Daphne's. She was biting her lower lip, a sign of her anxiety. "I'll be okay," he reassured them, his voice soft. "I just need some time alone to gather my thoughts." Tonks frowned, her playful demeanor gone. "You sure? We're here if you need us." "I know," Hadrian replied, his voice firm. "But I need to handle this on my own." Reluctantly, they nodded, though Daphne's hand lingered on his arm for a moment longer. She leaned in, her breath warm against his ear. "We're not letting you face this alone, Hadrian." He smiled at her, appreciating the support even as he felt the weight of the upcoming trial bearing down on him. "Thank you." As he turned to leave, Draco approached him, his usual smirk absent. "A word, Potter." Hadrian nodded and followed Draco out of the Great Hall. The two walked in silence for a while before Draco spoke. "You need to be careful at the trial," Draco said, his voice low. "The Wisengamot, they're not going to play fair. You need to stay calm, no matter what they throw at you." Hadrian glanced at Draco, noticing the tension in his posture. Draco's hands were clenched in a fist, his jaw set in a hard line. "I know. I've been preparing." "Good," Draco replied, though his tone was still tense. "Just don't let them see you sweat. You've got allies, but there are plenty who'd like to see you fail." Hadrian nodded, appreciating the advice. "Thanks, Draco." Draco didn't respond immediately, his gaze distant. "Just remember, Potter, you're not alone in this." The breakfast in the Great Hall was suddenly interrupted as two hooded men entered and spoke in a deep, clear voice. "We are here to summon Hadrian Potter for today's trial." Hadrian walked up. He could feel every eye on him as he smirked and stood up, and then slowly walked towards the men. He felt their hands on him as they led him out of the hall. Meanwhile, there was a quiet and heated argument going on the teacher's table. McGonagall was whispering, "This is an outrage and a disgrace, Albus." Dumbledore and the others looked towards the deputy headmistress as she continued whispering, "Everybody over here knows who those two men were. The Magus only escort class at Dark Wizards. The last person they escorted was Annan and Dolohov. They don't carry children to the Wisengamot." Chapter 36, The Trial. Hadrian stood before the Wisengamot, the tension in the air thick enough to cut. The verdict was about to be delivered, but there was an unexpected turn. One of the judges, a stern-looking wizard with graying hair and piercing eyes, raised his hand to speak. "Before we proceed with the final verdict, it has been suggested that we examine the accused memories. We must ascertain whether there is any truth to the claims of dark magic." Hadrian's heart skipped a beat. His memories? He'd been careful to lock away the most damning ones, the ones involving the ritual, but he hadn't anticipated this. The presence of the demon was still within him, its influence muted but potent. He cast a quick glance at Sirius, who looked worried, and Andromeda, who was frowning deeply. They hadn't expected this either. Dumbledore's gaze was unreadable, his eyes flicking between Hadrian and the judge. "Very well," Dumbledore finally said, his voice grave. "Let us proceed with the examination of the memories." A pensieve was brought forth, its silver liquid swirling ominously. Hadrian felt a chill run down his spine as he was instructed to approach the device. The Wisengamot watched with bated breath, the tension in the room rising as Hadrian reluctantly reached out and placed his wand at his temple, extracting the selected memories. As the silvery strands fell into the pensieve, they began to coalesce into shapes and forms, the memories playing out before the entire chamber. The room dimmed, the only light now emanating from the pensieve as Hadrian's memories were laid bare for all to see. The memories began with Hadrian as a young boy, alone and frightened, abandoned by the Dursleys. The scene shifted to his time on the streets, where he was taken in by the gang of roughs and thugs. The Wisengamot watched in silence as the memories unfolded. The harshness of his life, the moments of desperation, and the cold, uncaring world he had been forced to navigate. Hadrian's face remained stoic, but his hands clenched at his sides. He could feel the judgment in their eyes, the pity and the disdain. But he kept his mind locked down, focusing on the present, even as his past was put on display. The memories continued, showing his time at Hogwarts, the bullying, and the moments of darkness where he had been pushed to the brink. The atmosphere in the chamber grew heavier with each passing moment, the weight of Hadrian's experiences pressing down on everyone present. Then came the moment they had all been waiting for, the duels. The memories flickered to the night he had been practicing and then to his fights with the unknown man. The Wisengamot watched as Hadrian fought back, his magic raw and powerful, his eyes blazing with an intensity that left some of the judges shifting uncomfortably in their seats. As the duels played out, the memories showed Hadrian's skill with magic, his cunning, and his willingness to use any means necessary to protect himself. The room was filled with the crackle of spells, the sharp intakes of breath, and the occasional murmur as the judges and spectators reacted to what they were seeing. Hadrian could feel their eyes on him, judging him not just for what he had done, but for who he was. He kept his expression neutral, but inside he was seething. They didn't understand. None of them did. They saw a boy who had used dark magic, but they didn't see the pain, the fear, the desperation that had driven him to it. The memories began to shift again, this time to the ritual, the moment when Hadrian had summoned the demon. The room felt deathly silent as the scene unfolded. The memories showed Hadrian, alone in the dark, surrounded by the arcane symbols and runes he had painstakingly drawn. His voice, young and trembling, echoed through the chamber as he chanted the ancient words, summoning the dark entity that would change his life forever. The demon appeared in the memories, its presence filling the chamber with an overwhelming sense of dread. The judges recoiled, some gasping in horror, others gripping the arms of their chairs as the memories played out. They watched as Hadrian made the pact, as the demon merged with him, its dark power seeping into his very soul. Hadrian kept his eyes downcast, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel the demon stirring within him, its presence a dark shadow that had never truly left. The memories were raw, unfiltered, and he knew that there was no turning back now. They had seen everything. Bloody hell! What would happen now? Would they see his darkest moments? But then something unexpected happened. As the memories reached their climax, showing the full extent of the ritual and the merging with the demon, the images suddenly distorted. The scene shifted, flickered, and then nothing. A void. The memory was blank, empty, a dark void that swallowed everything around it. The Wisengamot watched in confusion, the silence in the room growing heavier by the second. Even Dumbledore's eyes narrowed as he leaned forward, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. Hadrian's breath caught in his throat. He knew what this was, his mind castle. The void was the barrier he had constructed, a fortress within his mind that protected his deepest, darkest secrets. Not even the demon could breach it. The room remained silent as the void persisted, the memories refusing to yield any more information. The judges shifted uneasily, their expressions ranging from confusion to frustration. Some of them began to whisper among themselves, but the void remained impenetrable. Then Hadrian noticed something out of the corner of his eye. A figure, seated in the shadows of the chamber, was watching the void with intense interest. The man was dressed in the dark robes of an unspeakable, his face partially obscured by a hood. But Hadrian could see the tension in his posture, the way his hands gripped the edge of his seat as he leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the void. The Head Unspeakable. Hadrian's heart raced as he realized that the man was no ordinary wizard. The Head Unspeakable was one of the most powerful and secretive figures in the magical world, responsible for studying the deepest, darkest, and most forbidden magics. His presence here was no accident. The void lingered for a moment longer before the memories abruptly ended, the Pensieve's light fading as the room was plunged back into the dim light of the chamber. The judges were left in stunned silence, their expressions ranging from awe to suspicion. Dumbledore was the first to speak, his voice steady but with an undercurrent of concern. It seems that there is more to this than we initially thought. The memories, they are incomplete. James Potter, who had been watching in growing agitation, stood up abruptly, his face twisted in anger. Incomplete? That boy is dabbling in dark magic. You all saw it. He's dangerous. Hadrian's eyes flicked to James, his father's accusations cutting deep, but he remained silent. His gaze then shifted to Dumbledore, who was watching him closely, his expression thoughtful. There is no denying that Hadrian has delved into dangerous magics, Dumbledore said slowly, his eyes never leaving Hadrian's. But the void in the memories suggests that there is something more, something hidden. James sneered, his hands clenching into fists. Something more? He's hiding the truth. He's corrupted by dark magic, and now he's trying to deceive us. Hadrian's jaw tightened, but he forced himself to remain calm. His eyes darted around the room, taking in the reactions of the judges, the spectators, and finally, the Head Unspeakable, who was still watching him intently. The Head Unspeakable's gaze met Hadrian's, and for a brief moment, something passed between them, a silent understanding. Hadrian felt a chill run down his spine, but he didn't look away. The man's eyes were dark, calculating, but there was a flicker of something else, something that made Hadrian's stomach twist in uncertainty. Dumbledore's voice cut through the tension. This matter is not yet concluded. We will deliberate further before delivering the final verdict. Hadrian, you are dismissed for now. Hadrian nodded, his face expressionless as he turned and left the chamber, Sirius and Andromeda following closely behind. The whispers and murmurs of the Wisegamot members filled the air as they made their way out, but Hadrian's mind was elsewhere. As they exited the chamber, the cold air of the corridor hit them, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere inside. Sirius placed a hand on Hadrian's shoulder, his expression a mix of pride and concern. You did well in there, Hadrian. Don't let them get to you. Andromeda nodded in agreement, her eyes softening as she looked at Hadrian. You've been through so much. Just know that we're here for you, no matter what. Hadrian gave them both a small, grateful smile, but before he could respond, a figure emerged from the shadows of the corridor. The Head Unspeakable. Sirius and Andromeda tensed immediately, their wands subtly shifting in their robes. But the Head Unspeakable raised a hand in a gesture of peace, his expression calm but serious. Hadrian Potter, he said, his voice low and measured. I would like to have a word with you. Hadrian's heart skipped a beat, but he forced himself to remain calm. He nodded slowly, his eyes narrowing as he studied the man before him. The Head Unspeakable was tall, with sharp features and eyes that seemed to pierce through the very soul. He radiated an aura of power and authority, and Hadrian could feel the weight of his gaze. Sirius stepped forward, his tone guarded. What do you want with Hadrian? The Head Unspeakable's eyes flicked to Sirius, his expression unreadable. This is a matter that concerns Hadrian alone. I assure you, I mean him no harm. Andromeda frowned, her gaze shifting between Hadrian and the Head Unspeakable. Why should we trust you? The Head Unspeakable's lips twitched into a faint smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. Trust is earned, not given. But I believe Hadrian will understand that my intentions are genuine. Hadrian hesitated, but then he nodded to Sirius and Andromeda. It's okay. I'll hear him out. Sirius looked ready to protest, but Andromeda placed a hand on his arm, her expression cautious but understanding. We'll be right here, Hadrian. Hadrian nodded in gratitude, then turned to the Head Unspeakable. What do you want to talk about? The Head Unspeakable gestured for Hadrian to follow him, leading him a short distance away from Sirius and Andromeda, but still within sight. Once they were alone, the Head Unspeakable turned to face Hadrian, his expression serious. Your feat of performing the ritual was impressive, the Head Unspeakable began, his voice low and even. Few wizards your age, or any age for that matter, could have achieved what you did. Hadrian's eyes narrowed, his guard up. What are you getting at? The Head Unspeakable's gaze softened slightly, a hint of something almost like sympathy in his eyes. I'm not here to condemn you, Hadrian. In fact, I understand why you did what you did. The pain, suffering, it's enough to drive anyone to desperate measures. Hadrian's jaw tightened, but he didn't respond, waiting for the man to continue. The Head Unspeakable's voice dropped even lower, almost a whisper. Demonis Magni Nex, the demon you summoned. You may not fully understand what you've done, but I do. It's a powerful, ancient magic, one that comes at a great cost. Hadrian's heart pounded in his chest, but he forced himself to remain calm. And what's that cost? The Head Unspeakable's eyes darkened, a shadow passing over his face. Your soul, Hadrian. You've bound a part of your soul to that demon. It's a dangerous thing, and it will change you in ways you may not yet realize. His soul. Hadrian had bound his soul to the demon. The last person to do so was Grindelwald. Even Voldemort did not dare meddle with soul magics. At least not any that the public knew of. Hadrian felt a chill run down his spine. Soul magic was not to be dabbled in lightly. But even as he processed the implications, he kept his expression neutral. Why are you telling me this? The Head Unspeakable hesitated for a moment, then reached into his robes and pulled out a small, intricately carved object. It was a dark stone, smooth and cold to the touch, with strange runes etched into its surface. This, the Head Unspeakable said, holding the stone out to Hadrian, is a communication device. It will allow you to contact me directly, should you need to. Owls cannot reach us, and normal means of communication are useless. This is the only way. Hadrian stared at the stone, his mind racing. Why would I need to contact you? The Head Unspeakable's gaze bore into Hadrian's, his expression serious. Because, Hadrian, I'm offering you an opportunity. An opportunity to study the deepest, darkest, and most abstract magics known to our world. Magic that few have ever even glimpsed, let alone understood. Hadrian's breath caught in his throat. He had always been drawn to the unknown, to the mysteries of magic that others feared. But this was something else entirely. He couldn't believe that the Unspeakables were offering him a chance to learn about magic. Sure, he didn't know much about magic nor magical professions, but from what he had heard about Unspeakables, they were a pretty big deal. Feared, respected, and most of all, secretive. Even the ministry couldn't control them. They were their own department, independent and dangerous. Why me? Hadrian asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The Head Unspeakable's lips curved into a faint smile, one that didn't quite reach his eyes. Because you have already taken the first step, whether you realize it or not. The ritual, the demon, it's only the beginning. There is so much more to learn, so much more to discover. Hadrian's mind whirled with possibilities, but he forced himself to remain cautious. And what's in it for you? The Head Unspeakable's smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. Knowledge, Hadrian. Knowledge is the most powerful force in our world. And you have the potential to unlock secrets that have been buried for centuries. Hadrian stared at the stone in the Head Unspeakable's hand, his mind racing. This was a dangerous path, one that could lead to unimaginable power or destruction. But the pull of the unknown, the allure of the arcane magic, was almost irresistible. After a long moment, Hadrian reached out and took the stone, his fingers brushing against the cool surface. The Head Unspeakable's eyes flickered with approval, but he said nothing. Hadrian's voice was steady as he spoke. I'll think about it. The Head Unspeakable nodded, his expression unreadable. That's all I ask. But remember, Hadrian, this is a path few dare to tread. Be sure you're ready before you take the next step. Hadrian nodded slowly, his mind still reeling from the conversation. The Head Unspeakable turned and began to walk away, but then he paused, glancing back over his shoulder. One more thing, he said, his voice soft. The void in your memories, it's a sign of something much deeper. A mind castle, perhaps? I'd be very interested in learning more about that. Hadrian stiffened, his eyes narrowing. Why? The Head Unspeakable smile returned, this time with a hint of genuine curiosity. Because, Hadrian, a mind like yours is rare. Very rare indeed. With that, the Head Unspeakable turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the corridor. Hadrian watched him go, his mind spinning with questions and doubts. The stone in his hand felt heavy, its weight a reminder of the offer that had been made. Sirius and Andromeda approached, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity. "What did he say?" Sirius asked, his tone guarded. Hadrian hesitated for a moment, then slipped the stone into his pocket. "Just offered me an opportunity. Nothing to worry about." Andromeda frowned, but didn't press the issue. "Let's get out of here. You need some rest." Hadrian nodded, though his mind was far from resting. As they made their way out of the ministry, his thoughts kept drifting back to the Head Unspeakable's words, to the dark magic he had been offered, and to the mysterious void in his memories. He had a feeling that this was only the beginning, and that whatever path he chose, it would lead to places he could barely imagine. Back at Grimmauld Place, the tension that had been hanging over them finally began to lift. Sirius, Andromeda, and Hadrian sat around the table in the kitchen, a bottle of fire whiskey between them. The house was quiet, the only sound the crackling of the fire in the hearth. Sirius poured them each a glass, his eyes twinkling with a mix of relief and mischief. "Well, we survived. And you, Hadrian, are one hell of a wizard." Hadrian smirked, though his thoughts were still lingering on the events at the ministry. "I wouldn't go that far." Andromeda raised her glass, her expression softening as she looked at Hadrian. "You've been through so much, Hadrian. But you're strong. You'll get through this too." Hadrian's smile was genuine this time as he raised his glass in a toast. To surviving. They clinked glasses, the fire whiskey burning warm and smooth as they drank. For a moment, the weight of the world seemed to lift, replaced by a sense of camaraderie and hope. But even as they laughed and talked, Hadrian's mind kept drifting back to the Head Unspeakable's offer, to the dark magic that had been dangled before him. He knew that this was a turning point, a moment that would define his future. And as he sat there, surrounded by those who cared for him, Hadrian made a silent vow. Whatever path he chose, he would do it on his own terms. He would not be a pawn in someone else's game. He would forge his own destiny. The fire crackled softly in the hearth as Hadrian leaned back in his chair, his eyes distant. Sirius and Andromeda were talking, their voices a comforting murmur in the background. But Hadrian's mind was elsewhere, lost in the maze of possibilities that lay before him, that he reached into his pocket, his fingers brushing against the cool surface of the stone the Head Unspeakable had given him. The weight of it was a reminder of the choices he had to make, the paths he had yet to walk. As he sat there, staring into the flames, Hadrian felt a strange sense of calm settle over him. The future was uncertain, the dangers were real, but he was ready. He had faced darkness before, and he had survived. He would do it again. And as the night wore on, Hadrian's thoughts slowly drifted to the people who had stood by him. Sirius, Andromeda, Daphne, Tonks. They were his anchor, his reason for fighting, for surviving. And he knew that whatever came next, he would not face it alone. The road ahead was long and treacherous, but Hadrian Potter was ready. The future was his to shape,